Chapter 51, Relief. Chapter 51, Relief. Nearing the heavy door, there were more than 10 guards with indifferent eyes standing firmly before the gate, barring it. At one corner of the gate in a chair, sat an aloof-looking man. In his hands was a pen and a thick book. At this moment many clansmen lined up in a row in front of the old man, each one of them had brought whatever Qi method to him so they could sign it out. After doing so, they carefully left the pavilion under the cold stares of the 10 or more guards. This was the procedure to leave the Qi method pavilion. Before entering the Qi method pavilion, Xiao Yan and everyone else was informed about the procedure, therefore it was not something unexpected. The Qi method pavilion was a place where all of the clan's Qi methods were held, methods that were acquired painstakingly by the clan for over dozens of generations. These Qi methods were the foundation of Xiao clan, thus the clan had extremely protective measures on the methods. The clan had their Qi method scrolls made out of a special type of bamboo. The bamboo could be defined as a mother-sun. The mother part was the size of the palm while the sun part would be able to grow as large as a dozen meters. Since the technique scrolls were made from this special material, as long as the clan chief held onto the mother part, there was no way that anyone could sneak away with a scroll. The moment one left the area with a sun scroll, the mother scroll would notify everyone. The parent's area of influence just happened to cover the entire Xiao clan. Therefore, once a technique scroll leaves the Xiao clan, it is detected. Of course, nothing is absolute in this world. An individual with powerful enough Dou Qi could forcefully destroy the connection between the scrolls. However, with power at that level, why would one bother to steal Huang-level Qi methods? It was finally Xiao Yan's turn after waiting in line for a period of time. Walking to the front, he withdrew a Qi method from his pocket and gave it to the old man. Receiving the dark red scroll from Xiao Yan left the old man slightly surprised. His eyes quickly appraised the boy as he thought to himself the burning flame refinement, was protected by a shield with the power of a 9th Duan Qi. This little brat, to think he could actually get through it. It would seem he has some skills after all. After recording that Xiao Yan had that scroll, the old man returned it to him and indifferently cautioned, "I think you know the rules, right? The scroll can't leave the clan, otherwise there will be severe consequences. You must return the scroll after 1 year. There must be no damage to it." Casually nodding his head, Xiao Yan moved to the side. He leaned on the front door and waited for Xun Er's scroll to be recorded. Flashing Xiao Yan a light smile, Xun Er extended her snow-white wrist and took out her scroll. Seeing Xun Er standing in front of him, the emotionless face of the old man suddenly let out a hint of a respectful smile. Using both hands to receive the scroll, he then quickly recorded the borrower of the scroll. Standing off to the side, Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes at the old man after seeing the change in his attitude. Xiao Yan's fingers curled instinctively slightly. Since this old man was in charge of the Qi method pavilion, his position in the clan was comparable to that of one of the 3 elders. Xiao Yan had heard that this old man's nickname in the clan, cold-hearted Xiao Han. This old guy, even if it was to his own father, would still talk in a foreign manner. An old emotionless face, like the muscles of the recently dead, stiff with rigor mortis. This cold-faced old man, who didn't even respect the clan elder, was acting so respectful before Xun Er. This once again kindled Xiao Yan's interest in Xun Er's identity. Rubbing his nose, he thought about how each time Xun Er was silent about her identity. Lifting his head, he saw Xun Er coming over with a smile on her face. With a shrug of his shoulders, he left with her through the front door. Bursting out from the crowded entrance, Xiao Yan breathed fresh air. The atmosphere inside the Qi method pavilion was far too oppressive to breathe normally. "What's wrong, Yan Er?" Low laughter greeted Xiao Yan as a figure came into view. Looking through the Qi method pavilion's door, the figure asked with a smile. Tilting his head to smile at his father, Xiao Yan nodded back with a smile of his own. A red scroll came out from inside his sleeves. "I got it." Seeing the red scroll, Xiao Zhan gave a sharp intake of air. "It's a good thing you were able to get it," he said in a low voice. Seeing his father's expression, Xiao Yan couldn't help but roar with pride-filled laughter alongside him. Extending his arm to clap Xiao Yan's shoulder, Xiao Zhan smiled. "Now that you have a Qi method, once you become a doja, then you'll be able to practice Dou Qi for real." Xiao Yan nodded obediently as he returned the red scroll back up his sleeves. He could not help but think softly, I don't know what's that special about that Qi method. A Qi method that can evolve, is that even possible? It's even stranger than a Tian-level Qi method, trying to recall the strange yet arrogant words of Yao Lao. Xiao Yan shook his head with a bitter laugh. He had just come across one of the finest Qi methods in his life, Xun Er's high Xian-level Qi method, flame manipulation. To be honest, he had an internal struggle when he declined it. After all, Qi methods of that caliber were not only expensive but extremely rare. Massaging his forehead with an open palm, he was starting to regret declining Xun Er's kindness, but the deed had already been done. It was too late. Xiao Yan did not have the face to ask Xun Er again for it, so he had no choice but to pray that Yao Lao was not playing around with him. Otherwise, he would be the biggest loser out of everyone. Humph, it's only Hai Xian, there's nothing special about that. Even though she isn't normal, her collection of qi methods can't possibly compare to mine. Right when Xiao Yan was praying that Yao Lao didn't deceive, Yao Lao gave a slight humph and started speaking. At last you say something. Hearing the voice within his own thoughts, Xiao Yan scratched his nose. His mouth twitched upwards into a pleasant smile as he spoke. His point of saying so much was so that he could force that old geezer to say something calming. "AI, you tiny brat, trying to deceive me," an echo came out from within Xiao Yan's mind. Yao Lao didn't know whether to laugh or cry and instead said, "Brat, keep on practicing Dou Qi. Qi methods are not something for you to worry about, mine won't be shabby. In the future, your achievements won't be lower than that little girl. Her clan is only. Ahem." Even though Xiao Yan was disappointed that the last sentence was incomprehensible, he still nodded with a smile. He was given an answer to his question so he could concentrate on practicing Dou Qi so that he could become a doja. This was the first step he had to take in order from him to become strong and for him to find Nailan Yenran, who has been on his mind for quite some time. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 52, Breakthrough. Chapter 52, Breakthrough. After the Qi method selection, the entire clan seemed much emptier than usual. The young clansmen who were unable to achieve 7 Duan Qi had been assigned to various clan businesses outside of the clan home, where they would learn their respective tricks of the trade. The talented members of the clan, those who had successfully obtained a Qi method, started to immerse themselves in rigorous training, in hopes of learning their Qi method skill as fast as possible. As the burning sun rose high in the sky, rays of heat baked the earth like an oven. Heat waves bled out of the ground, causing ripples in the air, making the air distorted and blurry. Within the dense forest atop the mountain bordering the Xiao clan, sunlight trickled through the dense foliage, splattering the leaf-matted ground with tiny droplets of light like a sky full of stars. In the small forest, two shadows weaved and crossed about. Explosions rippled the air whenever their palms met. Violent winds gushed forth from each exchange, rushing through the fallen leaves and tossing them into the air. Engaging in another fierce flurry of blows, Xiao Yan used both palms to parry Xun Er's fair hands, and a muffled boom sound rang out with each counter. Though each attack looked light, in actuality whenever one landed it would instantly turn vicious and powerful. The corners of Xiao Yan's mouth twitched as he was hit by a strong force, strong enough to cause him to stumble back 2 steps. Xun Er, on the other hand, was starting to get bruises on her delicate palms because of all the times she got hit. Seeing Xiao Yan stumble backwards, a slight smile formed on Xun Er's lips as her fair hands slowly danced in the air, her fingers wrapped in a golden silky glow. TSK, so strong. Settling down, the slightly shocked Xiao Yan inwardly shook his head and directed his eyes at Xun Er. She had a slight smile on her face. She then licked her lips, emitting a strong battle lust. He abruptly pushed himself off the ground with the soles of his feet and dashed forward, specks of mud scattered in his wake. With a glance at the incoming Xiao Yan, the corners of Xun Er's dainty mouth lifted up as the golden glow on her hands intensified. A small crater was left after Xiao Yan had started rushing forward. He suddenly stopped a meter away from Xun Er. So perfect was his stop, it seemed as if Xiao Yan had never moved at all. Seeing the depth of control Xiao Yan possessed over his movements, Xun Er's autumn water eyes couldn't help but betray a sense of admiration. Octane Blast. As his running figure suddenly came to a halt, his right foot pushed off the ground, causing his body to spin, increasing the force of his attack. Filled with power, his left leg arced through the air, bringing forth an ear-piercing shriek of wind. Fiercely, he angled his blow at Xun Er. Seeing Xiao Yan's fierce incoming attack, Xun Er slightly nodded her exquisite chin in response. Her dainty hands formed into a strange semicircular shield of light that slammed against Xiao Yan's left leg without hesitation. Bang! A muffled boom resounded from the clash, causing the leaves on the ground to be swept up into the sky, before scattering about. Leg met fist in a momentary collision, and a split second later, the two figures were pushed back. The strength of the blow was enough to push Xiao Yan's body 4 to 5 meters into the air. As his body fell downwards, he angled his right hand to face a nearby tree and emitted a suction force to negate the force of the fall. Jumping off a tree branch, he landed steadily onto the ground. Lifting his head to look at Xun Er, who was likewise pushed back a few steps, Xiao Yan smacked his lips and laughed, asking, "What was that Dou technique you used?" High-level Shen Dou technique, Swallow's Return. When mastered, it is able to return the force of an opponent's attack. I am only at the beginner's level, thus I can only return about 10% of the power. Xun Er smiled while replying. Having understood, a thought emerged from within Xiao Yan, borrowing a force to counter another. This Dou technique that elder brother Xiao Yan used is not bad either. If Xun Er was not a one-star doja with a power beyond yours, I would be unable to withstand the strong force from that attack. Xun Er smiled, her eyes forming two crescent moons.
Xiao Yan shrugged without commenting, lazily twisting his neck.
A high-level fight caused muscle fatigue and mental exhaustion to build up. Rubbing the sweat that was pouring like water off his face, Xiao Yan silently cursed the hot and humid weather before he stripped off his shirt. Under the shirt, his young, somewhat tanned and fit physique was revealed. Even though it was not considered muscular, his small body hid an explosive power.
Enjoying the half-naked Xiao Yan, Xun Er's beautiful face flushed.
Xiao Yan grabbed his clothes and leaned tiredly against a limestone rock.
Facing Xun Er, he let out a bitter laugh, sigh, it's already been 2 months, yet I am still stuck at the 8 Dou Qi.
Looking at the somewhat helpless Xiao Yan, Xun Er pursed her lips and giggled. Gracefully sitting down, she joined Xiao Yan and leaned against the limestone rock. She retrieved the sweat-filled clothes from Xiao Yan before gently drying the sweat off his body. Consoling him, she said, the 8th to the 9th Dou Qi is the beginning of Dou Qi bottleneck stage.
Xiao Yan Ge should not be impatient.
When the time is right, all that should be, will be. At this point, Xun Er suddenly sensed a heated gaze and looking up, she found Xiao Yan staring at her.
Flushing red, she pouted playfully, Xiao Yan Ge. The young maiden's gentle and playful tone was like a refreshing breeze in the humid jungle.
Because of the hot weather, Xun Er wore a short, light green apron that exhibited a lovely patch of white skin below her long, alluring nape. In addition to that, the developing marshmallows of the young maiden were revealed by the tight contours of her clothing, causing a sense of beauty in the youthful body. Faced with such a beautiful scene, it was no wonder that Xiao Yan felt slightly absent-minded. Awakened from his stupor by Xun Er, Xiao Yan's face flushed slightly. Letting out an embarrassed laugh, he lay on the cooling limestone, slowly closing his eyes, allowing Xun Er's pair of tiny hands to gently rub across his body. The corners of her rosy lips slightly tipped upwards as Xun Er helped wipe Xiao Yan's body. Without turning, she secretly swept a glance across his body, only to be startled to find that unknowingly, he had fallen asleep. Helplessly shaking her head, Xun Er also understood that today's high-level fight had caused him to be exhausted. Wrinkling her nose, she put down the clothes as a soft golden glow started to gather at her fingertips. Sneakily taking another glance at the unresponsive Xiao Yan, Xun Er laid a finger on Xiao Yan's skin.
Golden light followed the path along the finger and seeped into Xiao Yan's body.
As golden light was transferred, beads of sweat started to roll down Xun Er's forehead and she could be seen slightly gritting her teeth. Just as she prepared to continue the transfer, a surprised look flashed across her face. As he was in a deep sleep beside the limestone, an unfathomable sucking force suddenly originated from within Xiao Yan's body. Lines of Dou Qi gathered from the surroundings and started to quickly flow into his body.
Oh! Is it a breakthrough?
A gasp of shock and awe could be heard as Xun Er's small mouth formed into the shape of an O and she quietly watched Xiao Yan as he unknowingly absorbed Dou Qi. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 53, 9 Dou Qi. Chapter 53, 9 Dou Qi.
In the small lush forest, threads of white Dou Qi flowed through the air, continuously absorbed by Xiao Yan's body as he slumbered. Looking at Xiao Yan, who had practically become an energy sink, Xun Er felt pleasantly surprised. Quietly putting some distance between him, she stood in silent vigil and guarded the area. If Xiao Yan were to be roused from his state of training mediation, he would lose a chance to advance another level.
The success of Xiao Yan's advancement could be said to be almost certain.
As the Dou Qi was absorbed, the faint traces of fatigue on Xiao Yan's face gradually faded away. Like a piece of warm jade, his delicate and pretty face glowed with a pale light. For the next hour these events carried on continued within the small dense forest, until at last coming to the end. Finally, when the last wisps of Dou Qi entered Xiao Yan, the small forest regained its original calm, the sun's burning rays continued to shine down on the forest. Even though Xiao Yan's eyes were tightly shut, his chest rose and fell in a smooth and steady manner. Xun Er, seeing this, let out a sigh of relief, relaxed and laughed gently. He has finally reached the 9th Dou Qi.
Maybe in half a year, Xiao Yan Ge will be able to condense a Dou Qi cyclone and become a true doja.
A light-hearted smile on her lips, Xun Er leaped onto a nearby limestone and sat down in a cross-legged position. Elbows on her knees, palms supporting her chin while her fingers lay on her cheeks, she waited for Xiao Yan to wake up. The sky had gradually turned to dusk when Xiao Yan finally arose from his deep slumber. Blinking his eyes in confusion, Xiao Yan stared blankly about before regaining his wits. Lifting his head, his sight came to rest upon a figure clothed in the golden rays of the setting sun. Bright and clear like liquid water, a pair of eyes met his.
He smiled. Is Xiao Yan Ge finally awake?
Xun Er let out a lovable laugh as she posed the question to the recently awakened Xiao Yan.
Smiling with a nod of his head, Xiao Yan got up.
Twisting his numb neck about, he lazily stretched. Pili Palaf, the satisfying sounds of bones cracking against each other could be heard from a body that had just raised at Dou Qi. Dazed at the feeling of achieving a breakthrough, Xiao Yan curled his hand into a fist before uncurling it again, his jaw slightly slackened and he tilted his head, his face filled with equal parts of doubt and uncertainty, and he uttered, "What? I seem to have reached the 9 Dou Qi." Staring at Xiao Yan's look of bafflement with an interested look, Xun Er started to laugh. Upon seeing Xun Er's nod, Xiao Yan's lips curled upwards into a smile. His heart was pleasantly surprised, though he still didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The last time he made a breakthrough, it was when he was sleeping. This time he made another breakthrough while asleep. This way of breaking through was a bit too comical. Vigorously punching at the air a few times in rapid succession and feeling Dou Qi that was stronger than a few hours ago, Xiao Yan couldn't help but laugh. After getting all of his pleasant surprise out of his mind, Xiao Yan was finally aware of the murky sky color. Giving an apologetic smile to Xun Er, he knew that she had been waiting for him this whole time. While putting his clothes back on, he began to crack jokes with Xun Er. "Not leaving? Today's a good day, so why don't you let Ji treat you to a nice meal in Wu-Tang City?" TL, Gu equals brother and Gu Ji equals brother. "Cece, I want the most expensive meal then," she responded with a light laugh of her own. Tiptoeing on the limestone for a while, she gingerly dropped down next to Xiao Yan, emitting a faint bell laugh that scattered across the gingerly green forest. In order to thank Xun Er for waiting the whole afternoon, Xiao Yan took care to take Xun Er on a stroll around Wu-Tang City before parting with her in the clan. Dragging his still somewhat excited legs back to his room, Xiao Yan dropped down heavily onto his bed and hugged his quilt. With a soft murmur to himself, he said, "At last, I am finally going to become a doja once more." "Hey, this breakthrough you just managed, it was due to that little girl." From the midst of the room, the laughter of an old man suddenly sounded. Raising a single eyelid, Xiao Yan stared lazily at Yao Lao and furrowed his eyebrows. "What does Xun Er have to do with this?" She definitely had a part, otherwise you would have taken a week to break through by yourself." Yao Lao's transparent body sat down on a chair, his casual tone ringing throughout the room. Begrudgingly shrugging his shoulders, Xiao Yan threw his head back into his quilt. "Right now I'm already at 9 to 1, if I want a breakthrough to become a doja, I'm afraid it'll take me another half year or so." After saying that, he momentarily paused and threw off his quilt. His previously focused face became gloomy, his voice now revealing a cold tone. "1 year has already passed and yet I am still not a 1-star doja. If things keep on going at this rate, I'm afraid I won't be able to catch up to Nailan Yenran in 3 years. Upon hearing this, Yao Lao raised an eye to look at him but remained silent. Nailan Yenran is being trained to be the faction of Misty Cloud's next faction leader. Her talent cannot be said to be low at all, and the faction of Misty Cloud is quite strong as well. They even have the formidable alchemist piquing Dou Qi amongst their ranks. If he were to help Nailan Yenran, her speed would be terrifying. It would be no slower than my training speed." Xiao Yan thought aloud to himself. Yao Lao tilted his head at Xiao Yan and saw Xiao Yan's bright crystal-like eyes focus closely on himself. Yao Lao immediately started to laugh but still made no comment. Looking at Yao Lao's face, Xiao Yan could only roll his eyes. His words were pointless. After staying silent for some time, Yao Lao slowly sighed. Standing up to walk towards Xiao Yan, his lips began to curl into a smile. "That gooey fellow isn't anything more than a 6th-tier alchemist. Is he even worthy to be called a pill king? Other than refining pills, what else can he do?" Hearing Yao Lao talk in this manner, Xiao Yan's face suddenly adopted a smiling expression. At this moment, he knew that the mysterious teacher was finally about to show his hand. "Tomorrow, you will go buy some materials. Qi gathering powder, you will be eating it like it's candy. I don't believe that this Nailan will have this sort of treatment." With both hands behind his back, Yao Lao sneered proudly. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 54, Raising Money. Chapter 54, Raising Money. Of course, saying that he would be able to eat Qi gathering pills like candy was a somewhat boastful claim. However, given the skills of Yao Lao, with enough materials, helping Xiao Yan refine tens of Qi gathering pills was not a problem. However, even with all the boastful claims of Yao Lao, Xiao Yao had no time to feel any excitement. With each and every required material uttered by Yao Lao, Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel his heart sink lower and lower. "Tomorrow, prepare for me 4 50-year-old inky leaf lotus flowers, 2 ripened snake venom fruits, 1 bundle of 20-year-old spirit gathering grass and a rank 2 water attribute magic stone," came Yao Lao's indifferent voice, and when he saw Xiao Yan's stiff and distant look, he couldn't help but be startled. "What's the matter? 50-year-old inky leaf lotus? Flowers that age are sold for 3,000 gold coins, and that's just for a single blossom. Ripened snake venom fruit? That's considered one of the top lower-grade alchemy ingredients. Even the pharmacies don't carry them. It would have to be through sheer luck if one were to ever obtain one, and at the very least 8,000 gold coins would be needed to buy just one.
And the 20-year-old spirit gather grass?
Dear God, I have only heard of this item appearing in auctions only once, and the starting price was at 10,500 gold. Even the rank 2 water attribute magic stone, the cheapest of all the materials, would require at least 2,000 gold pieces. Xiao Yan's wiped his sweaty brow and painfully let out a groan. These ingredients alone would cost me around 50,000.
Where in the world would I get such a large sum of money?
On hearing Xiao Yan whine, Yao Lao just rolled his eyes and shrugged his shoulders mockingly. Obtaining those ingredients is your problem. It has nothing to do with me. I will only be in charge of refining the ingredients.
Damn it. The cost for everything is going to be way too high.
If I'm really going to eat gathering chi powder like candy, I'm afraid that even the Xiao clan's wealth would be unable to cover the costs. Scolding himself, Xiao Yan fingered the green card he had hidden under the pillow with some regret. Helplessly, he said, I only have 10,000 gold left from selling the foundation elixir, nowhere near enough to buy the ingredients you need. Yao Lao laughed while leisurely sitting down onto a chair, showing that the matter of obtaining the ingredients was of no concern to him. Kneading his head, Xiao Yan grimaced in pain as he continued his line of thought. First, I'll just use this money to buy ingredients for the foundation elixir. Then I'll just sell that at the auction house, otherwise, I'll never get enough money.
Yao Lao gave a smug nod.
For him, refining something as low-grade as the foundation elixir was nothing strenuous. Letting out a short breath, Xiao Yan flopped back onto his bed and bitterly laughed. Being poor is extremely annoying. The next morning, Xiao Yan secretly slipped away from the clan to Wutan City's pharmacies and bought all of the materials needed for the foundation elixir.
Afterwards, Xiao Yan searched for a tavern in an isolated area and entered.
Because he would be selling the elixirs for other people to use, he could let Yao Lao mix the ingredients together without a single care. So, just like last time, Xiao Yan bought the cheapest and lowest quality materials. Because he desperately needed money, Xiao Yan bought enough materials to make 7 foundation elixirs, which had completely drained the green card of money. While waiting for Yao Lao to refine the ingredients, Xiao Yan began to flick the green card around his hands. Absent-mindedly shaking his head, Xiao Yan came to realize that he had once again returned to his original poverty-stricken state. This time, Yao Lao had spent an entire hour to create all of the foundation elixirs. Arranging each of the 7 white jade bottles neatly onto the table, Xiao Yan couldn't help but smile widely. Carefully wrapping each bottle up in cloth, he secured them tightly to his back. Gently patting the elixirs on his back, Xiao Yan swung a huge black cloak over himself to hide both him and the elixirs from view before laughing to himself as he exited the tavern. At the Primer auction house inside the Treasure Inspection Hall, Primer Auction's top auctioneer, Yafei, was staring at 7 small jade bottles full of foundation elixir in front of her in shock. Her eyes had lost her usual sparkle and she leaned forward at a precarious angle. Cough, sitting not too far away from Yafei with his black pouch, Xiao Yan coughed, bringing her back to attention.
Her pale white hands tenderly groped the jade bottles while she sniffed it to try and authenticate the elixirs. After a while, she handed the bottles to Gu Enai, the alchemist expert of the auction.
Taking the foundation elixir from her, Gu Enai began to inspect the bottle closely and then remarked, all of these are truly foundation elixirs.
Upon hearing Gu Ni's confirmation, Yafei's eyebrows leapt up in surprise.
She observed the black-cloaked figure before her and her face carried a smile. Bringing out the most appeal she could muster, she said, I didn't think half a year later, Uncle would bring us such a large business.
When will the elixir be sold?
The cloaked figure asked with the voice of Yao Lao.
Does Uncle need money right away?
If you are not that busy, then I suggest waiting for 1 or 2 days. 7 bottles of foundation elixir rarely come onto the market at the same time. If you would let the auction house publicize this, then your profits will surely be a lot higher. Yafei smiled sweetly while suggesting her idea. Hearing this, the cloaked figure went silent momentarily, and just for a moment, a light groan in confirmation was heard.
Hearing his response, Yafei's smiling face slipped for a second.
Her white hands reached for her teacup and she brought it to her lips. She could now ascertain that this black-cloaked figure was a rank 2 alchemist, if not a rank 3 alchemist. Taking a sip from the teacup, the cloaked figure spoke once more with an elderly voice, perhaps your auction house could assist in helping me procure some alchemy ingredients as well, but... The bright eyes of Yafei twinkled as she sat down on top of a chair.
Smiling even brighter, she said, what ingredients does Uncle want?
For 50-year-old ink leaf lotuses, 2 ripened snake venom fruit, 1 bundle of 20-year-old spirit gathering grass and a single water attribute rank 2 magic core. By the side of Yafei, Gu Ni's face changed drastically upon hearing the ingredients listed. His eyes had a hint of confusion as he watched the black-cloaked figure. Yafei will definitely help Uncle find those materials.
The moment I hear a single mention of any of the items, I will inform Uncle immediately. But, where does Uncle live, I wonder? How will we keep in touch?
As Yafei asked, she glanced at Guanai and saw shock etched on his face. Seeing that, her heart gave a violent leap, but she didn't show her surprise on her face.
There is no need to try to contact me.
If any of the ingredients appear, deduct the costs from the foundation elixir.
I will visit again.
Under the black cloak, a wizened voice rang out. I also have other matters to attend to that cannot be postponed.
I will be back in 2 days.
With that said, the cloaked man stood up and walked out of the auction house. Watching him disappear as he turned around the corner, Yafei's eyes narrowed.
Was there something wrong with the ingredients he asked for, Guanai Shushu? Guanai shook his head and exhaled before laughing bitterly. If I remember correctly, these are the ingredients to refine and make the qi gathering powder.
Yafei's face changed immediately after hearing that. Doesn't one have to be a rank 4 alchemist before attempting to create the qi gathering powder? Nodding his head, Guanai continued, that would appear to be the case. However, within the Jiama Empire, there are no more than 20 rank 4 alchemists. How is it that we've never heard of this mysterious cloaked person before? Yafei gently shook her head, her eyes were brimming with curiosity as she spoke. A rank 4 alchemist, if I ever get the chance, I'll definitely have him owe a favor to me. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 55, Accident. Chapter 55, Accident.
Looking at the Primer Auction House's ability to circulate information, one cannot help but admit that it was extremely effective. It had barely been a day since Xiao Yan had handed over his foundation elixirs to the auction house, and yet almost every influential clan in Wutan City had already heard the news, causing a great disturbance.
The only thing different between this auction and the last was the star of the show.
The previous auction showcased the high-level Shendo technique, a piece which would fetch a sky-high price any day. Because of that, only the major powers had the qualifications to bid, those of lesser ranks could only watch and longing. But to many people, the foundation elixir was a more realistic goal. To help their children become a dojo as quickly as possible, many elders of various clans were willing to spend quite a bit on advantageous items like the foundation elixirs. Word of the foundation elixirs had spread enough to send the city of Wutan abuzz with excitement. Even Xiao Yan, deeply secluded within his clan, caught wind of the news. Seeing the commotion over a mere 7 bottles of impure foundation elixir had caused, though shocked, Xiao Yan was grateful for the being able to confirm the unique charm that the pills had on this continent. On the second day, the Xiao clan also received an invitation from the Primer Auction House. Most likely because Xiao Zhan had previously bought a foundation elixir. Several elders of the clan were interested in the appearance of the foundation elixirs, especially those who still had children whom had yet to achieve the level of dojos. Xiao Yan had originally planned to sneak out in the afternoon, but before his plan came to fruition, he was stopped by a messenger from Xiao Zhan. Xiao Yan had no choice but to follow behind the messenger and walk towards the entrance of the clan. At the entrance, Xiao Yan found not only Xiao Zhan, but also several elders that were gathered there, all bustling with excitement. Raising his head to find the leisurely approaching Xiao Yan, a grinning Xiao Zhan urged Xiao Yan to come forward with a gesture of his hand. Xiao Yan let out a sigh, seeing his father beckon him. As he walked forward, his glance fell upon the 2 figures next to Xiao Zhan and his eyebrows furrowed at the sight. Dilly-dallying, just like a woman, Xiao Yu taunted the frowning Xiao Yan. She had been made to wait all day for the princess, for this she was slightly angered.
Are you really in such a rush to your funeral?
Xiao Yan rebutted in a matter-of-fact manner, Xiao Yu ground her teeth in anger, almost chipping a tooth.
PFFFTTT. Within the crowd, a young maiden's mocking laughter rang out like a silver bell.
Tilting his head, Xiao Yan looked to see Xun Er standing in the middle of the crowd. Shrugging his shoulders at her, he smiled back, are you going to the auction house too? Staying within the clan grounds is really boring. I might as well go look around any time I can. Xun Er squeezed her way through the crowd to stand at Xiao Yan's side, her beautiful laughter echoing behind her as she walked. What's there for you anyways, except for, well, really at best only a few foundation elixirs.
Nothing that would be of any use to you will be there.
Xiao Yan asked with a pleasant smile on his face.
Humph, you still dare to talk back? If it weren't for those foundation elixirs, you'd be nowhere near my level?
Retorted Xiao Ning bitterly, his feet still slightly unsteady since he had only recently fully recovered. He had just healed from the fight he had with Xiao Yan 2 months ago, but now, as he looked at the 2 people being ridiculed standing so close to each other, his cheeks reddened with jealousy. It was as if he'd forgotten the lesson Xiao Yan taught him, after all that pain.
You still itching for a fight?
Lifting his head to look at him, Xiao Yan's expression was dangerously unclear, no one could tell if he was smiling or not. Xiao Ning's wrath grew along with the clenching of his fists, but slowly, his fists relaxed and returned to their original state. With a sneer, he followed with, "Don't be so proud of yourself, although you managed to injure me that time, I still have to thank you for the experience. If it weren't for this period of healing, I would not have even been able to get close to the 9 Dou Qi. Within 7 days at most, I'll be able to break through to 9 Dou. After that, we'll see who'll be wanting to fight again and who will be the winner." Hearing Xiao Ning, some of the surrounding older clansmen couldn't help but look astonished at his claim. Even the first elder nearby couldn't hide the pleasant look of pride from his face. Really, this grandson of his never ceased to amaze him. Xiao Zhan's eyebrows wrinkled with some annoyance as he looked at the first elder. When he was about to wave his hand to signal for everyone to prepare to leave, he stopped as he saw Xiao Yan's smiling expression towards Xiao Ning and was momentarily stunned with the words he was about to say died in his mouth. Facing Xiao Ning, whose face still had that arrogant sneer, Xiao Yan yawned after a moment of silence. Then he shrugged his head and spoke with a neutral tone, "Well, this is quite embarrassing. Just a few days ago, I accidentally entered the 9 Dou Qi. I'm afraid that it seems like you're still a step behind." Eh? Right after hearing Xiao Yan, all of the surrounding clansmen went silent. Looks of shock and astonishment appeared on everyone's faces as they watched the impassive face of Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan had said he broke through, by accident? Not knowing if they should either laugh or cry, everyone all had a similar thought. This kid had deliberately hit Xiao Ning where it hurt most. Poor Xiao Ning. Xiao Ning's arrogant smirk went rigid as he heard Xiao Yan. His mouth began to twitch slowly, and his throat was trembling. With an unwavering stare at Xiao Yan that lasted for some time, Xiao Ning finally backed down with a dejected look. He had thought that he could gain some face with his expected breakthrough, but who would have thought that he was met with an even more shocking statement? Jade-like hands supported a rather downtrodden Xiao Ning as Xiao Yu glared furiously at Xiao Yan, as if trying to burn holes into him. Surprisingly, she did not say anything to mock him, only thinking to herself, "How exactly does this little bastard train? It was only 2 months. How could he have achieved 9th Dou?" Even though there was bad blood between them, Xiao Yu was still mind-blown at Xiao Yan's rapid progress. Ha! A peal of laughter thundered from Xiao Zhan, his previous annoyance fading away as he saw the surprised faces of his clansmen. Casting a glance towards the first elder, he smiled and said, "Let's get going, the auction is about to start, any more delays and we'll miss our chance." Watching the elders walk out the main door, Xiao Zhan could not help but turn around and happily ruffle his son's hair. He praised Xiao Yan in a happy tone, "Not bad, you have done your father proud yet again." That old fogey, the first elder, kept going on and on about how much talent his grandson until I almost felt like killing myself in irritation. He obviously wants the clan to invest in a bottle of foundation elixir for his grandson. Beating around the bush like that, what a super annoying old cheapskate. With his hair ruffled into a mess, Xiao Yan forced a smile. He innocently spread his hands while taking a step out of the main door as he grudgingly replied, "Originally, I didn't want to reveal it but he just had to force my hand." At a distance from the door, hearing Xiao Yan's words, Xiao Ning's mouth twitched as his heart became heavy with gloominess and depression. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 56, Jianan Academy. Chapter 56, Jianan Academy. For the Primer Auction House, today was definitely the busiest day in the past half a year. Inside the expansive and spacious reception lounge, many people were chattering away and moving about, which made Xiao Yan's group head hurt with all of the noise. It was as if a large buzzing insect was flying around in their ears and wouldn't leave. Looking at the crowd so densely packed together that even an ant couldn't get through, Xiao Zhan shook his head helplessly. It would be for the best for the auction house security guards to help escort his group through the VIP entrance. That would be the best way to get in. Inside the auction house, although the number of people was definitely not too few, compared to the lounge outside, it was relatively peaceful. Xiao Zhan looked around the bustling floor as he walked along casually with Xiao Yan and some other clan members to find their seats. Sitting on one of the edge seats, Xiao Yan looked around the hall with a bored expression while leaning back in his chair without a care in the world. "Elder sister, in another half a year, the enrollment period of Jianan Academy will start, right?" Xiao Yan was leisurely sitting and almost fell asleep when his ears picked up the question Xiao Ning had asked. The mentioning of that special name caused his eyebrows to raise slightly in interest. Jianan Academy, a famous Dou Qi academy in the Dou Qi mainland, was armed with a strength that wildly exceeds the common man's imagination. It is said that one has to be about to Dou Qi level to become a teacher in Jianan Academy. And, even the famous Misty Cloud faction cannot match up to the might of Jianan Academy. In the Dou Qi mainland, academies are somewhat different from clans. If one joins a clan, he would not only be restricted by the clan but would also have to watch his every action as it would reflect back on the clan. An academy was different since all ties would be cut off after graduation. Even though that is said, humans are not unfeeling animals. In an ivory tower like the academy,
students become easily attached to the academy. After graduating, these faint feelings will become the reason why graduates are willing to support the academy to the best of their abilities. One person's help might not make much of a difference, but if there were thousands or tens of thousands of people helping, that would be quite a scary force. And this was the aim of every academy. Enrolling into an academy was also the best shortcut in obtaining Dou techniques and Qi methods. At an academy on the level of Jianan, if one's performance was stellar, he might catch the eye of a teacher, which would open up doors to high-level Qi methods and Dou techniques. With these two in hand, the distance to becoming a strong dojo would be shortened by quite a bit. Qi methods, Dou techniques and alchemy pills are the three most sought-after commodities in the Dou Qi mainland. Jianan Academy dominates in two of these fields, thus people all over the mainland believe that if one were able to enter Jianan Academy, one would never again need to worry about their future. Everyone who graduates from Jianan Academy is a highly sought-after talent with bright prospects. Therefore, every year, countless youths from all over Jiama country try all sorts of ideas in hopes of somehow getting into Jianan Academy. Thus, Jianan Academy is definitely a great place, however its enrollment criteria are extremely strict, to reach the 9th Duan Dou Qi before the age of 18. These requirements bar many of the less talented people and thus only the truly gifted are left to enter Jianan Academy. Having heard Xiao Ning's inquiry, Xiao Yu gave a slight nod. With a quick glance at Xiao Yan, she proudly replied, "Fret not, you have already fulfilled the criteria. Furthermore, the one in charge of recruitment in Wutan City is my teacher, who is a 5-star dosher. Together with the fact that I am here to put in a word for you, there is definitely no problem for you at all." "Ah, that's great." Having heard her reply, Xiao Ning's face lit up like fireworks and nodded his head in excitement. Hearing their conversation, Xiao Yan's mouth slightly twitched. If it was before, he could only enter Jianan Academy in hopes of obtaining higher-tier Dou techniques and Qi methods. But now, since he had Yao Lao, whose origins remained a mystery, as a teacher, Jianan Academy no longer interested him. Does Xiao Yan Gege not plan to take the entrance test for Jianan Academy in half a year? Xun Er softly asked, having picked up Xiao Yan's lack of interest. At Xun Er's question, Xiao Yu raised her brow and cast a gaze towards the two. She had already made up her mind that if the little bastard was going to try to go to Jianan Academy, she would tell her teacher to make him suffer a bit. Xiao Yan rubbed his nose and lazily replied, "Not interested. What could I possibly learn with a bunch of wimpy kids? If I wanted Dou techniques, jumping off cliffs in search for hidden treasures would be more exhilarating." "Humph, what a boastful tone. Do you really think an academy would beg for you to join? Don't be so arrogant just because you're blessed with a bit of talent. There are many in Jianan Academy who could easily match you. In fact, not entering would be better for you, given your hateful character. All you would find there is a world of beatings." At Xiao Yan's belittlement of the academy she was intensely proud of, Xiao Yu interjected icily as her expression turned frosty. Xiao Yan turned his sight to sweep over the indignant Xiao Yu, the sides of his mouth slanted downwards, yet he could not be bothered with her. His promise with Nailan Yenran would need to be fulfilled in less than 2 years. The only goal he had now was to surpass that woman. There was not much time left, but the difference between them was still too vast. Xiao Yan did not believe that there was anyone in Jianan Academy who would be able to help him surpass Nailan Yenran in the 2 years left. Since they could not help him, why would he bother to enroll into that lousy academy? Unless they could instruct him in the alchemy arts like Yao Lao? But even if they could they match up to Yao Lao's skills? Shaking his head, Xiao Yan decided not to debate with her about academies anymore. Taking a look around, he found that 2 other large clans members had also entered the auction. After yet another crowd had passed by, Xiao Yan suddenly felt a cold gaze. Briefly turning, he realized the owner of the gaze was the one he had clashed with in the marketplace, Jialai Ao. Currently, the young master of the Jialai clan was staring at him with malicious intent while occasionally sneaking lustful glances at the exquisite figure of Xun Er beside him. This caused Xiao Yan to stare back, eliciting an evil smile from the young master. Coolly staring at Jialai Ao, whose mouth kept opening and closing, Xiao Yan was barely able to decipher his intentions. "Little useless trash from the Yan clan, you have finally completed your coming-of-age ritual, right? Better not let the young master see you in Wutan City or else." "Ha ha." Slightly squinting at Jialai Ao, who had burst out into laughter, Xiao Yan faintly smiled as a viscous light flashed in his eyes. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 57, Advertisement. Chapter 57, Advertisement. Releasing his chilly gaze, Xiao Yan did not act but rather curled all 10 fingers while a strange push-and-pull force began to gather in his palm. It was as if his hands were alive and breathing. After refining vacuum hand and fire palm for more than a year, Xiao Yan, though unable to say his skills had reached perfection, could confidently say that he was able to switch between the 2 skills much more smoothly. If Xiao Yan sparred with someone, it was assured that he could quickly release the two Dou techniques together and harm the other party. Beside him, Xun Er gave a quick glance towards Jiao. A small smile creeped onto her lips. Xiao Yan Geg, that guy seems to be a lot stronger than before. Xiao Yan inclined his head in agreement, coolly replying, last time at the auction, his father managed to win a wind attribute high Xian level Qi method. It's been a year and that certainly has been enough time for Jiao Lai, who is of the wind attribute, to change his old Dou Qi into the new method's Dou Qi and thus making him stronger than before. No wonder he's become so arrogant. Does he really think that a high-level Xian technique is something so rare? Xun Er was all smiles as she remarked. Within her crystal-clear eyes a light golden blaze danced wildly. Xiao Yan smiled as he shook his head and with a hint of playfulness he replied, to a wealthy young girl like you who can pull Qi methods of high-level Xian quality out of thin air, of course something like that isn't rare. Hearing Xiao Yan's teasing words, Xun Er wrinkled her lily-white nose. Rolling her eyes, she replied with some bitterness, even though it's rare, didn't Xiao Yan Gege still reject it? Having heard what she said, Xiao Yan smiled in embarrassment. Pointing his chin towards the stage, he said, the auction is about to start. Seeing Xiao Yan feign ignorance, Xun Er could only shake her head grudgingly as she cast her gaze towards the auction stage which suddenly lit up. Under the attention of countless eyes, Yafei, dressed in a red dress, stepped up onto the stage. The red dress tightly wrapped around her body, causing the audience's gazes to blaze with passion. Yafei, wearing a lovely expression, veiling her ever so slightly sensual lips behind a hand, faced the audience below and let out her lovable laugh as she said a few words to the crowd. With her charm, she easily drove the auction into a frenzy of desire. Feeling the growing excitement in the air, even Xiao Yan could not help but smack his lips together. Yafei was indeed worthy of the title of Primer Auction House's chief auctioneer. With just a few words, she had turned weaker-willed men into beasts and filled their heads with passion. At this point, if Yafei were to try and auction off a pebble, many people would value the pebble as a priceless treasure to be bought. Looking at the intense atmosphere in the hall, Yafei was slightly pleased with herself. Her years of training had enlightened her on how strongly her beauty affected men. Her red lips formed an inviting smile as her gaze shifted around the room taking in everything around her. When her eyes swept over a young man sitting behind Xiao Yan, she could not help but be faintly surprised. Though the youngster's gaze was on the platform, those ink-black eyes which danced around let Yafei know that this young man was not swayed by her alluring performance which caused her black eyebrows to lift slightly in astonishment. Moving her gaze away from Xiao Yan, Yafei's red lips slightly parted as a soft laugh escaped. Clapping her hands, she smiled and said, Yafei knows what has brought everyone here today, thus the usual appetizers will be left out. Instead, we will start right away with the main event. As she ended her speech, Yafei lightly waved her hands, dimming the lights on the stage. Bowing to the crowd, she took out a jade plate and at the middle of the plate laid a tiny white jade bottle. At the appearance of the tiny white jade bottle, the audience's gaze heated up with longing. One by one, they rubbed their hands together in anticipation of obtaining the bottle for themselves. Does anyone remember the foundation elixir from our last auction? The ones we are offering now are made by the same alchemist. Our auction house's Grandmaster Dou Qi has assured us that the effectiveness and quality are also the same, so everyone need not worry about that. Yafei said as she gently smiled. Suddenly turning towards Xiao Yan, with a charming and lovely smile, she added, previously, the foundation elixir was bought by the Xiao clan leader, Xiao Yan, and after this purchase, young Master Xiao Yan managed to jump from the 3rd to the 8th Duan Dou Qi in 1 year. Whether this was due to the foundation elixir? Yafei can only guess. Towards the end, within Yafei's beautiful eyes, a flash of craftiness could be seen. Hearing Yafei's words, all eyes shifted to the front row until they laid upon the slightly overwhelmed figure of Xiao Yan. Gasps of surprise could be heard all around and although word of Xiao Yan's monstrous training speed had long ago spread throughout Wu-Tang City, many had not been able to personally see it. Thus having the chance to see Xiao Yan in person, many could not help but sigh in amazement. At the same time, it strengthened everyone's conviction to obtain the foundation elixir for themselves. Not far away, seeing Xiao Yan in the spotlight, the corners of Jiao curled into a sneer as his face became filled with disdain. Under the crowd's attention, Xiao Yan twisted uncomfortably in his seat. In his heart he could not decide whether to cry or laugh. This woman was brilliant, she actually used Xiao Yan himself as a free advertisement. With Xiao Yan here as a living specimen, the price of the foundation elixir would rise by at least 20% to 30%. Sigh, this woman. It'd be a waste if she weren't a merchant. Sighing yet again, although Xiao Yan was disturbed by the surrounding gazes, he remembered that the items on auction were actually his and thus he could only shake his head in frustration and give a death stare to the smiling Yafei on stage. Yafei fearlessly ignored Xiao Yan's stare and instead brazenly replied with a mature, lovely and alluring smile, causing a few men behind Xiao Yan to swallow a mouth of saliva. For the first bottle of foundation elixir, the auction price starts at 15,000.
On stage, Yafei was all smiles as she asked for such a huge amount. She had pushed the price of the foundation elixir to twice the original value. What viciousness! Below the stage, having heard the price, Xiao Yan's mouth split open in amazement as he inwardly shook his head. As expected, women were the most vicious beings there were. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 58, A High Price. Chapter 58, A High Price. Even though everyone in the hall quieted down after Yafei announced the starting price, soon, a young man who had been distracted by Yafei hurriedly yelled, 16,000. Immediately after calling out his price, the slightly pale-faced young man tried to act gracefully by faking a bow towards Yafei. However, he missed the fact that his eyes were giving conspicuous lust-filled looks at her well-formed chest. Internally sneering at the young man, whose thoughts were obviously fixed on her body, Yafei continued to keep her smiling expression and asked the rest of the crowd, "Do we have any other offers? Are there any other takers?" 17,000. 19,000. The crowd under the stage erupted with people calling out their prices after that initial offer. The first buyer looked embarrassed after his initial price had been beaten by 2 or 3 other people and promptly sat down. Hearing the non-stop stream of prices, Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel shocked and could only let out a gasp in his surprise. The buyers wanted the foundation elixir to a degree that was far greater than he had anticipated. It would appear that letting the primer's auction house spread word of the foundation elixir had been a wise decision after all. The 3 major clans held in spectator stance in regards of this foundation elixirs, and thus weaker parties seized the opportunity and began to scramble to name whatever they would pay. They all wanted to snatch a foundation elixirs because, after all, something, such as a foundation elixir, that could increase one's Dou Qi was rare even within the whole of the Gemma Empire. After half an hour of prices being called, the first foundation elixir was sold after the bids began to stall at around 47,000. Looking at the happy look on the fat buyer's face, Xiao Yan was truly speechless. He didn't think that anyone would want a foundation elixir more crazily than his father had. It costed around 1,000 gold coins to make just one foundation elixir, but here one just sold for 10 times that amount. At such large profit margins, Xiao Yan couldn't help but salivate. Xiao Yan took a moment to ponder, scratching his chin and blinking. If he had never met Yao Lao, would he ever have had the luxury of being able to use the foundation elixir every day? Seeing that the first foundation elixir had been sold for such a large price, Yafei could only let out a sigh of relief and think to herself, with such a price, will the mysterious alchemist be satisfied? It would be great if the mysterious alchemist had even a slightly better impression of the primer auction house. Yafei turned back to look at all the people who filled the auction house, after shaking her head out of her thoughts. With a laugh, she stared at the white jade bottles in her hands. The last 6 foundation elixirs will be divided and sold as 3 groups of 2. Each group will have a starting price of 30,000 gold. Eyeing each of the 2 bottles of foundation elixir, the people all became strangely quiet. They looked at the 3 major clans standing a distance away for only a moment. But that short moment was all they needed to know that the 3 clans were about to make their move. 31,000. The Jiaolai clan leader Jiaolai Bai was silent for a second after the price was announced, and then slowly called out his bid. Hee, Jiaolai Bai, did the Qi method you buy last time empty your clan treasury? How is it that you're so stingy now? Can you even spare 1,000 gold now? Ao Bapa suddenly jeered after hearing Jiaolai Bai's price. His face twitching slightly, Jiaolai Bai glared at Ao Bapa with a single eye. Instead of firing back an insult, he turned his cold gaze back to the white jade bottles on stage. 35,000, yelled out Ao Bapa. He mockingly looked at Jiaolai Bai as he gave his bid. 38,000, Jiaolai Bai followed suit. 45,000, Ao Bapa continued to provoke the other clan leader. 50,000, by the time this price was called, Jiaolai Bai's hand had started to tremble. Although it was hard for him to admit it, as Ao Bapa had said before, the Jiaolai clan had used several years of savings to buy the high-level Xian Qi method. Thus recently, Jiaolai clan's income had already shrunk by more than 20% to 30%. 55,000. 56,000. The rest of the audience members could only sigh regretfully at the sight of the 2. Even if they had enough funds, they still lacked the might to challenge the 3 great clans. After all, each of the 3 great clans of Wu-Tang City had at least 3 strong Dou Qi level practitioners. Though economic power was an important pillar that supported a clan, if there was no military might to protect this economic power, with the riches of the world, they would still not be powerful. Therefore, the rest of the audience tactfully avoided entering the auction battle between these 2 clans, while occasionally glancing towards the Xiao clan, who were still sitting on the fence. When the foundation elixir price raised to 73,000, an ashen-faced Jiaolai Bai finally withdrew. With his clan's current circumstances, he could not afford to continue squandering money. At the sight of the ashen-faced Jiaolai Bai, Ao Bapa joyfully pulled back his body,
a splendid smile lighting up his face. While the two were battling, Yafei observed from the stage while maintaining her alluring smile. Her gaze was similar to that of a wolf eyeing a fat sheep. It was only when the final auction price had been settled that Yafei reluctantly let the smaller hammer in her hand smash downwards. When Yafei once again pushed forward another set of 2 foundation elixirs, the silent Xiao Yan finally made his move. His indifferent tone sounded out before anyone else, causing the already crestfallen Jiao Lai Bai to fall further into depression. 70,500. A voice filled with the determination to win flatly resounded throughout the hall. On the stage, even Yafei was taken aback by Xiao Zhan's drive. Taking a little while to recover from her daze, she finally smiled and asked, "Is there anyone else?" Sitting on his chair, Jiao Lai Bai fiercely glared at the smiling Xiao Zhan, cursing in fury to himself, "Bastard, if it was not for him, how would my Jiao Lai clan have fallen to this embarrassing state?" Flames of rage flickered within his eyes as Jiao Lai Bai grinded his teeth and he abruptly shouted with a voice full of bitterness, 85,000. 95,000. Not even bothering to glance at Jiao Lai Bai, Xiao Zhan waved his hand, giving the impression that he would be more than able to keep up with any amount Jiao Lai Bai could bid. Seeing that Xiao Zhan was determined to win at all costs, the corners of Jiao Lai Bai's mouth twitched, yet one could see that deep within his eyes, he was happily sneering. It was though he had a bit of hesitation as he clenched his jaw. 100,000. Hearing Jiao Lai Bai's bid, the entire hall erupted. Using 100,000 gold coins to buy 2 bottles of foundation elixir is insane. It was clearly a big loss. Carefully scrutinizing Jiao Lai Bai, who looked like he was ready to fight to the death, Xiao Yan lightly smiled. Shaking his head, he spoke to Xun Er in a low voice, "I bet that if father bids once again, that guy would wash his hands clean of this money loser transaction." Xun Er blinked her long eyelashes. She had not paid close attention to the struggle between the two and somewhat startled, she said, "But he looks like he wants it a lot." Xiao Yan smiled. He did not need to say another word. Xiao Zhan sat silently in the front row after having heard Jiao Lai Bai's latest bid. Abruptly standing up, he gave Jiao Lai Bai a funny look. At the next instant, the suddenly grinning, Xiao Zhan's next words stupefied Jiao Lai Bai, "You win. TL, great dad. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 59, End of the Auction. Chapter 59, End of the Auction. As the words left Xiao Zhan's mouth, the whole hall fell silent. A while later, one by one, everyone's gazes turned towards the ashen-faced Jiao Lai Bai, gleeful at the calamity that had befallen him. 100,000 gold coins for 2 bottles of foundation elixir, this guy is truly extravagant. Watching as Jiao Lai Bai's face cramped up, Xiao Yan bowed his head in an effort to hide a cheeky smile and muttered. Seeing the gloating Xiao Yan, Xun Er smiled and, softly laughing, she said, "Normally, a second-rank pill would have a market value of at most 30,000 gold. The foundation elixir is a wonder drug that is able to increase the speed of Dou Qi training and is relatively rare, thus its price should be much higher than a second-rank pill. However, using 100,000 gold to buy it, this Jiao Lai Bai is seriously extravagant. Xiao Yan laughed as he nodded in agreement. He licked his lips in yearning before he smiled and said, "If a bottle of second-grade foundation elixir could be sold for tens of thousands of gold, doesn't this mean that those great alchemists would be able to swim in gold? Alchemy is the continent's most wealthy profession, this is a fact, every alchemist owns a generous amount of property." Xun Er was all smiles as she nodded her head. Shifting her gaze towards the foundation elixirs on stage, she continued, "As an alchemist's rank rises, they don't auction off their products often. Instead, they would rather choose to engage in bartering, as money no longer has value to them." Bartering? Xiao Yan's eyebrows perked up and realized that he gained a little insight as to why Yao Lao had such an abundant secret treasure stash. Yeah, they use things like Dou techniques, Qi methods, rare alchemy ingredients or high-level monster cores to trade for such pills. The corners of her rosy lips tilted upwards, forming a smile as Xun Er continued her lecture. As a result, it is often said that the alchemist is the most envied profession in the continent. All people dream to become an alchemist, but those dreams are often shattered by the harsh and unreachable requirements. Eyeing the somewhat regretful Xun Er, Xiao Yan rubbed his nose, grateful for the mutation in his soul. Deciding not to further the conversation, Xiao Yan turned his sight towards the ashen-faced Jiao Lai Bai. Similarly, Jiao Lai Bai was shocked into a daze by Xiao Zhan's words. He stared stupidly at Xiao Zhan, who had so easily given up on the bidding war, as the corners of his eyes twitched in disbelief. It felt like half a day had passed before it finally dawned upon him. Jiao Lai Bai hoarsely croaked, "Bastard, you tricked me again. It was all an act. Weren't you trying to do the same, except that recently your mind was a tad distracted and you're acting, it's too fake." Xiao Zhan smugly laughed, his tone full of mockery. Good, very good, extremely good, the best, Xiao Zhan. Jiao Lai Bai will remember those words."
Jia Lai continued to gasp out a few breaths in fury, his gaze cold and venomous. Xiao Yan ignored his threat. With a final sneer he turned to face Yafei and said, Mistress Yafei, let us start the last auction. Nodding her head, Yafei smiled as she maintained her impartial expression. Yet inside, she was giddy with laughter at this turn of events. This auction had exceeded her wildest expectations, and the better the profits, the more the mysterious alchemist would favor the auction house. Gracing the ashen-faced Jia Lai Bai with a consoling smile, Yafei once again bent to retrieve the last 2 bottles of foundation elixir. Complimenting her rosy lips with a dazzling smile, she announced, Ladies and gentlemen, this is the last batch of elixirs. Likewise, the starting bid is 30,000. At the sight of the final batch of elixirs, the few elders in Xiao Zhan's vicinity trembled and hurriedly gazed at Xiao Zhan with obvious intentions. Calmly sitting in his chair, Xiao Zhan took no notice of the elders' signals. Instead his gaze looped around the auction house, coming around full circle before he finally announced in an icy tone, 50,000. Having heard Xiao Zhan's bid, Jia Lai Bai's face tightened as his mouth instinctively started to open, yet at the thought of his current financial crisis, he could only shut it regretfully. In another corner Aobapa kept eyeing the stoic Xiao Zhan. Furrowing his brow and thrumming his fingers against the back of his hand, Aobapa's eyes faintly flickering in movement of revelation. In a moment, he faintly smiled and said, 55,000. The 3 great clans of Wu-Tang City had a strange relationship, each wanted to consume the other two's businesses, yet each feared to act out against the other clan, for the neutral clan would gain from them doing so. Yet even if 2 of them joined hands, they could not avoid suspecting their partner. Thus, unless they were assured of completely wiping out one party, all 3 sides could only continue in this complicated and brittle stalemate that had formed between them. Each of the 3 great clans had their own set of grudges, each could not stand the sight of another. Even though before, Aobapa had mocked and ridiculed Jia Lai Bai, and now that Xiao Zhan was bidding, Aobapa was more than willing to compete with Xiao Zhan so that Xiao Clan would lose a bit more money. Aobapa's bid didn't make Xiao Zhan face change expression. With a casual glance, Xiao Zhan called out, 65,000. 65,000 was a bit too much for the regular market price for a foundation elixir, but Xiao Zhan was also knew deep down that in this 3-way struggle between the clans, it would be impossible to buy a foundation elixir for a low or even fair price. The Xiao clan leader sure is extravagant, but I'm afraid of being betricked by you. I already have foundation elixir, so I'll give this one to you. After Xiao Zhan's bid, Aobapa had started to hesitate. It would seem that after the Jia Lai Bai's huge loss, he had become even more cautious. Xiao Zhan gazed at Aobapa and relaxed in his chair while giving out a laugh. The smile, or whatever Aobapa had plastered on his face, was obviously not what the man was feeling. Regardless, Xiao Zhan still let out a grumble afterward, damn it, I had to pay an extra 10,000. This bastard is nothing good. Hearing those words, Xiao Yan thought that it was comical. In this kind of battle, were there any good men? If the other party did not fear of ending up in a predicament like Jia Lai Bai, he would have definitely continued to raise the bid even more before finally letting the matter drop. Tapping his fingers, Xiao Yan directed his gaze upon the stage at Yafei, who had just brought down the small hammer, signaling the end of the auction. Inwardly, he let out a sigh of relief. This sum of money would be enough for a period of time. Now, all that was left were the alchemy ingredients and for Yao Lao to refine the qi-gathering powder. Soon, I'll be a doja. Xiao Yan licked his lips and let out a long sigh. The first obstacle in his training journey was about to be overcome. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 60, Ingredients Obtained. Chapter 60, Ingredients Obtained. Seeing that the auction was about to end, Xiao Yan found an excuse to sneak away. After carefully leaving the auction floor, Xiao Yan walked along a nearby street for a little bit. He made his way towards a secluded corner and donned the big, black cloak he had previously purchased. Wrapping himself up in the bulky cloak inhibited his movements, so he could only slowly return to the auction floor. Ever since Yafei had identified him as a 4th-tier alchemist, she had stationed an informant on the auction floor to watch for any signs of the mysterious man. Consequently, as soon as Xiao Yan arrived, there was already a delicate and pretty maiden that had been waiting who led him to the back and carefully waited on him. Silently sitting in his chair, Xiao Yan lifted the teacup on the table to his lips and took a sip. He took a quick glimpse at the timid maiden next to him and faintly nodded his head. The voice of an old man could be heard even though Xiao Yan's lips never moved. How much longer until the auction ends? Ah! The sudden question made the maiden jump. Xiao Yan, enshrouded behind a large black cloak, was given a concealed look by the girl. She then, with a pale face, tightly clenched her small hands and nervously replied, Sir, the auction has already ended. Yafei is handling the transfer procedure. Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel puzzled when he saw the maiden. She looked like a startled hare. He wasn't that scary, was he?
Reluctant to accept that possibility, he shook his head and continued in silence. Standing to the side with her head bowed, the girl looked at the once again silent Xiao Yan and secretly let out a breath. She had been warned by Master Gu and I, when she had taken on this task, to never hesitate to satisfy any request this mysterious person may have, even if that request was to do something extra. Having worked at the auction floor for a year, the young girl obviously understood what these extra tasks would require. This was why, every time Xiao Yan spoke, she would shiver from head to toe. She was afraid that this mysterious man might request one of those extra tasks. The girl stood trembling for about 10 minutes, after which footsteps could be heard outside the door. She was finally able to relax a little bit. "Oh, sir, you arrived really early. Xueli should have entertained you properly, right?" Yafei's serpentine waist swayed and she released an alluring demeanor as she slowly walked into the room. Her curvy figure could make men with little self-control feel fiery impulses. "Succubus," his heart once again cried out. Xiao Yan withdrew backwards, and lightly nodded. Watching Xiao Yan nod, the maiden standing to the side once again released a breath. She respectfully bowed and quickly left. Seeing that Xiao Yan's appearance had no trace of dissatisfaction, Yafei felt relieved. She gave him a smile that contained heaven's charm. Her smile gave Xiao Yan an electrifying jolt. When interacting with this enchantress, Xiao Yan didn't dare let down his guard. Under the cloak, he stroked the unadorned black ring, hurriedly handing over the responsibility of speaking to Yao Lao. "Has the auction ended?" "Yes." Yafei wore a smiling expression as she nodded her snow-white chin. Yafei waved her hand and a light blue jade card appeared in her hand. She laughed. "Sir, these 7 foundation elixirs, altogether auctioned off for 285,000 gold coins. After deducting taxes, the rest of the money is on this card." Xiao Yan reached forward and took the card. It rested comfortably in his hand and was clearly expensive to make. He lightly caressed the jade card and nodded. Looking at the pair of young and fair palms, Yafei once again had a strange feeling. "This price is beyond my expectations. I am very satisfied." Yao Lao's voice made Yafei feel pleased. She quickly discarded any strange thoughts. Staring with her alluring eyes, she pursed her rosy lips and laughed. "If you still want to auction medicine later, please come to the Primer auction house, we will definitely strive to get you the best price." Nodding his head, Xiao Yan put away the jade card. After a slight hesitation, Yao Lao's voice inquired, "The ingredients I requested, did you find them?" Her long and narrow eyebrows bent in a beautiful arc. Yafei lightly laughed. The lovable tone made Xiao Yan feel somewhat pleasantly surprised. "Yes, our auction house naturally fulfilled your request." Yafei clapped her hands, and Gu and I personally stepped forward holding a jade plate. Then he stopped by Xiao Yan's side and bowed. He carefully placed the jade plate onto the table and laughed. "Sir, the ingredients you have requested are all here." Xiao Yan's eyes lit up in happiness when he looked at the plate full of ingredients beside him. This auction house's power was nothing small. If he were to try and buy these ingredients himself, he would have wasted a lot of time and energy. But here, this auction house was able to gather everything in a single day. This left Xiao Yan overjoyed at his unexpected fortune. Sorry for the trouble." Seeing all the materials for qi refining powder gathered, even Yao Lao's indifferent voice grew a little soft. Having interacted with many people at the auction floor for many years, Yafei was naturally able to distinguish Yao Lao's softer tone. She was pleasantly surprised. This transaction was the right decision. "I don't want to take advantage of you. The money for these ingredients, subtract it from this card." Seeing that Xiao Yan was about to bring out the card again, Yafei immediately laughed. "Sir, we obtained these ingredients internally. The price is much cheaper compared to what you would find outside. Your 2 auctions gained a lot of reputation for our auction house. How could we dare take money for these things? Fine, let's do it your way. If I need more ingredients in the future, I will exchange pills with you." Nodding his head, the astute Yao Lao understood that she wanted to create a good relationship. Not wanting to argue with her, Xiao Yan carefully picked up the jade plate and stored its contents away. "Okay, I have other business to attend to and will not stay any longer." Seeing that everything had been stored, Xiao Yan stood up. He shook his hands and headed directly outside. "Sir, Yafei will accompany you." Yafei winked at Gu and I. The 2 of them stepped forward to lead the way. Xiao Yan followed these 2 auction managers who graciously led the way and walked out of the back room. He raised his head and slowed down. As they were leaving the back room, a group of 3 people across the auction floor also emerged. Sweeping his eyes over the 3 people, Xiao Yan couldn't help but nervously tug on his cloak. He realized that the person in the middle was his father Xiaozhan. "Please don't let him see me," prayed Xiao Yan.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 61, Disguise. Chapter 61, Disguise. While the three clans began to leave through the entrance of the auction house, the respective clan leaders gave phony smiles and unpleasant laughs. As they left each other's sights, a trace of hostility and mockery appeared on their faces. The three clans swaggered across the hall as they left, and whenever they passed by, the people would quickly move aside. In Wu-Tang City, there were virtually no other powers that could rival the three great clans. Once again, Xiao Yan half-heartedly said a few words to the nearby Aobapa. Suddenly, Xiao Yan's movements stiffened and his footsteps halted. Looking at Xiao Yan's movements, everyone shifted their gazes to his line of sight, and their bodies could not help but tremble slightly. Even Jialai Bai and Aobapa's faces changed a bit. At the hall's other entrance, three figures slowly walked out. The person leading them was unexpectedly Primer Auction House's chief auctioneer Ye Fei. As frequent customers of the auction, Xiao Yan and others all knew this woman's true face. Although this woman usually puts on an appearance filled with smiles, everyone knew that this woman was actually very arrogant. Previously, Aobapa wanted to invite her to have a meal but was directly met with an exceptionally polite refusal. From this incident, people understood that this woman, unlike her outward appearance, was not easy to get close to. Today, however, this haughty woman, contrary to her normal self, was respectfully guiding guests. This really did make Xiao Yan and the others amazed. Eyes blinking a little, Xiao Yan and the others' gaze shifted once more to the rear and their faces continued to change. At the back of the group of three, the auction's alchemist elder Gu Enai was smiling and said a few words into the ears of a mysterious black-hooded person. His smiling expression was all over his face, so much so that a trace of flattery could be seen. If Ye Fei's deferential attitude had caused Xiao Yan and the others to feel amazed, then the attitude Gu Enai displayed made them feel stunned. As Wu-Tan City's highest-ranked alchemist, usually only the three clan heads could meet him. When they did, they were respectful and did not dare to be impolite in the slightest. As a second-tier alchemist, Gu Enai maintained that pride of being an alchemist. When he spoke indifferently, making others revere him even more. But this type of person, he unexpectedly showed such respect without even trying to hide his flattering smiles. That person he's trying to win the favor of. Who could this person be? The sight brought shock. Finally, their gazes slowly shifted onto the center's black-cloaked figure. Sweeping over the shadowy figure's plump stature, Xiao Yan anxiously thought in his mind, who is this person? Someone who can make Primer Auction House's most important people respectfully send him off? What would a person of this level come to Wu-Tan City for? Licking his somewhat dry lips, Xiao Yan looked around from left to right and actually found that Jialai Bai and Aobapa were also curious and shocked. Raising his eyes expectantly at the three incoming people, Xiao Yan's face squeezed out a small smile, walked forward 2 steps, and smiled. Lady Ye Fei, Gu Enai Elder. Ha ha. It really is rare to see you two appear together. When Ye Fei and Gu Enai came out earlier, the two had already caught sight of the clan leaders. Looking at Xiao Yan coming out to speak, their movements were still the same. But only after the black-cloaked person stopped did they heave a sigh of relief. Ha ha. We're sending off a precious guest, that's all. Ye Fei lightly laughed. Oh. Haha, Jialai Bai also approached smiling. Shortly after, his gaze shifted from Ye Fei to the black-hooded person and politely asked, Haha. I don't know if this mister is also from Wu-Tang City? Haha, you look somewhat unfamiliar to me. Cough. Jialai Clan Elder, this mister is Primer Auction House's precious guest. Gu Enai Elder's eyebrows furrowed and coughed to warn Jialai Bai to not ask questions carelessly. Hearing Gu Enai Elder's warning tone, Jialai Bai's complexion slightly changed and whispered to himself, even Gu Enai Elder acts this fearfully? What is this person's identity? Seeing how Jialai Bai was met with a tactful retort, Xiao Yan swallowed what he was about to say. Looking at Guni's cautious stance, this black-cloaked person was obviously on a completely different level of existence from them. At the moment, he had no choice but to laugh a bit and then tactfully withdraw. You are Xiao Yan of the Xiao clan, right? Just when Xiao Yan was about to withdraw, the silent black-cloaked person suddenly asked in a dull tone. Hearing this elderly voice, Xiao Yan stared blankly a bit. Soon after, he hesitated and then nodded. I heard that the young master of your clan relied on this foundation elixir to leap to the 9th Dou Qi. Haha, this really causes me to be in awe. The black-cloaked person laughed dully. Met with this sort of courteous treatment, Xiao Yan felt delight in his heart and smiled, my son has good luck. Waving his hands in a carefree manner, the black-cloaked person smiled, luck is also part of one's power. In the future, if there is ever an opportunity, I would like to meet him. Maybe he can even become an alchemist. In a somewhat stunned manner,
Xiao Yan appeared as if he did not understand what the elder was saying. Okay. In the future, if there is ever an opportunity, I will look for your Xiao clan to collaborate together. Smiling, the black-cloaked person turned around to face Yafei and Gu and I. There's no need to send me off, I still have some business to do. I will leave first. After speaking, Xiao Yan didn't wait for their reactions and walked in big strides out of the auction house. Stroking his face in an ineffable way, Xiao Yan turned his head and actually saw Yafei and Gu and I staring at him, faces filled with envy. Xiao clan leader, do you recognize that old mister? Yafei asked. It was my first time seeing him. Xiao Yan forced a smile and shook his head nervously towards Yafei and Gu and I, who held strange expressions on their faces. Sigh, the Xiao family has been blessed. Gu and I gently shook his head. He shot a glance at the foundation elixirs, which Jiao Libai held tightly to his chest as if they were precious treasures, and said indifferently, those things were refined by him. Having heard what was said, the complexions of the three family heads changed wildly. After a short while, Xiao Yan's face lit up with delight. He hadn't expected that the black-cloaked elder would be an alchemist. Looking at Gu Ni's previous attitude, it was clear that the elder was a much higher-ranked alchemist than even Gu and I. If a second-tier alchemist was able to make them courteous and modest, then what about a third or even a fourth-tier alchemist? Heavens, his kind of clan did not have the qualifications to even meet this type of senior. We've profited greatly this time. Thinking back to when that black-hooded person offered to collaborate in the future, Xiao Yan's two eyes immediately lit up and he involuntarily mumbled to himself. To the side, after their shock faded, Jiao Libai and Ao Bapa's eyes flashed with envy as if they were like rabbit's eyes. TL, rabbit eyes or red eyes equals envy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 62, Slap. Chapter 62, Slap. Leaving the auction house, Xiao Yan wandered the streets for some time. When he saw that there weren't too many people around him, he slipped into a nearby alley. Taking off his black cloak, Xiao Yan grumbled, "Teacher, you almost exposed me back there." Hee, what I just did, wasn't that what your heart desires as well? From the unadorned, pitch-black ring resounded an amused Yao Lao's laugh. These words caused Xiao Yan to helplessly shake his head, but it was true that he felt a bit apologetic towards his father. Twice he had auctioned some products and thus twice he had extorted money from Xiao Yan. He kicked the cloak into the gutter, whispering, "I'll make it up to him by finding an opportunity to collaborate with the Xiao clan in the future. That should net him a bit of compensation." With prized ingredients in hand, Xiao Yan stuffed them inside his bosom. After exiting the alley, he practically flew back to the Xiao clan's residence. Since Xiao Yan and company weren't back yet, the place felt kind of empty. The guards at the gate, seeing the Xiao clan's super-duper talented young master, didn't dare obstruct him. Seeing their behavior, the young master flashed a smile and then dashed in. With a vigorous dash, Xiao Yan arrived at his own room and took out the ingredients out of his bosom. He treated the ingredients as one would treasure. Cupping his hand, he scooped them out and placed them on the table. The first was a withered yellow plant with 5 ink-black leaves. That was the inkleaf lotus, each leaf represented 10 years of age. The snake venom fruit was round and about as big as half a fist. If the dark green fruit was put beneath the nose, one would smell a sweet and sour tanginess. The snake venom fruit was quite rare, being found only near the lairs of 5th rank or above snake magical beasts. Due to the fruit's association with the snake, the fruit's coldine element was abundant and as a result, the fruit was frequently used as a mediator for the effects of a medicine. TL, yin and yang, yin is the dark side. Spirit gathering grass, despite mostly looking like normal grass, had a small, yellow light at the tips. The stronger the light, the more pure the grass energy. The rank 2 water attribute magic core had a rich, azure blue color. When put on the table, it not only moisturized the surrounding air but also drenched the table. Needless to say, the water property of the core was evident. After his eyes swept across the ingredients once more, Xiao Yan used a low voice to impatiently ask, "Teacher, all the ingredients are present. Can we start refining? Why are you so impatient? It's not like the ingredients are going to sprout feet and run away. We can't be interrupted while refining, it's still light out. What if by some off chance, somebody comes in and we're interrupted? Someone would learn about me and the ingredients would go to waste." Within the ring, Yao Lao rang out, "It's better to refine at night." Hearing these words, Xiao Yan dejectedly shook his head and let out a sigh. What else could he do other than hide the ingredients in a cupboard, lie on his bed and wait for night to descend? After lying for about half an hour, his door was abruptly kicked open with a bang. A pair of sexy, slender legs walked in. Turns out it was Xiao Yu. She scanned the room and seeing that Xiao Yan was napping, she coldly injected, "Young master, dinner isn't going to eat itself." Do you expect to receive an invitation or something? The process of Xiao Yan shifting from nap mode to full alert barely took a moment. Sitting upright on the bed, he looked dazedly at Xiao Yu, and after quite a while, he broke into a cold sweat. Damn it, good thing teacher didn't start the refining process a while ago, this be *tch. Thinking about the what-if situation caused Xiao Yan's heart tremble. One could almost hear the gulp resounding from his throat. However, after shifting his gaze to Xiao Yu, he started to feel rage boil from within. The corners of his mouth twitched, and then Xiao Yan took a long breath, finally calming down. As for the fear he felt a while ago, it was converted to fury. Idiot, do you know what manners are? Are you smart enough to enter but too dumb to knock? Where's your upbringing? This was the first time Xiao Yu saw an outwardly furious Xiao Yan, and as a result she could only look on like an idiot. His stream of verbal abuse caused her charming face to ashen, and at the same time she nipped her silver tooth. Then the pair of sexy legs moved, in fact charged, directly toward Xiao Yan. Little bastard, I kicked your door down. So what? From now on I'll be kicking it down every day. With Xiao Yu charging at him, wanting to teach him a lesson, Xiao Yan was ashen-faced as well. He lifted up his palm and clenched it, vacuum palm. A strong suction force rushed toward Xiao Yan's palm, causing the assaulter, who attempted to stop just in front of the bed, to instead land on top of it. After attaining 9 to 1 Dou Qi, Xiao Yan's vacuum palm's suction strength increased by quite a bit. A few days ago, moving the body weight of a person was simply unfathomable, but now it was quite possible. Although Xiao Yan was a bit surprised by the increase in efficacy, the feeling didn't last long and quickly turned into indignation. With a flip of his body, he managed to subdue that pair of sexy legs, and shortly after, he ruthlessly pressed his foot against her flat and smooth, jade-like underbelly, and then quickly leaned over to press down both of his hands to restrain her hands. Finding herself once again in such an embarrassing posture with Xiao Yan caused Xiao Yu to feel a bit dazed. After a moment, that attractive face flushed red in a most alluring fashion and a violent struggle ensued. Xiao Yu once again bit her silver tooth, cursing in a rage, little bastard, go away. Due to the struggle to lock her two palms in place, Xiao Yan's also felt quite tired. At the start of another bout, he suddenly gave way and pulled Xiao Yu's palm, causing her to flip over. After the flip, Xiao Yu's back was arched as her long legs stretched out over the bed. But Xiao Yan wasn't in the mood to check them out. He gnashed his teeth, raised up a hand, and without hesitation, slapped downwards. Pa! The crisp sound fluttered inside the room and then into oblivion. Learned your lesson yet? Don't enter my room without knocking first. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 63, The Heavenly Flames Ranking. Chapter 63, The Heavenly Flames Ranking. At the dining table, Xiao Yan shot a crooked glance at the ferocious eater sitting in front of him. As Xiao Yu ate, her silver teeth made crunching sounds. Curling his lips, Xiao Yan recalled the previous peculiar yet splendid feeling, and his right hand's fingers couldn't help but stroke the hollow of his palm. Seated across from him, Xiao Yu, who had been staring maliciously at Xiao Yan the entire time, saw his movements and her charming face turned red again. Looking weirdly at Xiao Yu grinding her teeth, and then seeing the nearby Xiao Yan's nonchalant attitude, Xun Er wrinkled her eyebrows in suspicion. Soon after, she shook her head helplessly, and little by little swallowed the food in front of her. Xiao Yan's gaze skipped over Xiao Yu and stopped on the body of Xiao Ning. At this moment, Xiao Ning's face was filled with joy, the curves on his mouth almost extended halfway across his face. Fingers lightly tapping the edge of the table, Xiao Yan, taking delight in other people's misfortunes, thought to himself, this guy should have already received the foundation elixir, right? Little does he know, the elixir doesn't have much of an effect to those at 8th Duan Qi or above. Laughing quietly to himself, Xiao Yan's line of sight swept over the surroundings in a somewhat bored manner. Looking at his smiling father, his heart was bewildered. The family communal meal, isn't it only held during certain holidays? What's there to be so festive for today? Could it be that spending a large amount of money to buy the foundation elixir is an event worthy of being celebrated? Letting his imagination run wild, Xiao Yan naturally didn't know that this family communal meal was because of the words said by the mysterious black-cloaked person about collaborating with Xiao Clan if there was ever an opportunity to. Working together with a second-tier or higher alchemist would earn them profits that would make most people's eyes red with envy. It was even possible that the family could thereby leap up in rank, rising higher than the other two great families. Thus, it was no surprise that the usual steady and calm father would be so happy. And for those several other elders, they were even more so, grinning from ear to ear. Looking at their half-closed old eyes, it was evident that this good fortune that had dropped out of the sky made them somewhat dazed. The festive mood at the communal meal slowly faded, and upon seeing his father's wave of farewell, Xiao Yan promptly jumped out of his chair. He then rushed out of the hall and went straight to his room. Not long after Xiao Yan left, Xiao Yu clenched her teeth and chased after him but could not find a single shadow. Helpless, she could only stamp her feet in hatred and left with a heart filled with rage. Returning to his room and having learned the hard way from his own personal experience, Xiao Yan did not yet ask Lao Yao to immediately refine the medicine. After closing the door and window, he lazily rolled onto his bed and feeling muddle-headed, fell asleep. Late at night, after everyone had fallen asleep, lying on the bed, Xiao Yan opened his 2 eyes. He eagerly jumped off the bed and took out the hidden-away ingredients from the cupboard. Carefully placing them on the table, he turned his head. Looking towards Yao Lao, the ghost that was floating a foot off of the ground, Xiao Yan gently asked, "Teacher, you're ready now, right? At long last you've learned how to be a bit careful. Refining pills requires an extremely quiet environment. If I am disturbed, the consequences are very severe. Right now, I won't feel any retaliation damage, but later when you begin learning alchemy, if you continue to be careless, then I'm afraid you will lose your little life a bit sooner rather than later." Yao Lao walked to one side of the table and gently touched each ingredient with his ghostly palm. Nodding his head slightly, his dull tone of voice carried a little bit of severity. Lowering his head in shame, Xiao Yan scratched his head as he received the instructions. Only after seeing Xiao Yan's obedience, did Yao Lao heave a sigh of relief. He drearily spread out his palms and a white flame burst forth. With his soul perception continuously controlling the fire's temperature, Yao Lao took advantage of the idle time and cast a glance at Xiao Yan, who was staring curiously at the fire in Yao Lao's palm. Slightly hesitating, Yao Lao quietly whispered, "The ranks of most alchemists can be distinguished from the color of their flame, but ordinary alchemists have flames with a faint yellow color. As their rank increases, the flame color turns darker and the strength of the flame grows stronger." Having heard what was said, Xiao Yan blinked, pointed at the flame in Yao Lao's hands and asked, "Then teacher, why is yours white?" What I previously said was for the commonly seen alchemist flames. However, within the alchemist circle, besides relying on Dou Qi as a catalyst for the flame, there is also another method. Yao Lao smiled with a hint of pride. "That is, borrowing the flame." Borrowing the flame? They weren't unfamiliar words. He understood what each word meant, but Xiao Yan was at a loss. How can one borrow the flame needed to refine pills? That's right, borrowing the flame. Nodding his head, Yao Lao chuckled, "Within this boundless world, there exists some heaven and earth heavenly flames. Perhaps the flame came from within a meteor that fell from the heavens, or perhaps the flame came from the depths of a volcano, forged through hundreds of thousands of years by the lava. The power of these heavenly flames is many times greater than the power of flames created through Dou Qi. Refining pills with these flames can even increase the effectiveness of the medicine. Only, these heaven and earth heavenly flames are exceedingly violent and are seldom to come by. And even if you see one, it is extremely difficult to control. A lot of alchemists spend their entire lives searching for these heavenly flames and still fail to obtain one. After all, in order to control a heavenly flame, you need to bring the flame into your body. However, the nature of the flame is wildly destructive. Even the magic gold diamond, which is one of the hardest metals, is unable to contain the heavenly flame's heat and your fragile human body. You would burn yourself alive. Therefore, only the extremely few lucky winners can, by chance, refine a small amount of heavenly flame. Once the flame joined together with the body, these types of people, without an exception, are people of outstanding talent within the alchemist world. Stunned for a long while, Xiao Yan licked his lips. His gaze was closely watching the white flame in Yao Lao's palm and could faintly feel an ice-cold sensation. "Teacher's flame must be a type of heavenly flame, right?" Xiao Yan inquired. He. Lifting up his flame, Yao Lao's face gave off a light glow. Eyes blazing, he spoke, "In the Dou Qi mainland's alchemist society, the known heavenly flames are ranked in the heavenly flames ranking. There are a total of 23 types and my flame is ranked 11, known as the bone-chilling flame. This type of heavenly flame only appears every 100 years, when the eclipse occurs and the extreme cold and extreme yin intersect. Bone-chilling flame, ... Without blinking, Xiao Yan stared at that surging white flame and softly murmured to himself. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 64, Creation of the Qi Gathering Pill. Chapter 64, Creation of the Qi Gathering Pill. To obtain the bone-chilling flame, I had waited in a place without light for 8 long years, and when the moment to assimilate the flame finally came, despite all my preparations I was nearly burnt to ashes. Yao Lao sighed as he shook his head. A rare lingering fear could be seen on his normally serene face. Looks like that encounter had left a strong impression on him. Although it was extremely dangerous, having obtained the bone-chilling flame in the end, it was all worth it. Yao Lao proudly declared as he waved about the white flame in the palm of his hand as if showing it off to a large crowd. He then smiled as he continued to elaborate, "With a heavenly flame, not only can you refine pills of better quality, but also, when encountering a foe of the same level, he would not be a match for you." Hearing this, Xiao Yan gazed at that raging dull white flame, his face filled with envy.
Seeing that envious look on Xiao Yan's face, Yao Lao let out a laugh as a devious expression flashed across his face. His tone changed as he said, something like a heavenly flame is still a long way off for you. For now, your greatest wish should be to become a dojo as soon as possible. Feeling regretful, Xiao Yan nodded his head. He could only temporarily slurp back the drool that had formed due to his longing for the heavenly flame and drag himself back to face reality. Yao Lao lightly smiled at the sight of Xiao Yan coming back to his senses. At the center of his hand, the white flame continued to burn as wisps escaped to soar up into the air, only to dissipate shortly after. A dry hand picked up a stalk of inkleaf lotus and gently dropped it into the flame. As the inkleaf lotus came into contact with the bone-chilling flame, it was instantly burned into the form of an ink-black liquid which rolled about within the flame, revealing its hidden luster. The white flame churned as it grew more and more intense, yet Xiao Yan noticed that strangely, the air surrounding the white flame grew colder and colder. Yao Lao was concentrating all his attention into controlling the temperature of the flame within his palm. If the temperature were just a slight bit higher, the ink-black liquid would be evaporated into nothingness. After the temperature of the flame was maintained at a certain point for a period of time, specks of yellow impurity suddenly appeared within the ink-black liquid. Gazing at the yellow specks of impurity, Yao Lao finally gave a slight nod. With a light flick of his finger, the yellow specks gathered and separated with some of the ink-black liquid into a smaller ball of liquid and was expelled from the main body. After expelling the yellow impurities, other tiny light yellow impurities started appearing one after another. Likewise, these impurities were cleaned up by Yao Lao. The white flame continued to burn. Within it, the ink-black liquid which was originally half a fist large had shrunk to a mere thumb-size amount. Deep black liquid rolled about at the center of the white flame, like a black pearl, serene and mysterious. When the first stalk of inkleaf lotus was the size of a thumb, Yao Lao finally stopped calcining. He continued by dropping the other 4 stalks into the flame, calcining them into 4 black pearl-like balls of pure liquid. After a long period of purification by the bone-chilling flame, 5 small bodies of fluid slowly fused together. At the moment of fusion, the volume expanded by a large extent. However, a split second later, it shrunk to only a thumb size. Having spent a long time rolling about in the white flame, it was as if within the inky blackness of the liquid, a small white flame could be seen dancing about. Seeing this, in one fluid motion Yao Lao quickly grabbed the snake venom fruit on the table and threw it into the flame. Once the snake venom fruit entered the flame, it was transformed into a dark green fluid which emitted traces of icy air. Removing the impurities from the dark green fluid, Yao Lao gradually covered the dark green fluid with the now burning ink-black fluid. Z. Strange noises echoed about as the 2 liquids of different attributes met and a white smoky plume rose from within the raging flame. As the plume of smoke given off gradually decreased, a rough pill-like object started to form from within the flame. Gazing serenely upon the almost formed pill, Yao Lao slightly inclined his head. Once again he threw the spirit-gathering grass and the water attribute ranked 2 magic stone into the flame. Melt into liquid, remove impurities, fuse together. These 3 types of actions were complicated procedures which required a meticulous effort. Yet Yao Lao managed to accomplish all of them as if they were a single fluid motion, not even stopping a single time. Having seen Yao Lao's sharp and precise movements, even Xiao Yan, an outsider to the alchemist ways who had yet to understand even the basics of the art, could not help but praise Yao Lao in his heart. Neutralizing the rampaging power in the magic stone with the spirit-gathering grass, the pure light blue energy was poured into the pill-like object as it was still forming. When the last drop of blue energy entered into the pill, the bumpy-looking pill-like object was restored into a smooth and slippery shape. A dull blue gleam could be seen hovering on the surface of the pill, making it look both splendid and magnificent. Though finished with all the steps, Yao Lao did not stop there. Instead he warmed the pill in the flame for almost 10 minutes before finally extinguishing the white flame within his palm. When the flame died away, Yao Lao's left hand swiftly sucked a jade bottle from the table towards him and fluidly stored the pill, colored in shades of dark green and light blue, into the bottle. Phew, a long sigh escaped his lips as Yao Lao threw the jade bottle to Xiao Yan. He then proceeded to smugly say, "Take a look." Carefully accepting the jade bottle, Xiao Yan excitedly brought it under his nose to take a whiff. A familiar fragrance entered his nostrils which made him feel renewed with energy. While eyeing the bluish-green pill within the bottle, Xiao Yan's outstanding soul perception let him vaguely know that this qi-gathering powder was better than the one previously brought by Neilan Yenran in both quality and effectiveness. At the thought of Neilan Yenran's look and tone as she held the pill, Xiao Yan let out a mocking smile. Shaking his head, Xiao Yan tightly gripped the warm jade bottle, heavily heaving out a breath. It had been 4 years, now he could finally once again step into that level. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 65, Dou Qi Advancement. Chapter 65, Dou Qi Advancement. though Xiao Yan had obtained the qi-gathering pill, he did not immediately consume it. Rather, he let out a deep sigh as he forcefully suppressed his impatience and made himself get into bed to rest. Xiao Yan knew that if he started the process to become a dojo in his current state, the chances of failure were over 70%. Although Yao Lao could easily create another qi-gathering pill, Xiao Yan did not want to take an unnecessary risk that could be easily avoided. Seeing that Xiao Yan was able to resist the enticement of immediately breaking through the dojo level, Yao Lao nodded his head with a sense of satisfaction. With that gratified look on his face, his body dazzled as he transformed into ray of light and disappeared into the ring. After the completion of the qi-gathering pill, Xiao Yan's training pace gradually slowed into a stable rhythm. Every day, he did an hour of Dou Qi training before going to the mountains at the back of the Xiao clan to practice his Dou skills. If he had time, Xiao Yan would accompany Xun Er to stroll about Wu-Tang City. All in all, an extremely satisfying leisurely life. When 5 days of this easygoing life had passed, Xiao Yan finally felt that he was at the peak condition. It was now the best time to try to become a dojo. In the mountains behind the Xiao clan estate, there existed a hidden cave under a cliff. This cave was about a meter wide and had been specially chosen by Xiao Yan as his training ground. On the other side of the cliff were misty clouds, while further down under the mist was the Devil Beast mountain range, filled with many fierce beasts. Below the cliff was a precipice so deep you could not see into its depths. The only entrance to the cave was a narrow trail which had already been concealed by Xiao Yan using branches and stones. Thus Xiao Yan was very sure that if he chose this place to make a breakthrough, he would not be interrupted by anyone. Slowly breathing in, Xiao Yan brought out the jade bottle. Tilting the bottle, a bluish-green pill rolled out. Gazing upon the glossy and smooth qi-gathering pill, a small smile formed on Xiao Yan's face. He once again inhaled the fragrance that would ease one's heart. Licking his lips, Xiao Yan unhesitantly popped the pill into his mouth. As the qi-gathering pill entered his mouth, an ice-cold sensation could be felt transmitting from his mouth. A split second later, a lukewarm pure energy essence started transferring from his mouth into his body, eliciting a violent jerk of Xiao Yan's body. With a serene face, Xiao Yan used both hands to quickly form the hand seal of absorbing Dou Qi. His breathing steadily eased as the Dou Qi within his body responded to his thoughts and started to rapidly tangle with the strong and pure essence from the pill to rapidly refine it. Within the small cave, the originally tranquil air suddenly heaved as lines of white Dou Qi gathered from the air and surged continuously into Xiao Yan's body. Biting his lip in pain, the two energies collided within his body and caused waves of pain to emanate from the channels all over his body. Thankfully, Xiao Yan's channels were much tougher than an ordinary person's, and thus even though it was painful, it would not cause too much damage to him. In his body, the Dou Qi surrounded the pure green energy essence, rapidly refining it. Green energy was continuously being changed into white Dou Qi, and with the newly formed Dou Qi to propel the process, the Dou Qi within Xiao Yan's body rapidly expanded to the point where it could be seen growing with the naked eye. Even though the pure essence from the pill was being refined unceasingly, the essence kept flowing endlessly. Every time the Dou Qi managed to refine a batch of essence, a new and bigger batch of green energy would gush forward. With both Dou Qi being refined within his body and absorbed from outside, the Dou Qi within Xiao Yan's body gradually filled a large portion of his body's channels. As before, the refining process continued. When the pill essence finally started to diminish, Xiao Yan, who was drunk on the rapid growth of his power, suddenly realized that the Dou Qi in his body had swelled to a critical point and could no longer be increased. The increasing Dou Qi caused Xiao Yan's channels to twitch as the corners of Xiao Yan's mouth split open in response to the waves of intense pain. Quick! Condense the Dou Qi cyclone before it explodes. Yao Lao's shout was like a clap of thunder, exploding out in Xiao Yan's heart. Taking in a deep breath of cool air, Xiao Yan's hand seal suddenly changed in a flash of understanding. Touching his thumbs and middle fingers at the same spot, the 10 fingers in his hand formed a weird hand seal. Xiao Yan had taken this step years before, and therefore when he used it once again, it flowed like water, smooth and undeterred. Following the change in hand seal, the surging Dou Qi within Xiao Yan's body suddenly flooded downwards under a wild and ferocious sucking force from the abdomen. When all of the Dou Qi had gathered into the abdomen area, the white Dou Qi started turning to a milky white color. Quickly compress the Dou Qi. Use your soul perception to compress it. If the Dou Qi fails to be condensed into a cyclone, you will once again drop to the 8 Duan Qi. Yao Lao's shout resounded once again in Xiao Yan's heart. Slightly nodding his head, Xiao Yan concentrated his mind to the task. In an instant, his outstanding soul perception acquired control over the Dou Qi. The rapid compression started. The milky white Dou Qi resisted the guidance of the soul perception, violently churning about. Though the resistance was in no way weak, Xiao Yan's soul perception had shocked even Yao Lao. Thus the Dou Qi resistance was akin to a praying mantis trying to block a car, only slightly resisting before grudgingly pulling back. When the Dou Qi was compressed to the size of a palm, it froze and stopped moving. Compress again.
Yao Lao shouted.
Gritting his teeth, Xiao Yan screwed his eyes shut. The spiritual perception surrounding the white Dou Qi abruptly peaked in power before ruthlessly pressing down.
Bang!
A light muffled noise quietly sounded within Xiao Yan's body. Following this, the resistance from the Dou Qi finally dissipated, leaving behind a drained Xiao Yan. A heavy sigh escaped as Xiao Yan fell powerlessly to the ground, his chest rose and fell rapidly due to exhaustion. As he laid on the cold floor of the cave, Xiao Yan yet again experienced abundant energy that he had not felt for 4 years. A smile floated upon his lips, growing wider and wider until at last it became a chuckle, a hearty laughter, a howling laughter. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 66, Flame Mantra. Chapter 66, Flame Mantra.
After lying on the icy, cold, rock floor for a long time, Xiao Yan finally managed to catch his breath. The genuine happiness plastered across his face was hard to conceal as he tested out his numb legs before once again entering a training posture. Xiao Yan breathed out gently and slowly closing his eyes he let his thoughts gradually delve into the mysteries of his body. Inner View, a support technique unique to those of Doja level and above. The greater one's strength, the deeper one would be able to explore and penetrate the deeper mysteries of one's body. His thoughts ventured into his abdominal area, where a milky white palm-sized vortex slowly stirred. Cream-white energy swirled around the vortex in a nebulous mist.
Observing the tiny vortex with his thoughts, Xiao Yan nodded his head. He was satisfied.
Although the vortex was tiny, the energy contained within it was more than 10 times more potent than what he had when he was 9 Duan Qi.
Doja and 9 Duan Qi had different natures.
The energy assimilated before becoming a Doja was actually called Dou Qi. After becoming a Doja, the assimilated energy was now known as true Dou Qi. Though there was but a one-word difference between their names, the true difference was more like comparing heaven to earth, completely incomparable. Xiao Yan consciously directed his thoughts to take control of the vortex. Under its control, a thread of milky white Dou Qi was swiftly extracted from the vortex and allowed to swirl around. Continuously controlling the vortex, making it spew forth and absorb back the Dou Qi with his thoughts, Xiao Yan's mastery slowly increased. Only when he was satisfied did Xiao Yan finally stop this game-like training and withdraw his thoughts out of his body. His tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, revealing a milky white light that lingered for about 10 seconds before fading away within his black pupils. Xiao Yan then opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of murky and impure air, after which his complexion brightened noticeably. Rolling his head from side to side to stretch his neck, cracking sounds could be heard which drew out a grin from Xiao Yan. As he lifted his head to gaze at the ghostly figure of Yao Lao who was floating just outside the cave, Xiao Yan smiled brightly and said, "Success. HMPF, it is your good fortune to have successfully condensed a chi vortex on your first try."
Yao Lao replied in an indifferent tone as he nodded his head. "More like I depended on my own abilities?"
Xiao Yan retorted as he loosened his shoulders. Suddenly, he remembered something as a fawning look appeared on his face. Stretching out a hand, he asked somewhat bashfully, "Teacher, I have already reached the Doja level, isn't it time to give me a chi technique?"
Yao Lao rolled his eyes.
His body floated into the cave and he slowly sat before Xiao Yan.
He thought for a while before he asked with a solemn expression, "What chi technique do you want?"
"Well, the thing that's more strange than a heaven-tier chi technique, the one that can evolve." Xiao Yan scratched his head and asked in a somewhat embarrassed tone. Hearing Xiao Yan, a look of conflict flashed across Yao Lao's face and unexpectedly, he remained silent.
"Master, what's wrong? Did you lie about that chi technique?" Seeing the look on Yao Lao's face, Xiao Yan couldn't help but nervously ask.
"The chi technique that I told you about can indeed evolve, I didn't fool you,"
Yao Lao whispered. Hearing Yao Lao confirm his question, a sense of happiness rushed to Xiao Yan's face. Twisting his hands, he carefully asked, "Then can you let me use it? This strange chi technique can indeed evolve but the risk is very high," Yao Lao exclaimed after being silent for a long time. Seeing the look on Yao Lao's face, Xiao Yan slowly pulled his hand back and asked, "How high?" Yao Lao smiled bitterly, "In my life, I have never seen anyone train this chi technique or heard about anyone that uses this chi technique. So, I don't know how high the risk is, however, with my experience and upon seeing the difficulty of this technique, I would say that the maximum success rate would not be more than 20%. 20%? Xiao Yan's face stiffened. "It's that low?" Yao Lao sighed and nodded. "I'm afraid that it is that low, but..."
Smiling bitterly and massaging his forehead, Xiao Yan was still reluctant to give up on the chance to learn an evolving chi technique. The temptation for a chi technique that could evolve into a heaven-tier chi technique was simply too big.
"Teacher, can you give me an overview of this chi technique?"
Yao Lao rubbed his palms together and whispered after a while, this Qi technique's requirements to evolve is related to the heavenly flames that I've told you before.
Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed and he kept silent while listening carefully. Okay, I obtained this Dou Qi technique through an accident.
This Qi technique originally was nameless. However, I gave it a name called Flame Mantra.
Speaking up to here, Yao Lao tried to hide the mixed expression on his face.
It seemed the process to obtain this Dou Qi technique was not as easy as he had told previously. Flame Mantra can indeed evolve, but one of its preconditions is that it needs a heavenly flame as raw material. With each evolution, it needs to swallow one type of heavenly flame. Yao Lao's voice became somewhat rough. You need to know that heavenly flames are some of the most violent forms of energy in this world.
Even if you find it, no one can guarantee that you will be able to swallow it.
In the past, when I discovered this bone-chilling flame, I was almost burned alive to nothingness by it. The scariest part of this method is the need to assimilate the various heavenly flames. Any one of the heavenly flames could place a Dou Huang on the precipice between life and death. I dare not imagine what would happen to a person who had two types of heavenly flames in their body.
Gazing at the unfathomable look that Yao Lao had, Xiao Yan was also frightened stiff. Swallowing heavenly flames to evolve? God damn it, you can't even be sure of whether you will be able to consume the flame or if the flame will consume you. The creator of this Qi method must have been one crazy person. Although this technique is dangerous beyond your wildest dreams, I do not doubt its potential. If it is truly mastered. In the Dou Qi continent, with the exception of a few irregulars, no one else would be your match. Yao Lao sighed. Xiao Yan nodded, slightly awed at its potential.
If someone were able to control a few types of heavenly flames, even a Doushang would not dare take that person lightly.
Of course, that is only if that someone does not first get consumed by the heavenly flames.
Eyeing Xiao Yan, Yao Lao hesitated for a while before asking, now, do you
still want to learn it?
Xiao Yan slightly shivered in silence. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 67, Choice. Chapter 67, Choice. Regarding the flame mantra, Xiao Yan truly did not want to abandon it.
After all, to be able to evolve to a Tian Dou Qi technique, the ability was really enticing. On this enormous Dou Qi continent, a Tian rank Dou Qi technique would be equal to a ticket to become the strongest.
Although the Qi method was powerful, the success rate was not even 20%. This fact would discourage most people. With his 10 fingers intersecting tightly together, Xiao Yan's face changed continuously, bouncing between hesitation and distress.
Watching the apprehension on Xiao Yan's face calmly, Yao Lao's old face also showed a mixed expression. After a while he sighed softly, this matter can only be decided by yourself.
I also do not want to meddle too much. However, I want to ask you one thing. What are your feelings toward the girl Xun Er? To be asked about this issue by Yao Lao startled him. Xiao Yan's face blushed somewhat.
Opening his mouth after a while and with a forced smile, he said, Teacher, why do you suddenly ask about this?
Xun Er is my younger sister.
Towards her, what feeling could I have? At those last words, Xiao Yan seemed to feel somewhat weak.
Sister?
You also know that you do not have the slightest blood relation to her. This beautiful girl is only about 15 or 16 years old, yet the Xiao clan's young generation already admires her endlessly.
When she is grown up, what is there to say anymore?
Speaking up to here, Yao Lao shot a glance to Xiao Yan. Smiling dimly he said, if you think about the possibility that one day another man might marry her,
how would you feel?
Forcing a faint smile on his face, Xiao Yan pursed his brows slowly. He let out a light breath and whispered, seems a little hard to accept. Since you can feel that it is somewhat hard to accept, then in your heart you don't simply think of her as only your younger sister. Yao Lao was smiling yet not smiling as he spoke. His face red once more, Xiao Yan was speechless and he mumbled somewhat.
Spreading out his arms helplessly with a forced smile, he said, Teacher, what do you actually want to say?
All of that was to clear your mind about what feeling you have towards her. Since you and her already have unclear thoughts, you should judge your own strength and your development potential.
Congealing his face, Yao Lao gulped and somewhat doubtfully spoke, the girl's background is a little frightful.
I do not know the exact truth about her background. Somehow, the small Xiao clan has some kind of a relationship with them. However, only this cannot fill the wide gap between you. The gap of status between you two is really too immense. Even if the girl likes you, those people behind her cannot agree to it in any way. Closing his eyes, Xiao Yan intersected his palms together and held them tightly. This continent is a world where strength is respected. To have strength is also to have dignity. Previously you saw the behavior of Neilin Yanran.
The reason as to how she is capable of acting so haughty and how she was able to look down on you is because of her background. Her strength is greater than yours. Looking at Xiao Yan's appearance, Yao Lao sighed with sincere and earnest words. The power behind Xun Er is more frightening than the faction of the Misty Cloud. Therefore, in their eyes, you are only but a worm. Even though you have outstanding talent, they are unlikely to see you as anything important. Truly, through the years, they have already seen many extremely gifted talents. Only if you are able to make them fear your strength, will you have fulfilled your wish? Xiao Yan touched his nose and with a shrug, he asked softly, will practicing flame mantra give me that kind of power? Actually, only by successfully practicing flame mantra will you have that chance. Yao Lao shook his head and he stared again. Sighing lightly, Xiao Yan braced his chin. The smile of that elegant girl in the former days appeared ineffably before his eyes slowly. The silver bell-like laughter hovered in his ear. Taking a long breath, Xiao Yan smiled bitterly and said, Teacher has said this much and still calls it not meddling with my decision? Hee. Yao Lao stroked his withered and aged face as he let out an awkward laugh. Slightly embarrassed, he replied, Okay, I admit I may have had some intentions of goading you, but from my point of view, I really hoped that you would practice this flame mantra. You should know that I am currently just a mere spirit, right? Yao Lao spread out his arms as he asked. Xiao Yan nodded. Other people may have died, but since my soul perception is much stronger than others, I have somehow strangely survived in this form. Yao Lao smiled bitterly as if he was mocking himself. I do not like to live this way, each day feels like a fake and empty illusion to me. I still have things that I must personally accomplish, therefore, I need to leave this spirit state. Teacher wants to revive? Xiao Yan blinked in slight disbelief. Stunned, he continued, in this world, there should be nothing that would be able to revive the dead, right? Under normal circumstances, it is so. Nodding in agreement, a passionate expression appeared on Yao Lao as he continued, yet according to some obscure descriptions of the flame mantra, if successfully mastered, one would be able to blend a few types of heavenly flames together to forge a body that could house a spirit. Obtaining such a body would be a sort of rebirth for me. In the ring, I have endured countless years in a world without daylight, all in hopes of one day meeting a person who has a strong enough soul perception that is able to meet my requirements. I am very lucky to have finally met you. A deep sorrow was etched into the lines of that wrinkled and aged face, though it could only be perceived by a very observant person. Yao Lao gazed into Xiao Yan's pitch-black pair of eyes that stared back at him, smiling bitterly. He continued, just take these words as the idle rumblings of an old man. Alas, though I've said that I would not interfere, in the end, I could not help but speak. I am truly. Sadly shaking his head, Yao Lao stretched forth his gnarled hands. With a small wave, one black and one red scroll faintly glimmered as they appeared in each hand. The red scroll is a fire-attributed Dou Qi method, while the black scroll is the flame mantra. Yao Lao smiled as he raised both hands. His withered face softened slightly as he gently said, Make your own choice and think about the factors that drive you, as long as you remember that whatever your choice, you will always be my disciple and I will never blame you for it. Xiao Yan's palm supported his chin as he stared blankly at the two glittering scroll in front of him. A long time later, he licked his lips and raised his shoulders lazily while smiling. Although I am afraid of death, without power there is no honor. I refuse to go through the kind of humiliation that Nailan Yenran gave me that day ever again. And still, even if it does not go well, I can always change to another Qi method. Shaking his head, a brilliant smile lit up Xiao Yan's already delicate face. In Yao Lao's slightly red and moist eyes, the figure of Xiao Yan could be seen stretching out his hand to firmly grab the black scroll. When his hand touched the scroll, it transformed into a stream of information which poured directly into Xiao Yan's head. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 68, Fallen Heartflame. Chapter 68, Fallen Heartflame. In the narrow cave, Yao Lao watched with closed eyes as Xiao Yan trained his Dou Qi. Rubbing his reddish eyes with his hands, Yao Lao knew that he was one of the reasons why Xiao Yan had chosen this dangerous technique. Emotions welled up within his old heart as he turned to face the sky. With a low sigh, he murmured, Rest assured, I will definitely nurture you into the most outstanding alchemist. After making the breakthrough to become a doja, one would possess the qualifications to practice a Qi method. After practicing a technique, the attributeless milky white Dou Qi within the body would change into the same attribute as the practiced technique. One did not need too much time for the first Dou Qi change, thus barely 2 hours later, Xiao Yan slowly opened his eyes from his cross-legged sitting position. Having practiced the Dou Qi technique, Xiao Yan looked full of vitality and vigor compared to before. In high spirits, his delicate face shone even more with the glossiness of a beautiful piece of jade. Xiao Yan blinked a few times as his eyes adjusted to the lighting in the cave, which had become much brighter than before. Lightly smiling, he knew that this increase in sensitivity was due to the practice of the Qi method. Have you succeeded? Yao Lao asked with a smile on his face. Yeah. Xiao Yan nodded as he held out a fair palm.
The Qi vortex within his body swirled, as a stream of pale yellow Dou Qi left the vortex before finally stopping at an acupuncture point on his palm. Materializing Dou Qi could only be achieved by those who had attained at least the Dou Qi level. The current Xiao Yan obviously did not possess that level of strength, thus the Dou Qi in his body was unable to emerge from the acupuncture point on his palm. The Dou Qi stayed stuck, causing Xiao Yan's fair palm to be gradually suffused in a light yellow glow, like an almost burnt-out candle, barely able to scatter away the darkness. Light yellow was the color of a fire attributed Lo Huang Qi method. The higher the rank of the Qi method, the deeper the color. As his eyes gazed upon the meager yellow light on his palm, Xiao Yan helplessly shook his head. Lifting his head, he forced a smile as he said, "Before this flame mantra evolves, my Dou Qi would be of a lower rank than almost everyone else. No need to consider those of a higher level. I can't even be sure of winning over someone of the same level who had practiced a Xin level method. Though the flame mantra is only at the Lo Huang now, its might would not lose to that of a middle Huang. Moreover, although the Qi method is weak, don't you still have your Dou techniques? 3 Xian level Dou techniques are enough to make up for the gap in your method." Yao Lao smiled as he consoled Xiao Yan. Shortly after he added a warning, "Since your Qi method is inferior to others, it also means that your endurance levels cannot compare to theirs. Therefore, in future battles, you need to be more efficient, no more wasted movements, and every move must contain your full force behind it. Make sure to end each fight quickly." Xiao Yan nodded in understanding, however his face puckered as if still somewhat depressed. Seeing this look on Xiao Yan and knowing his personality, Yao Lao helplessly shook his head. With no other alternative, he could only pay the price and say, "When you have thoroughly mastered the 3 Dou techniques you now possess, I will once again give you a new Dou technique. You'll be biting off more than you can chew right now. You should understand this principle, right?" "What rank?" Xiao Yan's eyes lit up as he very carefully inquired. Angry yet happy at Xiao Yan's cautious appearance, Yao Lao stroked his beard and coldly snorted, "All I'll say is that it won't be lower than the level of Octane Blast. At these words, Xiao Yan's face immediately lit up like the sun. Octane Blast was a high Xian Dou technique. What could be higher than that? D level. Though D level was only 1 grade better than high Xian level, the distance between the two was as wide as the Grand Canyon. With enough wealth and a bit of luck, one could occasionally obtain a high Xian Dou technique from a high-ranking auction. Yet a D-level Dou technique could be said to be priced beyond the market, as it was once heard that in the imperial capital of Jiama Empire, the price of a D-level Dou technique had rocketed to a sky-high price of about 10 million, which was equivalent to an entire year of taxes from the entire Jiama Empire. Although it was merely 1 grade of difference, the price between the two was more than 100 times. From this it could be seen that Xian level and D level were 2 completely different concepts. Thinking about this almost legendary level, Xiao Yan's feelings boiled over, wishing he could compel Yao Lao to teach it to him straight away. However, after considering the status and relationship between the two of them, he decided to obediently give up on that comical idea. "Teacher, when will you teach me alchemy?" Temporarily letting go of the thoughts of the D-level Dou technique, Xiao Yan asked yet again. "Alchemy is not meant to be learnt in this small and tiny clan," Yao Lao answered as he shook his head. Smiling, he continued, "In addition, almost half the time has passed since you made the 3-year bet between yourself and Neilin Yanran. It is foolish to stay in Wutan City anymore. The training speed here is too slow. Furthermore, I am unable to utilize some training methods due to complicated and various reasons. Thus I want to bring you on a training trip for slightly over a year." "More than a year?" Hearing this, Xiao Yan was somewhat hesitant, however when he thought about that haughty woman, he resolutely nodded his head and replied, "Okay, a year, so be it. When do we leave?" "Let us wait for 2 months." Yao Lao smiled and said. "Why wait for so long?" Xiao Yan asked in bewilderment. "Because 1 month later is the time for Jianan Academy to enroll new students and you need to go register." Yao Lao lightly smiled as he replied. Rolling his eyes, Xiao Yan forced out a smile and questioned, "What do I need to do there? I am not lacking in Qi methods or Dou techniques, what else can they teach me?" "I'm not asking you to learn something there." Yao Lao gave him the eye as his eyebrows creased. Lowering his voice, Yao Lao said, "You need to go to Jianan Academy to search for a type of heavenly flame. I had previously obtained intelligence that in Jianan Academy there should be a type of heavenly flame called Fallen Heart Flame. This heavenly flame is ranked 14th on the heavenly flames list. If you are able to obtain this heavenly flame, flame mantra could possibly evolve." "Fallen Heart Flame?" Xiao Yan softly whispered this queer name to himself as his eyes gradually lit up. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 69, The Furious Xun Er. Chapter 69, The Furious Xun Er.
After settling everything, Xiao Yan slowly emerged from the cave. Following the mountain path, he sneakily climbed to the mountaintop and glanced about to check that no one else was around. Finally, letting out a sigh of relief, he took large strides as he walked directly towards the clan home. Leisurely returning to the clan, Xiao Yan chanced upon the 3 clan elders who hurriedly rushed past as they brushed shoulders with him in the front courtyard. Pausing his step, Xiao Yan was somewhat puzzled at the gloomy yet furious faces of the 3 elders who had just left. Who has offended them now? Amazed, Xiao Yan shook his head and turned around to find a green-clothed young maiden scuttling out from a side path to stand, slender and elegant, before him. At the sight of the adorable Xun Er who wore a smiling expression on her face, Xiao Yan's heart skipped a beat. Thinking back on what Yao Lao had asked in the cave, his face grew hot as he somewhat guiltily turned his gaze to the sky to act as if he was in thought. Slightly dazed by Xiao Yan's unusual behavior, it was only a moment later that Xun Er shook her head as she could not make heads or tails of the reason behind this change. Taking a step forward, she fluidly glanced over Xiao Yan as a look of surprise appeared on her delicate face. Both hands on her back, she leaned forward until there was only 1 centimeter between them. She feigned a smile and said, "Elder brother Xiao Yan, you've advanced to Dou Qi?" Overwhelmed by the fragrant, warm breath that blew onto his face, Xiao Yan momentarily lost his wits. Furiously shaking his head to break the spell, he firmly forced down his fluttering heart. Patting the head of the young maiden who was as tall as him, he grudgingly said, "Why can't you let me say it myself to satisfy my conceited tendencies?" Hearing this, Xun Er's eyes slightly curved into the shape of a beautiful crescent moon. Like always, she extended out a fair, delicate hand and started to earnestly smooth the creases on Xiao Yan's clothes. In the past, when Xiao Yan was treated this way by Xun Er, he did not think twice about it. Yet today, after the feelings in his heart had been exposed by Yao Lao, he was now suddenly disturbed by this gesture. Near this path, other clansmen occasionally passed by. At the sight of Xun Er helping Xiao Yan to tidy his clothes like a wife, they could not help but be full of envy. As he inclined his head to look upon her delicate and flawless face, a strand of fine black hair fell across her forehead. It emphasized the largeness of her eyes which fluidly wandered about, an exceedingly touching sight. Staring blankly at Xun Er, the pace of Xiao Yan's breathing gradually increased as his gaze heated up with passion. "Xiao Yan you, what are you looking at?" Xun Er quietly grumbled after she patted down the creases on Xiao Yan's clothes. She had finally become aware of his passionate gaze, her cheeks reddening in response. "Ah." Oh, coming to his senses, Xiao Yan's face also turned a shade of pink. Luckily his skin was much thicker than Xun Er's. After faking 2 coughs, he nonchalantly replied, "Nothing much, it's just that Xun Er has become more and more pretty." Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Xun Er did not reply and gently snorted. However, her rosy lips lifted to form a pleased expression. "Oh, right," recalling something, Xun Er abruptly cast a glance over Xiao Yan's body again before gently asking, "Since Xiao Yan has already advanced to Dou Qi, then a Qi method has also been learnt?" Xiao Yan's expression stiffened as he embarrassedly nodded in affirmation. Slim fingers pressed against her snow-white chin, Xun Er laughed merrily and said, "Would you let Xun Er see what level Qi method it is?" Coughs asterisk. Qi methods are just objects. That aside, as long as one works hard, won't the level not matter? Xiao Yan replied as he gave out a hollow laugh. Observing Xiao Yan's expression, a dangerous glint slowly appeared in Xun Er's eyes, yet her tone remained gentle as she said, "Xiao Yan just let Xun Er take a look." At the obstinate Xun Er, Xiao Yan could only helplessly shrug his shoulders as he stretched out a hand. A moment later, a weak light yellow glow appeared. "Xiao Yan this is the better technique that you talked about?" Staring at the light yellow glow that looked as if it would be extinguished at any moment, Xun Er's face turned a little unsightly. Her rosy lips pursed, displaying the indignation in her heart. Xiao Yan awkwardly laughed, unsure of how to explain. "You clearly know that if you possess a high-grade Qi method in the initial stages, it goes without saying that it would benefit your future training. Yet you rejected me." Xun Er was not trying to give you charity. Worst-case scenario, you could have returned the Qi method when you got a better one. However, now you're practicing the lowest tier of Qi methods. Is this not to spite me? Xun Er's eyes widely opened as she glared at Xiao Yan in anger. Her long eyelashes sparkled with moisture. Being capable of making the sweet-natured Xun Er use this manner of speech, it is possible to imagine just how much Xun Er was puzzled and furious at Xiao Yan's actions. As his eyes fell upon a Xun Er who was biting her lips while stubbornly hoping for an answer from him, Xiao Yan helplessly shook his head. He forced a smile and replied in a low voice, "We have lived together for 10 years, do you still not understand me? Do you really think that I would be the kind of person that would let go of a high-level Qi method and instead practice the lowest level of Qi methods like an idiot? But your method is undoubtedly of the low Huang level, I can feel it." Xun Er obstinately insisted after hearing Xiao Yan's reply, though the anger on her face had already slightly dissipated. A book cannot be judged by its cover. Currently it is not convenient for me to tell you in detail about the reason, but someday in the future, you will understand.
The present me is definitely not letting my emotions cloud my judgment, Xiao Yan said as he smiled.
Really?
Gazing at the serious look on Xiao Yan, Xun Er mulled in silence for a while before hesitantly asking once again.
Yes, it's true, of course it's true, Xiao Yan hastily nodded his head. Fearing that she would continue to ask about the issue, he quickly changed the topic by asking, did something happen in the clan recently? How come the elders had such uncomfortable expressions?
Yeah, recently the Jialai clan managed to invite a first-tier alchemist from God knows where. At present, their marketplace has a new remedy called Return of Spring Powder. This remedy is cheap yet effective, making it extremely well received and loved by the mercenaries in Wutan City. Xun Er nodded as she furrowed her eyebrows and continued explaining, because of the influence from the Return of Spring Powder, the traffic in the Xiao clan marketplace has been cut by almost half, and because of this loss, the merchants from the marketplace have relocated to the Jialai clan's marketplace. Though it had only been a few days, the Xiao clan has already suffered economically by quite a bit, causing Uncle Xiao to worry about this event. Hearing this, Xiao Yan nodded his head in understanding. No wonder the three elders had such gloomy expressions. Xiao Yan slightly narrowed his eyes as he rubbed his nose, sneering in his heart, just a mere first-tier alchemist. Does Jialai clan really think he's something? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 70, Investigation. Chapter 70, Investigation.
Xiao Yan found an excuse to part with Xun Er before stealthily slipping out of the clan. Pausing quickly to think, he decided to go to the nearest small marketplace owned by the Jialai clan. Although he was not interested in helping the elders to ease their troubles, he hoped within his capabilities, he could be of some help to his father. To help, he would need to know where to start, thus, Xiao Yan needed to first investigate the Jialai clan's marketplaces. This small marketplace owned by the Jialai clan was positioned in a somewhat remote area and thus usually enjoyed a small crowd. However, when Xiao Yan walked into the marketplace, he was overwhelmed by the jam-packed streets and the deafening clamor of the crowds. On the wide street, people rushed about. Some bare-armed and burly men were shouting while desperately pushing their way through the crowd. From the faint smell of blood emanating from these men, they were probably bloodthirsty mercenaries. Due to being in frequent contact with death, they held a great love for healing ointments. After all, when penetrating deeply into dangerous lands, a little healing ointment might be just the right price to buy back a comrade's life. Standing at the entrance of the marketplace, Xiao Yan saw a few mercenaries carrying small wooden cases while pushing their way out of the crowd before joyously darting out of the market.
Those cases should contain Return of Spring Powder, right?
Quietly whispering this line, Xiao Yan also entered the street and used all of his might to burrow into the crowd. At a stall selling Return of Spring Powder, he spent 100 gold to buy a case. Holding the case as he once again painstakingly squeezed out of the crowd, Xiao Yan finally let out a breath of relief. Thinking back at the proud and impatient faces of the medicine sellers, he could not help but sneer bitterly in his heart, those dogs who used their position to bully others. As he walked out of the market with the case, Xiao Yan lifted the case lid. Within it were 10 small bottles made of a crude material, probably the lowest grade of jade stone. It would be impossible to maintain the effectiveness of the medicine with this kind of material. Opening the bottle, a mildly green fluid which emitted an extremely weak medicine smell was found to be contained within.
Teacher, can this even be called medicine?
Somewhat amazed at the diluted medicine, Xiao Yan could not bear but ask in his heart.
Yeah, it can count as the lowest grade of healing medicine with some healing effects.
This kind of simple healing medicine is not hard to make, and because of its commonness, it can only be sold at a cheap price.
This is why only a few first-tier alchemists bother to manufacture it.
It is indeed very cheap. 100 gold for 10 bottles is 10 gold per bottle.
To an alchemist, this is really shameful. Slightly nodding his head, Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment before asking, Teacher, do you have any remedies that are somewhat better than this?
A lot, but those potions are too low level, so I seldom manufacture them.
Yao Lao paused before speaking again. Do you want to manufacture them for the Xiao clan?
That's good, since you are already a doja. It is time to try your hand at refining some medicine.
Oh? I get to refine?
Xiao Yan was slightly astonished at Yao Lao's words.
Could it be that you still expect me to personally handle this kind of thing?
Yao Lao unhappily retorted before proceeding with his instructions. First, go to the auction house to find a somewhat better quality medicine cauldron. Afterwards, you need to purchase a big batch of basic medicine ingredients. At the early stages, a new alchemist depends on mass-producing pill to gain experience.
Xiao Yan licked his lips with an eager expression on his face.
Throwing the case into a ditch by the roadside, he ran quickly towards the location of the primer auction house. Right before he arrived at the auction house, Xiao Yan once again donned the black mantle in a hidden corner before taking his time to slowly approach the auction house. All of the staff at Primer Auction House were already familiar with Xiao Yan's disguise, thus when they saw a figure wearing a black mantle slowly advancing from afar, one of them quickly entered into the auction house to inform Yafei and Guanai. Hearing their subordinate's announcement, Yafei and Guanai simultaneously abandoned their current work to appear at the auction house door and were all smiles as they led Xiao Yan into the guest room.
I have made this visit to ask for your help in obtaining a quality cauldron.
The old voice sounded from under the black gown. Then, with both hands, he brought the cup of tea towards his mouth to take a sip. Aware of the other party's status, Yafei was not at all surprised at his request.
Smiling while nodding her head, she beckoned to call a serving girl.
Yafei softly gave the girl a few instructions before waving her hand to send the girl off. "Ha, sir, you have come at such an opportune moment. Just this morning the auction house received a medicine cauldron refined by fiery flames. This cauldron was forged by the famous blacksmith from the Jiama Empire, Master Hier. Not only does it amplify the Dou Qi flame, it is also made of some rare metals that help to increase the chances of successfully refining medicine. These days, these kinds of medicine cauldrons are highly praised by the alchemists of Jiama Empire." Yafei explained as she smiled, her eyes moved about bewitchingly. The old voice carried a slightly pleased tone. Slightly hesitating before asking again, "Also prepare for me a low-level storage ring with 500 stalks of blood-clot grass, 600 bone-growing flower, 500 poppy flowers, 500 lively fruits." Hearing these requests, Guni's eyelids jumped up slightly. Even the lowest-grade storage ring costs about 70 to 80,000, and though the latter medicine ingredients were not that rare, the large quantity required meant that it would take no less than 100,000 gold to prepare. Lastly, if the medical cauldron mentioned by Yafei was auctioned, it could fetch a price of about 150,000. All these things added up. Without 300,000 gold it would be difficult to manage. Yafei was likewise stunned by the request. The auction house was not owned by her alone, and thus she had to report most of the profits and transactions to the headquarters. Privately using 300,000 worth of funds was not impossible, but it would definitely be found out by her superiors. Lightly biting her red lips and taking a bit of time to weigh the benefits a fourth-tier alchemist could bring, Yafei gave an easy smile as she said, "Old sir, everything will be prepared in an hour." "Ha, good." For the first time in front of Yafei, Yao Lao's normally unenthusiastic tone was replaced by a pleased laughter. A fair hand emerged from beneath the black gown to fish out a blue jade card and place it on the table. Yao Lao smiled and said, "I am not sure if this money is enough for the purchases. But you can add in another set of chi-gathering pill materials." Hearing what was said, Guanai's complexion changed faintly. Another set of materials for a chi-gathering pill? Wouldn't that be another 50,000 gold? Rosy lips slightly parted, Yafei was a little angry too. Although the other party was a fourth-tier alchemist, this was too much. Though she was angry, Yafei kept these feelings in her heart, not letting even the slightest bit show on her lovely face by donning a fully smiling expression. Thinking to herself for a moment, she laughed bitterly in her heart. Reminding herself that sometimes sacrifices had to be made for the greater good, she had no choice but to sigh and nod, indicating her agreement. "Ha, looks like the two of you have misunderstood. This set of materials is not for myself, I was only thinking of helping out by making a chi-gathering pill for you. Letting you two pay for the cost of the materials shouldn't be too much, right?" The old voice coolly laughed. A slightly dazed but still lovely face was soon after suddenly filled with joy. Yafei's wits were temporarily scattered by this abrupt yet pleasant surprise. A short period of time later, Yafei finally managed to suppress her flushed face and calm down. Making eye contact with the similarly joyous Guanai, she somewhat nervously replied in a soft voice, "Then I'll have to thank you, sir. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 71, Circumstances of the Xiao Clan. Chapter 71, Circumstances of the Xiao Clan. After sitting for nearly an hour, a pretty maid finally walked in. Her two hands carried a silver tray, and in the center of the tray was a faint red ring. Taking the silver tray and sending back the maid, Yafei personally handed over the goods to Xiao Yan and smilingly said, "Old sir, the cauldron as well as all the alchemic ingredients you need are all in the storage ring." Extending a hand to pick up the storage ring, Xiao Yan let it roll about in his palm, then faintly nodded. Yao Lao's voice also sounded out at just the right time, "Okay. After refining the chi-gathering pill, I will bring it to you." Yafei's pretty eyes were filled with delight as she hastily nodded. "All right, there's no need for you to send me out. I'll go out by myself." Waving his hand, Xiao Yan took the ring and slid it onto his finger. Then, without even turning back, he headed towards the back of the parlor and went out. On the table, the blue jade card was still there as he did not want to owe the people too much. Thus, he had just left it there. Staring at the receding figure leaving through the door, Yafei nibbled her red lips, then stepped forward to take the blue jade card into her hand. Musing a bit, she asked in a clear voice, "Uncle Gu and I, to refine a qi gathering pill, the success rate is not that high, right?" "Yes." It said that even Pill King Wang Gui's success rate for refining qi gathering pills is only around 7 out of 10. For normal 4th tier alchemists, the success rate is only around 5 out of 10, Gu and I said in a low voice. "But this old sir, he succeeds in refining on the first try," Yafei said as she knitted her thin black brows. "Who knows, maybe his luck is good." Gu and I shook his head and didn't care too much about the matter. After all, for alchemists, luck was a big factor in successfully refining pills. If one's luck was good, even when continuously refining several times, one would not fail. Could it be that he's not just a 4th tier alchemist? Yafei asked with hesitation after pondering a bit. How is that possible? The number of 5th tier alchemists in Jiama Empire can be counted on one's hands. At that sort of status, even if it was the Empire or great forces like the Misty Cloud faction, they would all view this person as a VIP. Why would such a person come to our own auction house to auction pills? Gu and I laughed. At this, Yafei also slightly nodded her head and let out a sigh, bitterly laughing. "It seems that I don't have enough experience. I'm afraid that my previous hesitation negatively impacted this mysterious alchemist's favorable impression of us by a large amount." "You can't blame yourself for this. That kind of huge transaction, even I wouldn't dare to answer easily. That you are capable to this extent is already very good. In regards to our relations with that alchemist, in the future, just take your time and get along amiably. As long as he does not develop any sort of ill will towards us, then it's fine." Gu and I said comfortingly. Forcing a smile to her face as she nodded, Yafei sat lethargically on the chair, revealing her figure. As her lovely eyes blinked, having some doubts, she softly asked, "What does he intend to do with so many low-grade medicine ingredients?" "Those medicine ingredients have the effect of stopping bleeding and strengthening bones. I think he should be planning to manufacture healing medicine." Gu and I muttered as his eyebrows pursed together. Similarly puzzled, he said, "But with his status, why would he manufacture these cheaply priced healing medicine?" Hearing this, Yafei's beautiful eyes slightly narrowed, her long fingernails lightly tapped on the table. A moment later, realization dawned upon her. She softly said, "Looks like this old sir seems to be very caring towards the Xiao clan, but..." Eyebrows wrinkled tightly together, Guni's expression suddenly changed into one of amazement. "Are you saying that he wants to give the Xiao clan healing medicine? Recently I've heard that the Jialai clan had invited over a 1st tier alchemist. The cheap return of spring powder has already snatched away half of the city's crowds. If the Xiao clan does not act soon, I'm afraid that their marketplaces will end up embarrassingly empty." Yafei eyes darted around as she voiced out her conclusion. Smugly smiling, she continued to explain. "Previously, the old sir had already said that if there was a chance, he would cooperate with the Xiao clan, and buying so many healing ingredients at this time could only mean one thing: he meant what he said. Looks like the Xiao clan has really lucked out this time, while the Jialai clan is going to be in trouble." Having listened to Yafei's analysis, Gu and I grinned. An envious look was on his face, since obtaining the help of a 4th tier alchemist was not something just any clan could receive. Slightly inclining her head, Yafei gave an easy smile as she said, "We should also make some contact with the Xiao clan soon, though adding a flower to a bracelet will make one somewhat happy. Providing help when one needs it the most is a much better way of strengthening both parties' ties." Gu and I approvingly nodded his head. With a 4th tier alchemist behind them, ties with the Xiao clan were now important. Exiting the auction house, as usual, Xiao Yan prudently turned round and round the streets for at least half a day before finally taking off his disguise in a desolate alley. Tossing and catching the light red storage ring in his hand, Xiao Yan was somewhat happy. This kind of storage ring was made by a type of uncommon material called storage stone nut. The characteristic of this material was that there was a unique small space within it where any lifeless objects could be stored. Though this was extremely convenient, due to the sparsity of the storage stone, it was extremely precious. The lowest grade storage ring in Xiao Yan's hands only had a space of about 3 to 4 square meters, yet it costs almost 100,000 gold. In the Xiao clan, Xiao Yan had only seen his father and the first elder own storage rings. Xiao Yan fiddled with the storage ring for a while, hesitatingly examining it. In the end, he did not wear it but rather carefully stored it in his bosom. This kind of ring was considerably pricey. If it was seen by his father or others, he would have a hard time explaining how he came to obtain it. Xiao Yan kicked the black mantle into the gutter before carefully walking out of the desolate alley. Afterwards, he quickly dashed back to his clan. As Xiao Yan followed the lane that passed through the clan home, he heard his father's furious voice from meeting room. Eyelids twitching, Xiao Yan moved forward to secretly peer through a crack in the door. "Damn it, Jialai, by that bastard is too much. He actually dared to brazenly steal our business." Within the room, Xiao Zhan was currently raging as he pounded on the table.
Tea from the teacups spilled all over the table. Presently, the marketplaces of the Xiao clan had already lost a great amount of traffic. The merchants left in the marketplace are also very worried and frightened. A few of them have even secretly left for the Jia Lai clan's marketplaces. If this continues, in another half a month I am afraid that our marketplace will go bankrupt. The second elder said with a gloomy face as he gnashed his teeth together in fury. How about I bring a few of our clan's elites and secretly deal with that alchemist? The third elder's gaze were ferocious as he suggested this in a dark tone. There are at least 2 Dou Qi protecting the alchemist, it won't be so easy. Xiao Yan helplessly said as he moved his hands to and fro. But if we continue in this manner, our losses will be too great. The profits from the marketplaces of Wutan City is a large part of the total revenue of our Xiao clan. The third elder was somewhat unwilling to back down. The corners of Xiao Zhan's mouth twitched. At the moment, he could not think of any good ideas. That day at the auction, didn't that mysterious alchemist say that there might come an opportunity where he would work with us? Seeing how Gu and I was so respectful towards him, his tier as an alchemist is definitely not low. If he could help us, then that Jia Lai clan would definitely lose out. The first elder, who had been silent up until now, suddenly spoke up in a soft voice. AI, who knows if he just randomly blabbered. For people of that kind of status, what kind of benefits would they get out of cooperating with us? For such little profit, would they even care? Xiao Zhan laughed bitterly and shook his head as he sat on the chair inside. The 3 elders were all silent as well. Indeed, it was a bit challenging for the Xiao clan to establish connections with people of such status. F***K. We'll bear it for a few more days. If the Jia Lai clan still does not practice restraint, then don't blame us for retaliating no matter the costs. Licking his lips, Xiao Zhan gripped onto the chair frame as an ominous glint flashed across his eyes. Outside the door, listening up till here, Xiao Yan faintly shrugged his shoulders as his hand played with the storage ring at his chest. Letting out a cold smirk, he slowly left. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 72, Learning to Refine Medicine. Chapter 72, Learning to Refine Medicine. Xiao Yan left the meeting room and returned to his room to make some final preparations to refine some healing medicine. Once he was done with his preparations, he stealthily snuck back to his desolate cave, the one he previously trained in. As Yao Lao had said before, it was important to not be disturbed during the medicine refinement process, and given the great number of clan members, this would be difficult to accomplish at home. If by chance something, like Xiaoyu bargaining on him, was to happen, Xiao Yan would be unable fully bear with the consequences. Sneakily stepping into the cave, Xiao Yan was itching to get started, so he quickly fished out the storage ring from his bosom and pushed a stream of Dou Qi into it. The light red ring emitted a flicker of light before a roughly half-meter-long red medicine cauldron poofed into existence within the cave. The entire medicine cauldron was a dark crimson red and it gave off a slight glow. There were 2 malevolent-looking snake heads carved beneath the cauldron, their gaping maws forming 2 connected cavities for air to enter into the cauldron. As the 2 cavities wound and extended deep into the cauldron, the diameter grew smaller and smaller. If one were to try to look in, they would barely be able to see anything. At the apex of the medicine cauldron was a dark crimson-red cauldron lid forged in the shape of a giant serpent. Besides the lid, there was also a special hole for ingredients to enter. The top of the cauldron lid was littered with many fine holes made by ice silver. These had the effect of dissipating heat to prevent excessive heat from building up, which might lead to an explosion. On one side, a transparent screen of essence ice was installed at the middle part of the medicine cauldron so that the whole refining process could be clearly seen by the alchemist. The surface cauldron was engraved with the forms of wild untamed devil beasts that seemed to almost leap off the cauldron. Observing the beautiful appearance of the medicine cauldron, Xiao Yan nodded his head in satisfaction. Xiao Yan rubbed the ancient black ring, and Yao Lao appeared with a flash of light. It's a cauldron with 2 outlets. For an alchemic amateur like you, it's not bad at all, Yao Lao said indifferently as he cast a glance at the orifices of the snakes on the dark crimson-red medicinal cauldron. A cauldron with 2 outlets? Hearing the unfamiliar term, Xiao Yan's eyes blinked as he looked on doubtfully. Medicinal cauldrons also have their own set of tiers. The more outlets for fire a cauldron's furnace has, the higher tier a medicinal cauldron is, and thus the rarer it is. Don't assume that one can just randomly make a few holes to add another few outlets. Outsiders don't even have a hint of discernment for the mysteries of these outlets. Outlets are the essence of a medicinal cauldron, and require extreme precision to polish to perfection. If one were made with even the slightest error, the whole medicinal cauldron would be considered junk. As such, the more outlets a medicinal cauldron has, the better the auxiliary effect is for an alchemist when refining.
Of course, if you wish to control multiple outlets, you need very high soul perception.
For the current you, to control 2 fire outlets is already the limit. Yao Lao laughed as he explained.
For an alchemist, the importance of a good medicine cauldron is akin to that of a good sword to a warrior. Giving an almost indiscernible nod, Xiao Yan stared at this big cauldron in front him and asked a bit blankly, "Now what should I do?" For now it'd be better if you'd familiarize yourself with the medicinal cauldron. Press one hand against an outlet, and then rouse the Dou Qi within you and channel it inside.
Yao Lao sat cross-legged within the cave as he directed Xiao Yan.
Nodding his head, Xiao Yan placed a hand on the outlet and slowly closed his eyes. Within his body, a revolving, dim and yellowish qi slightly rippled. Dim, yellow Dou Qi bubbled out strand by strand, consequently making the palm of his hand glow with a yellow light. Once the dim, yellow Dou Qi reached his palm, it grew still. Then, as if it had encountered an abrupt and violent gravitational pull, it suddenly flooded out of his hand and passed into the outlet, drilling into the medicinal cauldron.
Pooh! There was a muffled noise, then after the dim, yellow qi had transferred through the fire outlet and unexpectedly transformed into a dim, yellow flame essence. Within the medicinal cauldron, it flickered and blazed. The fact that his palm suddenly spit out fire alarmed Xiao Yan and almost made him reflexively withdraw his hand. However, after sensing that his palm was cool, he panicked substantially less. Not bad. On your first try, you've already succeeded in producing a flame. Observing the roiling flame within the medicinal cauldron, Yao Lao nodded and said in a low voice, "The flame that you've mustered together this time isn't actually the refining flame. Right now you should concentrate on controlling the trace of wood element within your body and pour it into the medicine cauldron." Xiao Yan complied by closing both eyes. Bit by bit, his thoughts focused as his outstanding spiritual perception continuously scanned his body for that light trace of wood element. After more than 10 minutes, Xiao Yan finally found the wood element in his body for the first time. He let out a sigh of relief as he opened his eyes. "Found it?" Seeing Xiao Yan opening his eyes, Yao Lao asked, astonished. As the former nodded his head, Yao Lao could not help but inwardly praise Xiao Yan. When Yao Lao first found the wood element in his body, it had took him almost half an hour. From this it can be seen how strong Xiao Yan's spiritual perception is. Xiao Yan stretched out a finger to lightly press on the other fire outlet. Little by little, a stream of extremely weak green qi flowed in. Just as the green qi entered the medicine cauldron, the light yellow flame within abruptly calmed down, as if there had been a chemical reaction. At this moment, even though Xiao Yan had not yet been able to control the flame, he could feel that the franticness within the flame had been tamed by the wood element. Furthermore, due to the principle that wood gives birth fire, the flame at this time was much more controlled and would last longer than before. Good, satisfied, Yao Lao nodded his head as he reached out a finger to touch Xiao Yan's forehead, transferring information directly into the latter's head. "This is my own healing medicine formula, you can use it for practice. I will guide you through as I warn you about the temperature of the flame and the composition of medical ingredients to refine." Xiao Yan squinted as he processed the new information in his head as he slightly inclined his head to acknowledge. Blood clotting powder, 1 stalk of blood clotting grass, 1 lively fruit, 2 poppy flowers. After Xiao Yan committed to memory the amount of each required alchemy ingredients, his spiritual perception gradually channeled into the medicinal cauldron as he diligently tried to control the mild flame. Making a flicking motion with his finger over the ring, a dark red stalk of blood clotting grass appeared in his palm. A little while later, Xiao Yan threw the stalk into the maw of the engraved serpent at the apex of the cauldron. Once the blood clotting grass was thrown in, Xiao Yan did not control the flame in time. The fire simply blazed upwards and in the blink of an eye, the stalk of blood clotting grass turned into a pile of ash and the cauldron's unique mechanism expelled it out of the cauldron. Looking at this first failure, Xiao Yan laughed with a bit of embarrassment. "Continue," Yao Lao indifferently said. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Xiao Yan once again threw in a stalk of blood clotting grass. This time, the blood clotting grass persisted within the fire for a while, but as before, it turned into a pile of ashes. "The temperature is too high." Xiao Yan wiped his sweat away. Now that he personally tried to refine a pill, Xiao Yan finally realized that this type of work, as expected, could not be easily accomplished by just any person. After continuously burning up a whole 20 or so stalks of blood clotting grass, with some difficulty, Xiao Yan finally had a grasp on the most suitable temperature for blood clotting grass. Again tossing in a stalk of blood clotting grass, Xiao Yan's expression grew solemn as his spiritual perception firmly suppressed the temperature of the flame. His eyes passed through the ice essence and unwaveringly fixated on the stalk of blood clotting grass suspended within the flame. The flame seethed about for a period of time and the blood clotting grass finally started to shed its layer of skin and the juice accumulated within its leaves gradually began to evaporate into specks of faint, white powder. The essence of the blood clotting grass had finally been successfully refined by this greenhorn, Xiao Yan. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 73, First Refinement. Chapter 73, First Refinement. In the narrow cave, the flames within the cauldron casted shadows onto the cavern walls, creating shadows of dancing fangs and claws of wild beasts. Xiao Yan concentrated with every fiber of his being as he watched the surging flame attentively. His pale face was streaked with beads of sweat. Refining medicine for long periods of time was a task that consumed an extreme amount of Dou Qi. Since Xiao Yan's Qi method was the lowest rank Lo Xian, his Qi foundations and endurance were nothing special. Thus it was not an easy task for him to persevere for almost 2 hours in front of the cauldron. Yao Lao squinted his eyes as he gazed upon Xiao Yan, who had once again successfully refined a blood clot grass into a fine white powder. Knowing that Xiao Yan had already reached his limit, Yao Lao gave a slight nod and gently said, "Well done, take a break." Hearing this, Xiao Yan's shoulders immediately dropped and his body softly fell to lie on the ice-cold floor as if all the energy in his body had been suddenly drained away. Gasping for air, his chest rose and fell rapidly. Battered with exhaustion, he could barely even lift a finger now. Training now would give the best effect. Yao Lao said indifferently as he cast a glance towards the Xiao Yan who lifelessly laid on the ground. Laziness and diligence clashed in the heart for a mere moment before Xiao Yan internally howled in anguish as he unwilling sat up. His trembling hands formed into a training seal as he slowly closed his eyes. Seeing Xiao Yan's stance, Yao Lao laughed as his sight turned towards the 10+ jade cases before the cauldron. These cases were filled to the brim with pale white powder refined from the blood clot grass and were results of the efforts of Xiao Yan. From left to right, the pale white color of the powder became richer and richer until the last case, in which the color of the powder had almost reached a pure white. Gazing upon this extremely obvious improvement, Yao Lao felt pleasantly surprised as he nodded his head approvingly. In his heart he once again praised Xiao Yan's outstanding spiritual perception. He shot a glance towards the Xiao Yan who was currently recovering his Dou Qi before sitting himself cross-legged against the stone wall, leisurely closing his eyes to recuperate. Xiao Yan had only refined the first type of ingredient. There were still 2 more types waiting for him to slowly practice on. After training close-eye for almost an hour, the Qi cyclone within Xiao Yan's body once again emitted a bright light after it had previously gone dark from the depletion of Dou Qi before. Furthermore, the brightness this time seemed to be a little bit clearer than it was a few hours before. Gradually opening his eyes, the powerless feeling from before had retreated by more than half. Stretching his neck, the cracking sounds made Xiao Yan sigh in happiness. Done training? Continue then. Yao Lao smiled as he opened his eyes to look upon the now lively Xiao Yan. Bitterly laughing as he shook his head, Xiao Yan, who had experienced the painful process of alchemy, had finally understood that he had been conned by Yao Lao. When Yao Lao had previously done alchemy, all he did was twirl his hands about as he refined the ingredients to create the elixirs that people would go crazy for. This simple-looking process had left a strong impression in Xiao Yan's mind that alchemy was extremely easy. Yet now that Xiao Yan had tried a hand at it personally, he now knew that alchemy was more difficult than being a miner. This understanding had come too late, thus Xiao Yan could only sigh as he once more sat before the cauldron and started to refine the essence of the other 2 types of medical ingredients. Equipped with the previous experience of refining blood clot grass, Xiao Yan, this time, was clearly much more relaxed than before. After burning 8 lively fruits and 10 poppy flowers, he finally managed to extract the components needed to make the healing medication. From the lively fruit, an almost fully black and small kernel was obtained. This kernel had the effect of improving blood circulation. If an experienced mercenary was injured in the wilderness while lacking healing medication, oftentimes, he would grind a lively fruit and use it to alleviate the injury. From the poppy flower, a light red liquid was obtained. This kind of fluid had a numbing effect and can be used to relieve pain. Eyeing the 3 medicines which had been arranged neatly in front of Xiao Yan, Yao Lao nodded slightly and quietly said, "All of the required ingredients have been refined, now fuse their medical abilities together. This is the most important step in alchemy." With a deep sigh, Xiao Yan respectfully nodded. Proficiently throwing the pure white powder into the cauldron, he smoked it under a warm fire for about 10 minutes until the pure white powder turned slightly reddish before speedily pouring the poppy flower liquid into. Just as the liquid entered the cauldron, it wrapped around the pure white powder. Boiling for a short time in the flame, the 2 ingredients slowly fused into a light, red and viscous liquid. His spiritual perception strove to control the temperature of the flame as the viscous, light red liquid was slowly smoked. As it was continuously baked above the flame, the viscous liquid gradually changed into a dark red paste. Through the transparent lens, Xiao Yan stared unwaveringly at the dark red paste within the cauldron. Slightly hesitating, he finally threw in the tiny black kernel from the lively fruit. Though the tiny black kernel entered the cauldron, nothing happened. The tiny kernel bounced about in the flame, refusing to fuse into the dark red paste.
Different ingredients have different resistances to temperature, so you need to learn how to control the temperature of any part of the flame. In areas that require a low temperature, you have to suppress the flame, while in areas that require high temperature, you have relaxed your control to increase the temperature of the flame. Yao Lao lectured as he gazed upon Xiao Yan, who was perspiring in worry.
Xiao Yan licked his dry lips as he nodded.
He promptly divided a part of his spiritual perception to exert control over the flame below the tiny kernel to gradually increase its temperature.
Bang, dot.
As the spiritual perception relaxed its control over the temperature, a single uncontrolled flame fiercely soared up and burned half of the tiny black kernel to ashes in an instant, causing Xiao Yan to break out in cold sweat as he hastened to desperately suppress the flame. One part of his spiritual perception had to maintain the temperature of one side of the flame, while another part had to increase the temperature of the other side of the flame.
This kind of multitasking caused a headache for Xiao Yan.
However, after going through a few more perilous situations, Xiao Yan finally calmed down from his flustered state.
He wiped away the sweat that had gathered on his forehead as he sighed deeply before concentrating the rest of his Dou Qi into the fire outlet. Within the cauldron, the tiny black kernel could no longer bear it and finally ruptured under the increasing temperature of the flame.
Fine jet black powder gradually floated into the light red paste and dyed the latter in a deeper shade of color. As the last pinch of jet black powder floated into the paste, Xiao Yan finally let out a long sigh. His hands slowly separated from the fire outlet and the flame within the cauldron gradually died down. At the sight of the panting Xiao Yan, Yao Lao faintly smiled as he waved his hand, lifting the cauldron lid and settling it onto the floor. With his right hand, he willed the huge lump of crimson red paste to leap up, where it remained floating in midair. Yao Lao glanced at the crimson red paste, which was emitting a strong medicine smell. His hands made cutting motions in the air as the dark red paste was cut into at least 100 tiny pieces. Taking the storage ring from Xiao Yan, Yao Lao flicked it as over 100 small jade bottles suddenly spread out all over the narrow cave. After arranging the jade bottles, Yao Lao waved his hand again as the liquid-like paste in the air accurately landed into the jade bottles. Randomly choosing a jade bottle, Yao Lao smiled as he passed it over to Xiao Yan while bantering, "Congratulations, your first attempt at alchemy was a success." Impatiently receiving the jade bottle, Xiao Yan gazed at the slightly impure crimson-red fluid within, while in his heart feelings of excitement and pride welled up.
Ha, from this point on, I can also be considered an alchemist.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 74, Turning Up Uninvited. Chapter 74, Turning Up Uninvited. As several days passed, Xiao Yan spent nearly every day beside the cauldron.
Although these days were extremely exhausting, the storage ring, which was full of healing medicine, made him feel gratified as he rested. Of course, another thing to be mentioned was that after almost 5 days of continuous alchemy, the Dou Qi in Xiao Yan's body unknowingly became much more powerful. Judging by his current progress, he had almost reached the 1-star Doujia level.
With these two pieces of good news, Xiao Yan managed to grit his teeth and survive the ordeal.
As Xiao Yan hid in the cave to painstakingly refine medicine, the situation in Wutan City continued to unravel. The atmosphere between Xiao and Jialai clans had become increasingly strained. Just 2 days ago, the Jialai clan took the opportunity to come up with various market rules that favored merchants, causing a large portion of the merchants who had originally been observing from the sidelines to begin moving to the marketplaces of the Jialai clan. Faced with a measure that was obviously aimed to rock the foundations of the Xiao clan, all of the high-ranking members of the Xiao clan came to be possessed by a violent rage that threatened to evolve into a murderous intent. God damn it, I can't take it anymore. In a mere 5 days, our Xiao clan has lost at least 50% to 60% of its profits. If this continues, all of our marketplaces will go bankrupt. Within the clan meeting room, the third elder exclaimed in anger, an ominous glint on his face. All the higher position clan members were seated within the huge hall. The fury in their hearts was expressed by their gloomy complexions.
This truly cannot drag out any further. The first elder slowly spat out each word. Continuing, he said, although Master Gu and I from Primer Auction House has aided us by manufacturing over 100 bottles of healing medicine, this amount is too little. It is completely incomparable to the massive amount from the Jialai clan. Although we might be able to maintain a deadlock with the Jialai clan in the short run, in the long run, as those healing medicines run out, we would once again arrive at the awkward situation before. The first elder sighed before letting out a bitter laugh and saying, although if Gu and I was willing to fully support us, based on quantity, we would definitely be able to drag it out with the first-tier alchemist from the Jialai clan. However, he is from Primer Auction House after all. They seldom involve themselves in the clash of clans. To have helped to such an extent is already very unexpected.
Seated in the leader's chair, Xiao Zhan nodded his head, a gloomy look on his face. Though the quality of the healing medicine that the Jialai clan sold was low, the quantity was vast and the price was cheap. This suited the preferences of the mercenaries, who were often caught in bloody situations.
If we could also get a first-tier alchemist, we would be able to contend against them, in the big hall, someone lamented. Hearing this, Xiao Yan helplessly shook his head. There were only a few alchemists in Wutan City. To woo any one of those arrogant chaps was easier said than done. This time, the Jialai clan had struck the lottery and actually received an alchemist's help. In the corner of the hall, Xiao Yu, Xiao Ning, and the other members of the younger generation of the clan were also present. As they gazed upon the gloomy expressions on their elders, they did not dare carelessly interrupt, and so they endured the stifling atmosphere in silence. Older sister, is that first-tier alchemist really so strong? How could he have forced our Xiao clan into this situation? Somewhat unable to tolerate the oppressive atmosphere, Xiao Ning quietly inquired Xiao Yu, who sat beside him. Xiao Yu softly sighed, letting out a bitter laugh. She answered softly, "Indeed, the alchemist is a very unique profession. The strength of a first-tier alchemist is at best in the doja level, and in a straightforward battle any of the elders in the clan could easily kill him. Yet the true terror of an alchemist is not in direct battle, but rather that they are able to create elixirs that people go crazy for. With these elixirs, they possess the incomparable ability to rally supporters. Many strong practitioners are willing to serve under an alchemist for the sake of obtaining these elixirs. On the Dou Qi continent, many people compare an alchemist to a poisonous wasp's nest. Once prodded, an alchemist would immediately gather an uncountable number of fighters. Faced with so many fighters, even if they are unable to kill you, they would still be able to tire you to death. But as Xiao Ning imagined the scene of being surrounded by fighters, he trembled as an envious look spread across his face. Don't be delusional, you should know about the harsh requirements to become an alchemist. The chances are even smaller than a meat pie dropping from the heavens. Rolling her eyes at Xiao Ning, Xiao Yu mercilessly splashed cold water over him. Set back by Xiao Yu's words, Xiao Ning dispiritedly curled his lip as he said, "I'm afraid that our entire Xiao clan does not have the fortune to come up with an alchemist." Although Xiao Yu nodded in agreement to these words, in her mind a certain youth dressed in black garments abruptly popped up. Looking closely at the features of the youth, it seemed to be Xiao Yan. Ruthlessly flinging away the thought, Xiao Yu whispered to herself in her heart, "How could I have thought of that little bastard? Humph, if someone with that kind of personality is able to become an alchemist, all of the alchemists in this world would be worthless." After cursing Xiao Yan in her heart, Xiao Yu rolled her gaze towards a corner by the window. There, a green-clothed young maiden was quietly clasping a thick and simple book, occasionally moving her finger to flip a page as her eyes scanned the contents of the book. This tranquil and elegant appearance drew the furtive gazes of many of her peers. Such a good girl, why must she favor that little bastard? Xiao Yu grudgingly shook her head as she once again maintained her silence. Quietly sitting beside the window, although her attention was on the book, Xun Er was able to sense the depressing atmosphere in the hall. Her willowy eyebrows slightly knitted together. No matter what was said, she had also stayed in the Xiao clan for over 10 years. Moreover, even if it was not for Xiao Yan, she would never let the Xiao clan be beaten by the Jialai clan that badly. Ha! I hope that those bastards won't go overboard, Xun Er sighed in her heart as she once again turned back to her book. With no Xiao Yan by her side, she practically had no reason to speak. As the plans continued to be discussed within the hall, a clan guard hurriedly ran in and reported in a respectful tone, "Clan leader, there is a person dressed in a black cloak outside. He says that he has some collaboration matters to discuss with the clan leader." At these words, Xiao Zhan and the rest of the elders were slightly shocked. Mutually exchanging glances, their once gloomy expressions suddenly soared with ecstasy. A few of them simultaneously stood up together and urgently ordered, "Quickly invite him in." Spotting the looks on Xiao Zhan and the three elders, everyone in the hall was somewhat amazed, immediately exchanging glances with one another. "Ha ha! No need to invite me in. Clan leader Xiao, how have you been? This old man has come uninvited." Yao Lao's clear laughter resounded from beyond the door just as the sound of Xiao Zhan's order faded. Along with the laugher, a figure shrouded by a large black mantle unhurriedly walked into the hall under the crowd's stare. At the instant when the person dressed in a black gown stepped through the door, Xun Er, who had all along submersed herself in her book, suddenly raised her eyebrows. Gradually lifting her small face, her autumn water eyes vigilantly stared at the black-cloaked person who had just entered. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 75, Big Business. Chapter 75, Big Business. Staring at the man wearing a black cloak who had just entered, Xiao Zhan and the three elders promptly welcomed him. Advancing with quick steps, Xiao Zhan showed a respectful smile and said, "Most esteemed guest, forgive me for I have been rather busy with the matters of the clan and was unable to come out to greet you. Xiao Zhan, please forgive me." "Ha, no need to be so formal." Under the black mantle, an aged voice rang out. Xiao Zhan eagerly nodded and gave a meaningful glance to the three elders, hinting them to promptly open up the path and said with a smile, "Please sit, most esteemed guest." The man covered by a black cloak nodded and, without being overly formal, directly walked up and sat on the seat next to the head of the table. Seeing how respectfully Xiao Yan was treating the man in the black cloak, the youths of the clan couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Myriads of curious glances unceasingly swept over that black-cloaked man, but upon hearing the elder say that he was an alchemist, their eyes suddenly became filled with ardor and full of worship. No matter where, alchemists were the ones that had the most respected profession in the eyes of others. "Sister, this person, isn't he the mysterious alchemist we saw during the auction the other day?" Xiaoning's two eyes fixed on this man dressed in a black cloak as he tugged at Xiaoyu's sleeve, eagerly asking her. "Yeah." Xiaoyu slowly nodded. Her beautiful eyes were still staring at this silhouette covered by a black mantle, as her lovely face showed a slight expression of pleasant surprise. "I didn't think that this honorable sir would really come to our Xiao clan. It looks like what he said last time about cooperating with us wasn't just lip service. If we really obtain his help, the Xiao clan should be able to go through this predicament with ease." Hearing the whispers from the people around her, Xun Er wrinkled her brows and fixed her crystal-clear eyes tightly at the stocky man in the black mantle. She didn't know why, but she felt that the man's gestures, his speech and his manners were not exactly harmonious. After knitting her brows while pondering for a long time, Xun Er could only helplessly renounce this idea. "Ha, sir, what brings you here?" Personally preparing a cup of tea, Xiao Yan asked with a smile. "I was passing in the neighborhood, so I thought I'd come to visit your noble clan. I brought with me a few foundation elixirs that should be able to foster a good amount of youths from your side." Under this black gown, the elder's voice was quite joyous. Having heard him, Xiao Zhan hurried to look around but didn't see the faintest trace of Xiao Yan. He couldn't help but bitterly smile. "Ha, the Xiao family head doesn't need to call him out. I have already met the young master, a quite fine youth. He's quite to this old man's liking." Waving his hands, he stopped Xiao Zhan from calling someone to get Xiao Yan. The tone of the black-cloaked man was filled with a touch of admiration that he didn't conceal and made the youth hidden under the cloak quite embarrassed. Hearing the black-cloaked man's tone filled with admiration, the eyes of everyone in the hall were filled with envy. To get such a high evaluation from such an high-level alchemist wasn't something that was easy to come by. "All the good stuff happens only to this brat." As he twitched his mouth, full of unwillingness, Xiaoning's tone was full of envy. Xiaoyu, completely helpless, sighed, her jade-like hands on her cheeks. She silently whispered, "Is that brat so good? How come I never realized it before?" Hearing the compliment, Xiao Zhan's face revealed a huge smile, and in his eyes, a glimpse of pride could faintly be seen. "Xiao clan leader, I recently heard that your clan was facing hardships, right?" Xiao Zhan's smile hadn't stretched out completely before it was struck down by the oppressive voice of Yao Lao. Nodding in agreement, Xiao Zhan smiled bitterly. "Surely this sir knows our Xiao clan's current situation, right?" "Meishesh, I know a bit about it." Nodding, the black-cloaked man revealed a smile. "AI, in the current Xiao clan, our business is already no more than half than what it was in the past. In the long term, I'm afraid that our influence is also going to sink down to that of a second-rate clan." Xiao Zhan sighed in regret, wrinkling his brows. He seemed to age a few years at that particular moment. "Ha, even though I am not so close with Xiao clan, I am getting along quite well with your son. If you, Xiao clan leader, are not afraid that this old man may have some bad intentions, how about cooperating together?" The black-cloaked man smiled gently. Having heard him, Xiao Zhan was startled at first but soon became wildly joyful. That was all. He was what he was waiting for. He gave a look full of excitement to the three elders and soon after, nodded without the slightest hesitation. "Sir, we want to cooperate with you, we'd love to in fact." The assistance of an alchemist above the second tier was something that Xiao clan could not even dream of. Xiao Zhan didn't think that his own clan had something that could interest a second-tier alchemist, and hearing the alchemist's words, that he would cooperate with the Xiao clan, Xiao Zhan deduced that the reason of the alchemist helping should be because of Xiao Yan. With such an opportunity, Xiao Zhan would be fighting to get the chance. Seeing Xiao Zhan's approval, the black-cloaked man nodded and a white palm appeared from the cloak. On his finger was a red-colored ring, and with a flick, it immediately flickered in red light. Staring at his palm, as white as a youth's, Xiao Zhan was shocked. The palm gave him a familiar feeling. But Xiao Zhan didn't have the time to ponder about the cause of his sensation of déjà vu. Immediately, a pile of jade bottles appeared on the table. The huge table was, in a blink of eye, entirely covered with little jade bottles. There wasn't a single place left empty. Staring at these jade bottles that appeared out of thin air inside this big hall, except from the green-clad lady that was near the window, all the other clansmen, without the slightest exception, were shocked by this tremendous amount of pills to the point that they could hardly breathe. "Here are 1283 bottles of the healing medicine, blood-clotting powder. It isn't the best healing drug in terms of quality, but compared to the Jialai clan's return spring powder, its effects are a lot more outstanding." Watching the stunned people in the hall, the black-cloaked person carelessly introduced his merchandise. Xiao Zhan, shocked with mouth wide open, took a deep breath of the surrounding ice-cold air.
this is truly a big business. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 76, Cooperation. Chapter 76, Cooperation.
In the silent hall, a crowd of red-hot gazes unwaveringly stared at the little jade bottles on the table, which numbered over 1,000. Almost no one had ever personally seen such a large quantity of elixirs. Her pink tongue licked her red lips subconsciously. Xiao Yu was equally dazed at the sight of so many elixirs. A moment later, she shook herself out of the daze, and with a sparkle in her eyes, she turned her sight to watch the black-cloaked person. The green-clothed maiden seated by the window shoot a glance at the table full of small jade bottles with an astonished look flashing within those beautiful autumn water eyes. Her vision once again swept across the black-cloaked person. Unable to find anything suspicious, she continued to look at the simple book in her hand. In the absolute silence of the hall, the black-cloaked person coughed softly, bringing the person next to him, Xiao Zhan, back to reality. Xiao Zhan blushed as he let out an embarrassed laughter. As he looked to the black-cloaked alchemist, the respect in his gaze had gained another level. Not every alchemist would be able to effortlessly bring out over 1,000 bottles of healing medicine at once.
Sir, you should know about the Xiao clan's current situation. We need healing medication to pull back our lost popularity.
To the Xiao clan, your actions are undoubtedly providing help when we need it the most. Xiao Zhan exclaimed gratefully. Slightly muttering to himself, Xiao Zhan hesitated before he finally spoke out again. How about this? Our Xiao clan will take the responsibility of selling these healing medicine. As for the earnings, sir, you will take 90% while the remaining 10% will go to us. Although I feel it is brazen of us to do so, after all, we still need some money to put things in order.
Sir, what do you think about that?
As he finished outlining his proposition, Xiao Zhan nervously gazed at the black-cloaked man before him, afraid that he will not be satisfied with the terms.
The current Xiao clan could only completely depend on this mysterious alchemist. Ha ha. The black-cloaked alchemist laughed before shaking his head.
Seeing this action, the expression on Xiao Zhan's face slightly changed. Just as he was about to forfeit the last 10%, an old voice interjected which left him dazed and at a complete loss. Clan leader Xiao is too polite. Although the elixir is refined by me, making sales is not an easy job.
How can I possibly take advantage of you? Let us split it evenly, 50 to 50, huh? At the black-cloaked man's words, the originally anxious 3 elders and the rest of the clansmen suddenly opened their mouths in shock.
It was quite a while before they subconsciously touched their ears, skeptical if the words were genuine or not.
50 to 50?
This, sir, isn't he too considerate to Xiao clan? Given the current situation, even if he wanted all 100% of the profits, no one in the Xiao clan would dare object. Meat pies have dropped from the skies, this phrase resounded in everyone's hearts as they looked towards each other.
After a long while more, Xiao Zhan gradually regained his wits. He let out a deep breath then laughed bitterly, saying, Sir, your words have overwhelmed us. We are already truly grateful for your timely aid. How can we possibly take any further advantage of you? As if it was of little importance, the black-cloaked man waved his hands about and smugly laughed. This little bit of profits holds no interest for me. If it were not for the fact that you would never rest easy, truth to be told, I would be too lazy to collect even 50%. Hearing this sort of arrogant explanation, Xiao Zhan could only shake his head as he smiled bitterly. I'll leave these elixirs for you to sell. If I have some time in the future, I will come and check up on them.
The black-cloaked man stood up and smiled as he said, I still have other matters, so I won't be staying. Clan leader Xiao need not send me off, go and set up arrangements for the sales instead, huh?
With a tone of dismissal, he walked out of the hall under everyone's stares. Before completely exiting the room, the black-cloaked alchemist's steps suddenly stopped.
Laughing faintly, he said, Before I go, I'll say a few words more.
Xiao Yan really isn't bad. Goodbye.
Hearing this statement, Xiao Zhan rubbed his head. He was about to say something, but the black-cloaked man had already breezed out of the hall, gradually fading out of sight around the corner. Staring at the black-cloaked man's disappearing figure, Xiao Zhan let out a small sigh after a long while as he laughed bitterly, saying, It seems that the relationship between Xun Er and this sir is a bit out of the ordinary. Or else, how could this person who isn't even familiar with us help us like this? The 3 elders all shared a glance and also let out a sigh and nodded. From the way the old alchemist had been expressing praise about Xiao Yan, he clearly looked favorably on Xiao Yan, and his help to Xiao clan would definitely be tied to Xiao Yan. Within the hall, all the members of the Xiao clan who were Xiao Yan's age who had heard the black-cloaked man's passing words, showed undisguised envy on their faces. The blue-clothed maiden near the window slightly inclined her head, her vision gazing through the window as the figure turned around the corner. Her willow brows slightly knitting together, an expression of doubt flashed across her delicate face. Outside of the Xiao clan, the black-cloaked man slowly continued forward until he reached a less crowded area. Only then did a young voice softly grumble from within the black gown, "Teacher, do you have nothing better to do than to point me out every single sentence? If they find out about this, I cannot guarantee that I will not offer you up." "Hee, I was only expressing my feelings. If it were not for Xiao Yan who treated you well since you were young, where would I find such a good disciple? Thus it is only appropriate for me to thank him." The old voice bantered and laughed, "If I just gave them the pills, your cautious father would definitely believe that I had some ulterior motives." Helplessly shaking his head, Xiao Yan looked around before asking, "Where shall we go now?" "Towards the auction house so we can pass the qi gathering powder to them, so as to avoid owing them a debt. That is something that I hate the most. Furthermore, you have burnt up all the medical ingredients for practice, it is time to purchase other medical ingredients." Yao Lao muttered as he smiled. Xiao Yan nodded to acknowledge these words. With some expectations, he smiled sweetly and asked, "Teacher, can the current me be counted as a first-tier alchemist?" "TCH, you think that just because you refined a few days' worth of medicine you become an alchemist? Healing medication is the simplest kind of elixir, refining that kind of stuff is nothing to be proud of." Yao Lao sneered, ruthlessly dousing Xiao Yan with cold water. Rolling his eyes, Xiao Yan was a bit gloomy. "Then when can I genuinely be considered as a first-tier alchemist?" In the alchemy world, the minimum requirement for a first-tier alchemist is to be able to refine a pellet-type pill and not the simple kind where all you have to do is mix essences into a paste. It seems that there's quite a distance for me to go. Hearing these requirements, Xiao Yan helplessly shook his head and strode forward, advancing towards the auction house in the city square. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 77, Breaking the Supply of Ingredients. Chapter 77, Breaking the Supply of Ingredients. Primer auction house, the reception lobby. On top of a table, there was a small jade case, in which a medicine pill lay peacefully. Due to the smooth, round, and glossy pill, a strong, nice fragrance pervaded the room, causing everyone to feel attentive. Watching the pills, the two managers of the primer auction house, Yafei and Gu and I, couldn't hide the glee on their faces. Through the black gown, Xiao Yan could see that the two were forgetting themselves in front of him, which caused him to inwardly express disapproval and ridicule them. If they knew that Yao Lao skimped on the materials when he made this qi gathering powder, what would their expressions be like? The qi gathering powder Xiao Yan brought was very much inferior to the product he himself used, and yet this powder, half-heartedly created by Yao Lao, was able to surprise both Yafei and Gu and I. "My dear sir, your alchemy techniques are truly admirable. The qi gathering powder you created can already be compared to that made by fifth-tier alchemists." Gu and I wholeheartedly praised the light green pill. Under the black cloak, an old voice lightly rang out, "Please receive this qi gathering powder well. After receiving so much help, I just had to express my thanks or else my conscience would be deeply perturbed." "Ah, sir, you are too kind. You are a guest here and the favors between us are simply favors between friends." Yafei smiled while lifting up the case with jade-like hands. Yao Lao refrained from commenting. Not only did Yao Lao not believe those words, even Xiao Yan scoffed at them as well. If it were really as she said, the premier auction house would have been bankrupt already. From inside his clothes, Xiao Yan produced a piece of paper and handed it to Yafei. The old voice rang out, "Please do me another favor by finding these materials for me." Eagerly accepting the paper, Yafei quickly glanced over it before complying with a smile. After the previous time, she dared not show any hesitation now. Yafei called forth a serving girl with a wave and passed the paper to her, instructing her to prepare the ingredients as soon as possible. Teacup in his hands, Xiao Yan lightly sipped. Suddenly, he thought of something and after a few seconds, Yao Lao's voice could be heard, "Miss Yafei, I have a question." Hearing Yao Lao start to talk, Yafei smiled sweetly and gently replied, "Please go ahead, sir. The Jiao Lai clan has bought a lot of medicine ingredients from here, right?" Yao Lao questioned in a monotonous voice. At this question, Yafei's heart slightly tightened and the expression on her lovely face slightly changed. Stealthily sharing a quick glance with Gu and I, she silently hesitated for a moment before replying. Previously, the Jiao Lai clan had indeed purchased almost 100,000 gold worth of medicine ingredients, and these medical ingredients also possess some healing properties. Slightly inclining his head, his old voice suddenly disappeared into silence. This sudden change in atmosphere from the black-cloaked man caused Yafei's heart to feel somewhat nervous. She long ago knew that the former was preparing to help the Xiao clan, and yet the auction house kept selling large amounts of medicine ingredients to the Jiao Lai clan. Though she does not know his temperament, it is highly likely that this old gentleman would hold some grudge against the auction house. The mood in the hall gradually became oppressive. Looking towards the silent black-cloaked man, Yafei started to feeling restless. If it were not for Gu and I constantly stopping her with his looks, she would have opened her mouth long ago. "Both of you should know what I intended to do by buying so much medicine ingredients last time, right?
A good while later, the old voice finally broke the stifling silence. Lightly nibbling on her red lips, Yafei slightly nodded her head and replied in a low tone, "Sir had intended to refine the ingredients into healing medication to aid the Xiao clan, yes? Just before I came, I handed over all of the refined healing medicine to the Xiao clan." Slightly nodding, Yao Lao said in a deep voice, "Perhaps in another 2 days, the Xiao clan and the Jialai clan will start to use healing medicine to battle for popularity in Wutan City." Faced with this kind of topic, Yafei did not know how to reply, thus she could only cleverly maintain her silence. The manufacturing of healing medication requires a large amount of low-grade medical ingredients. In Wutan City, besides Primer Auction House, no other medicine stall has the capabilities to provide such a large amount. Seeing the wordless Yafei, Yao Lao continued to remark to himself. In the later stages of this healing medication battle, besides the price and quality, having a sufficient supply of medicine ingredients is a key factor. Thus I hope that Primer Auction House will decline to provide the Jialai clan with medicine ingredients from now on. Just as Yao Lao's voice resounded out, Xiao Yan's line of sight penetrated through the black mantle and focused upon the mature beauty who was as lovely as a fox spirit. He had less than 2 months left in Wutan City and thus, within this time, he had to help his father to defeat the Jialai clan. Only then could he leave on the training journey with Yao Lao at ease. Yafei's charming face slightly changed as she heard Yao Lao's words. "In a difficult position," she said, "Sir, our Primer Auction House has a rule that forbids us from involving in any kind of conflicts between the clans. If we agree to your request, that would be tantamount to indirectly helping the Xiao clan. This is not in accordance to our rules. I can refine 2 Qi gathering pills for you free of costs." Yao Lao said, undisturbed. "Sir, it is not a problem of elixirs." Truly, the enticement of 2 Qi gathering pills caused Yafei's smooth hands to tremble, however she continued to endure. 3 pills. "Sir," Yafei forced a smile, right beside her, Guni's face contorted, 3 Qi gathering pills? That would be worth at least 500,000 gold, right? 5 pills. An aged voice armed with an indifferent tone relentlessly smashed against the baseline in Yafei's heart. HRRR, Yafei's large eyes screwed shut as she lightly inhaled a breath of ice-cold air. After a long time, her eyes abruptly opened. Yafei let out a bitter laugh as she said, "Sir, you've won. From now on, Primer Auction House will never again provide the Jialai clan with any medical ingredients. Miss Yafei's will is indeed somewhat beyond my expectations. 1 month later I will bring over the goods. Of course only if Primer Auction House does not let me down," Yao Lao said as he let out a small laugh. "Sir, be at ease, Yafei knows who is important and who is not very clearly." In any case, Yafei had already experienced many years in the auction house, thus she quickly calmed down. Between the Jialai clan and an alchemist who was at the very least 4th tiered, there was absolutely no comparison. The choice was not hard to make. Actually, the true difficulty laid in how to select the best moment to earn the greatest profits, and Yafei was very satisfied with the current outcome. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 78, Training and then Breakthrough. Chapter 78, Training and then Breakthrough. Only after seeing the black-clothed man walked out of the lounge, satisfied with the ingredients in his hand, could Yafei finally relax her shoulders. Her body was cuddled up on top of the chair, making her look like a curled-up fox. This lethargic position of hers had a peculiar charm to it. "This, dear sir, is truly daring," said Yafei with her head stuck to the cool back of the chair. Beside her, Gu and I was rubbing his forehead, sighing, 5 pills of gathering Qi powder. It's true that he's a 4th-tier alchemist, but still, isn't his way of conducting business a bit grand? Yafei nodded and pursed her red, small lips before proceeding to mock herself. "I thought I could last against his pressure, but who would have thought?" Gu and I laughed, replying, "If it were me in your shoes, I'm afraid I would have gave in by the time he mentioned the 3rd pill. You were able to exceed my expectations and persevere until the 5th, so be proud of it." What I showed was perseverance. Upon hearing his offer, my mind blanked out and so I wasn't able to think straight. But who would have thought that he would be so forward with his request and threw in 2 extra pills? Said Yafei while rolling her eyes. She couldn't refrain from laughing at the situation. Well, facts are facts, and your mind blanking out helped the Primer Auction House rake in an extra 400,000 income, expressed Gu and I while laughing after he heard her explanation. Yafei used her hand to cover up her mouth, letting out a few tender laughs. As she started to get up from her chair, she sighed, "Looks like the Jialai clan is in for it now." Gu and I agreed as well, nodding his head. "But doesn't it seem a bit suspicious? Isn't our dear sir supposed to be a complete stranger to the Xiao clan? Why is he helping them so much? He's even willing to spare 5 pills of Qi gathering powder to cut off the Jialai clan supply chain," Yafei said while a hint of suspicion flashed across her eyes. "Who knows? Our respected alchemist sure is mysterious, isn't he?
I didn't know that the Jiama Empire had a figure like him, said Guanai helplessly.
Ye Fei nodded slightly, her eyes wandering.
After muttering a bit, she replied, looks like having a phenomenal relationship with the Xiao clan will be a must. With these pills, I've increased the profits of the auction house by fourfold.
Let's see if anyone can surpass me at the next employee assessment, shall we?
After these words were said, the ends of her red lips formed a smile. With hands behind her back, she exited the lounge while humming a song to herself. Walking out of the auction house, Xiao Yan let out a long sigh. In a low voice he said, Teacher, thank you very much.
What's there to thank? If the Jiao Lai clan is not stamped to the ground, would you be able to concentrate when I bring you on the training journey?
Yao Lao helplessly replied. He. Xiao Yan grinned. Without any further words he followed his usual twisting and turning about the streets routine before taking off the black mantle in an empty corner and carefully exiting the street, heading towards the Xiao clan. Back at the clan, when Xiao Yan occasionally met another clan member, he could feel that their gazes were filled with even more envy. Evidently, word of what had happened in the hall today had spread amongst the clan. Xiao Yan ignored these looks as he continued his slow journey towards his room. As he turned a corner, a girl in red suddenly appeared in ahead on collision course. Thankfully Xiao Yan braked to a halt in time, successfully avoiding the awkward crash that had threatened to unfold.
Xiao Yan Gege? I've finally found you.
The girl in red retreated a step back and lifted her head. Her young and pure face contained its own type of charm. The combination was a bit contradictory, causing the girl to have a little more indescribable charm compared to other girls of the similar age. This kind of charm even made Xiao Yan glance a few more times. This girl whose face was filled with joy was none other than Xiao Mei.
Xiao Yan's gaze swept across Xiao Mei's pretty face. Rubbing his nose, he asked in a monotonous voice, is there anything?
As she heard this somewhat unfamiliar greeting, Xiao Mei's radiant face slightly darkened. In a low voice she answered, Clan leader wants Xiao Yan Gege to make a trip to the study room. Slightly startled, Xiao Yan nodded and smiled in reply, okay, got it, thanks. He waved goodbye before turning towards the study room located in the front courtyard.
Xiao Yan Dao Ji, thank you for before. Xiao Mei softly said as she watched Xiao Yan's straightforward and clear-cut steps walking away. A flash of disappointment could be seen in her eyes as she bit her lip.
Xiao Yan paused his step as he elegantly waved towards Xiao Mei without turning, coolly replying, no problem.
Staring at Xiao Yan's retreating figure, all of a sudden, Xiao Mei gathered her courage to ask, Xiao Yan Dao Ji, will you be participating in the enrollment test for Jianan Academy?
Maybe. With both hands on the back of his head, Xiao Yao slowly and gradually left, leaving behind this word. When Xiao Mei heard Xiao Yan's reply, her overcast but pretty face finally brightened. Pinching her hands into a fist, she stood on the spot as she looked as Xiao Yan's figure finally faded from sight before lightly and bitterly sighing and turning around to leave. Xiao Yan strolled about in the clan before he finally arrived in front of a spacious room. Lightly knocking on the door, he slowly pushed the door open and entered.
In the room, Xiao Zhan and the three elders were discussing something, but as they saw Xiao Yan enter, they closed their mouths in unison.
Father, you were looking for me? With a smile on his face, Xiao Yan walked up and asked. Xiao Zhan smiled back as he nodded his head, glancing at the three elders. He hesitated before asking in a low voice, you should have seen that old sir, right?
Yes. Xiao Yan inclined his head. Naturally he knew what Xiao Zhan was referring to. Do you know where he came from?
Xiao Zhan muttered.
I've only known him for a short time, how could I find out about his origins?
These were Xiao Yan's heartfelt words as he really did not know exactly where Yao Lao came from.
But I know that he is an alchemist. Xiao Yan smiled and added. Nonsense.
Xiao Zhan rolled his eyes as he smiled whole scolding playfully. Xiao Zhan shook his head and laughed. With an excellent mood, he continued to ask Xiao Yan a few more questions about Yao Lao.
However, Xiao Yan's muddled and silly replies meant that in the end, Xiao Zhan did not manage to find out anything. You little brat, I can't even tell if you're pretending.
As he gazed at a seemingly completely ignorant Xiao Yan, Xiao Zhan could not help but shake his head helplessly. With a flourish of his hand, he continued to speak, forget it, go and continue whatever it is you were doing. If you meet that old sir in the future, try not to offend him. The future of the Xiao clan depends on him.
Xiao Yan shrugged his shoulders, declining to comment. Xiao Yan, your current aura seems somewhat strong.
The first elder stared at Xiao Yan and suddenly stuttered out. At the first elder's words, Xiao Zhan was also startled, concentrating his gaze to sweep across Xiao Yan.
A moment later, his mouth slowly gaped open and he let out in amazement, You have made a breakthrough to Dou Qi?
Hearing these words, the corners of the second and third elder mouths pulled apart, as they stared in disbelief at the youth in front of them. Hick, Xiao Yan scratched his head before innocently spreading out his hands. I think so, I was just training as usual and then somehow made a breakthrough.
The corners of Xiao Zhan's eyes jumped, shocked at this development. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, "What kind of training was that?"
Over this period of time, Xiao Zhan had already gotten used to the miracles created by Xiao Yan. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Zhan forced a smile and said, "It's good that you made a breakthrough. If you have some time, go to the Rank Testing Association to receive a rank badge."
Xiao Yan nodded, the corners of his mouth raising playfully. "Then can I leave now?" "Honestly, I just trained and then broke through."
"You can get going already." Rolling his eyes, Xiao Zhan playfully scolded him. This young fellow was simply ruffling people's feathers.
Did he truly not know that when these three elders were condensing their chi cyclone, they failed twice in a row before becoming a doja?
Staring at the stiff faces of the three elders, Xiao Yan grinned and broke out into laughter. Only after Xiao Zhan began scolding him again did he scurry out of the study. Hearing the fading laughter of that youth, the three elders' faces slightly loosened up. Looking at each other, they couldn't help but laugh with faces full of bitterness. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 79, Counterattack by the Xiao Clan. Chapter 79, Counterattack by the Xiao Clan.
After receiving the secret aid of Xiao Yan in the form of the large quantity of healing medication, though the Xiao clan did not publicize this news, they had already secretly started to prepare for their counterattack against the Jiao Lai clan. The events that occurred in the clan hall were kept a secret by Xiao Zhan and the three elders. Everything regarding the healing medicine had been classified as the highest scale of prohibition. None of the clan members could mention this to the outsiders. If anyone were to leak information, that person shall be punished according to the clan's rule. Along with the silence of the Xiao family, the behavior of the Jiao Lai clan became more and more arrogant, using all kinds of tricks and enticements without restraint to pull away all the customers of the Xiao family's market. Even with this, the Xiao clan remained silent. Seeing the Xiao family watching in silence, some of the small forces allied with them became disappointed and also started to secretly prepare to move to protect themselves. With an atmosphere a little bit stranger than normal, 2 days' time quietly passed. It was another day of radiant and enchanting sunny weather while Jiao Lai clan's market was as hot and crowded like always. On the main street, people's heads were flowing like water. On the return of Spring Powder's stall, there was an even larger crowd of people, the sound of shouting, scolding, and scuffles all gathered in one place. The deafening voices pierced through the clouds. Behind the brown medicine counter, a medicine salesman of the Jiao Lai clan was watching the arguing mercenaries fighting over the medicine. The smile on his face had a prideful look, knowing he had an advantage by being the only supplier of the medicine. Jiao Lai Ku was a core member of the Jiao Lai clan and was in charge of Jiao Lai's clan's most popular market. Standing on the second floor of the reception hall, Jiao Lai Ku looked down from high above upon the big streets of crowded people. His fat and oily face was filled with a complacent smile. During this period of time, Return of Spring Powder had sold far more than Jiao Lai clan's initial estimates. Under the huge temptation of benefits, the Jiao Lai clan was no longer satisfied as they moved the price from 100 gold to 300 gold. Initially, the many mercenaries were disgusted by the price increase. However, there was no other supplier for the Return of Spring Powder, thus they could only make a din and complain for a while before grudgingly accepting the reality of getting cheated. Jiao Lai Ku lightly hummed a small tune as his eyes pulled into a line and happily said, "Even if you don't buy, other people will still buy." Jiao Lai Ku extended his short and fat hand to block the rays of the sun, unable to endure it in front of the warehouse. He wiped the sweat off his forehead as he grumbled, "Damn, it's way too hot today, looks like I'll have to release some of my hot spunk tonight to cool off." TCH, the young girl from last time was so refreshing and lively. As he recalled the ecstasy of that forbidden place, Jiao Lai Ku was filled with an unbearably impatience, yet again wiping his sweat. Then his brows suddenly wrinkled up at the sight of a disturbance at the entrance.
Damn it, fighting again? These mercenaries are all brawn and no brain. Do they not know that it costs money to fix the things they break?
As Jiao Lai Ku gazed at the disturbance, he could not help but curse in irritation. The Xiao clan marketplace has also started selling healing medication. Just when Jiao Lai Ku was preparing to send guards to settle the disturbance, a loud shout was suddenly heard from the main street. When Jiao Lai Ku heard this sudden shout, the fat all over his body jiggled like a mountain crashing into the sea, and on his face, his complexion slightly changed. However, a moment later he sneered and said, "Looks like there's no hope left for the Xiao clan to actually come up with this kind of methods. They are practically asking for death." The shout had caused the once noisy main street to elapse into a period of silence. However, as everyone started looking at each other in dismay, one by one, the crowd started cursing, "Damn it, don't even think about using this kind of dirty tactics to steal the place I had been queuing half a day for." It was clear that these people believed that the shout was a ploy to take the chance to shamelessly push to the front of the queue. After all, this kind of trick was common during this period of time.
After cursing, these people continued their rush for the return of spring powder again. Of course, not everyone had these thoughts. A small portion of the mercenaries who were sick and tired of the overbearing conduct of the Jiao Lai clan decided to check. After hesitating for a while, they chose to squeeze out of the street and head towards the Xiao clan marketplace, half in doubt yet half in belief. Standing upstairs, Jiao Lai Ku looked at the still extremely popularity on the main street. He could not help but laugh proudly and spoke shadily, "Xiao clan? Hey, let's see how long you can persevere." Later on in Wutan City, the Jiao Lai clan may be the only big clan. The times of the three influential clans? Those days have left forever. The effect of the shout from before on the busy marketplace was like a leaf dropping into the vast ocean. It barely made any ripples. The popularity of the Jiao Lai clan was not in the least bit affected. Naturally, this was only temporary. Half an hour after the shout, a few burly men wearing mercenary garb appeared before the marketplace entrance of the Jiao Lai clan. They rudely barged into the marketplace, bumping and pushing over the guards. With gleeful faces, they lifted the green jade bottles in their hands high into the air as they shouted out in unison, momentarily suppressing the noise of the marketplace. The Xiao clan is also selling healing medication. Their unified shout caused the marketplace to fall into silence as everyone's gazes turned to the source of the shout, a flash of understanding in their eyes. One of the burly mercenaries who had just barged in hurriedly jumped onto a large rock nearby. With a chang sound, he drew the broadsword at his side before gritting his teeth as he pulled it over his arm, drawing a fresh line of blood. Lifting his bloodied arm for all to see, the burly man tilted the green jade bottle in his other hand as a thick and viscous crimson-red liquid slowly poured out to cover the wound. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the thick and viscous crimson-red liquid invaded the wound. A moment later, the flow of the blood that was previously surging out slowed, and to everyone's surprise, the blood had already congealed to form a thin layer over the wound. On the main street, the gazes of all who had personally seen this scene suddenly lit up with passion. This kind of rapid staunching effect was essential to any mission. This is the new product sold by the marketplaces of the Xiao clan called blood-clotting medicine. Not only is it more effective, but its price is also lower than the Spring of Return powder by more than half. What are you people waiting for? Do you enjoy being extorted like idiots? Still not dispersing? The burly mercenary held up the jade bottle as he cracked open his mouth and laughed savagely. The main street was in silence. One of the mercenaries who had just entered the marketplace blankly stared at the green bottle in the burly man's hand. A split second later, he abruptly turned around and ran. Gazing upon the shadow of the man who had desperately run out of the marketplace, the crowd in the marketplace slightly wavered before loudly moving off. Together, their steps caused the ground to tremble as the crowd frantically stampeded out of the marketplace. On the rock, a strange smile floated upon the face of the burly mercenary at the sight of the frantic crowd. As a wind blew across the clothes of the burly man, a Xiao clan emblem was faintly exposed. After the huge commotion, the originally bustling marketplace was suddenly deserted. Besides the few merchants who were still dumbstruck at the scene, there was barely anyone left on the main street. The Xiao clan has started their counterattack. This thought raced across all of the merchants as they gazed upon the now empty main street. They exchanged gazes, and as one they lifted their heads to look upon Jiao Lai Ku. At this moment, the once gleeful fatty was already paralyzed on the spot with a deathly pale complexion on his face. Meanwhile, in the other marketplaces of the Jiao Lai clan, similar situations were occurring. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 80, Alchemist Liu Qi. Chapter 80, Alchemist Liu Qi. The atmosphere in the brightly lit hall felt stifling and oppressive. In the middle of the hall stood a table, and at its center rested a small green jade bottle. From that bottle, a faint medicine smell emanated. Many people were seated within the hall. From their attire, it was evident that they were the many upper echelons of the Jiao Lai clan. Jiao Lai Ku was also seated among them. In the hall, on the leftmost side, reclined a white-clad youth lazily against the back of a chair. In truth, the youth would have looked rather charming, if it weren't for the lust-filled look frequently flashing across his eyes, degrading his image. While he reclined, one of his hands could be seen slowly burrowing into the clothes of the pretty maid beside him. Even though there were so many people around him, no one seemed to care about such an unbridled action. The pretty maid's cheeks slightly paled with the youth's vulgar act, but she did not even make a sound. But it was clear that a trembling, restrained look was brewing in her eyes as her tender body continuously shuddered. This is the blood-clotting medicine that the Xiao clan suddenly came up with, and now, our popularity in the markets has already begun to plummet. Jiao Lai Bai gazed upon the small green bottle on the table with a gloomy face, acting as if he did not see any of the youth in white's rude actions. How could the Xiao clan have healing medication? Could it be that they have also managed to get an alchemist? Jia Lai Ao, who often clashed with Xiao Yan, cast a glance at the man in white beside him before frowning and asking. Jia Lai Bai squinted his old wrinkled eyes, an ugly expression on his face. Does anyone remember the mysterious alchemist we met at the auction house? At that time, he seemed to favor the Xiao clan. If this blood-clotting medicine is refined by him, then we are in big trouble. As you all may know, that person could be a third-tier alchemist. Hearing the term third-tier alchemist, the white-clothed youth finally stopped the hand that was roving about the maid's body reluctantly. He stepped forward and picked up the small green bottle to take a small whiff before pouring out a little of the contents and lightly rubbing it between his fingers. With a sneer, he concluded, a third-tier alchemist? Bull. This blood-clotting medicine is indeed more effective than the return of spring powder, but based on its quality, the person who refined it is obviously of a lower tier than me. The greater effectiveness of the medicine is due to the unique recipe. At this information, everyone seated inwardly let out a sigh of relief. If the Xiao clan had really obtained the help of a third-tier alchemist, then the Jia Lai clan would have probably been doomed. From my experience, it is highly likely that the alchemist from the Xiao clan is just a complete novice who somehow managed to borrow this recipe, from God knows where, to manufacture this blood-clotting medicine. On the face of the white-clothed youth, there was only indifference and disdain. Being able to see a maker's skills from a tiny bottle of medicine, Dou Qi's insight is truly vicious. Jia Lai Ao smiled with a hint of flattery. It is merely one of the basic skills of an alchemist. Having been called Dou Qi with so much flattery, the white-clothed youth modestly shook his head. However, an obscure pleased look floated upon his face which did not manage to escape the observation of the old wily foxes seated around him. Although the return of spring powder loses out to the blood-clotting medicine in terms of quality, the difference between the two isn't dramatic. The main reason why our marketplaces are losing popularity is because previously we had raised the price too much. After we re-evaluate our prices, our popularity will slowly return, but lowering it back to its previous cost will be challenging. After all, this blood clot medicine will definitely pull away many customers. It seems that in the future, the Xiao clan will also gain a foothold in the healing medication market of Wu-Tang City. Jia Lai Bai slowly muttered. Re-evaluate the prices? At these words, Lumu wrinkled his brows, evidently unwilling to cope with any sudden price reduction since he had already gotten used to the high prices. Having seen the look on Lumu's face, Jia Lai Bai inwardly cursed at how brainless Lumu was before obligingly explaining with a smile on his face, Mr. Lumu, the current market situation is unlike before. Previously, we monopolized the healing medicine market in Wu-Tang City, but now, that is no longer so, thus we need to reduce our prices to regain our popularity. Lumu grudgingly shook his head, curling his lip. He said, do whatever you want, but remember, even if you reduce the price, I still get the cut we talked about when the medicine was worth 300 gold. Jia Lai Bai's eyes couldn't help but twitch as a cloud of anger began to descend upon his mind. He took a deep breath to calm down. His face still wore a smiling expression, however it seems to have grown a little colder. Of course. I will definitely pay Lumu's share as we agreed. Okay. A satisfied look on his face, Lumu nodded his head and once again returned to his seat. Even more unbridled than before, he dragged the pretty maid onto his lap. Mr. Lumu, we do not have much return of spring powder left. Earlier, I have already sent people to the primer auction house to purchase ingredients. When the time comes, I'm afraid I'll have to inconvenience you again. Jia Lai Bai smiled before supplementing. Additionally, I managed to buy a pair of valuable Taguer Desert snake women yesterday and I have already sent them to your room. When Lumu heard that he had to refine medicine again, a look of impatience flashed clearly across his face, yet after hearing the two words, snake women, the impatience immediately changed into a perverted expression. With the flame of lust burning in his eyes, he nodded his head and took charge of the situation. As long as there is enough medicine ingredients, the clan leader need not worry about the quantity of return of spring powder. At the sight of a Lumu who was so easy to control, the corners of Jia Lai Bai's mouth turned to form an expression of disdain. Inwardly he sneered, with only thoughts controlled by lust, besides knowing alchemy, he has no other good points. Jia Lai Bai sneered as he shook his head, lifting his teacup with both hands to his mouth to take a sip before engaging in the topic Lumu was most interested in, sexual affairs, smiling all the while. As he was once again making light talk with Lumu, a clan member hastily barged into the hall, quickly arriving at Jia Lai Bai's side before lowering his head to speak some words into Jia Lai Bai's ear in a hushed tone. With a smile on his face, Jia Lai Bai listened to the clan member's report. A moment later, the smile on his face went rigid. Kacha, the teacup in his hand, was suddenly crushed to dust and the dust and tea mixed together as they flowed down his hand, dripping onto the floor. That wretched primer auction house, to actually use such a ploy with me. With a face full of fury, Jia Lai Bai abruptly stood up and roared in anger. A berserk chi suddenly exploded out of his body, forming tiny whirlwinds which hissed in mid-air. Seated closest to Jia Lai Bai, Jia Lai Ao suddenly found it hard to breathe due to the imposing chi that emitted from his father and hastily rushing a few steps back. He anxiously shouted, "Father! Xiao Ao's shout allowed Xiao Bai to regain his senses. His face slightly twitched before coldly sitting down and saying, Primer Auction House has refused to sell our Xiao clan any more medicine ingredients, Once these words were said, the entire hall was in uproar, everyone looked at each other in dismay, alarm was visible on their faces. How can it be possible? Hasn't Primer Auction House always preserved their neutrality? How can they suddenly choose to oppose the Xiao clan? Xiao Ku's complexion changed at Xiao Bai's words and shuddered while involuntarily voicing his thoughts. If there were enough incentive, who would pointlessly maintain their neutrality? Xiao Bai coldly snorted in reply as he slowly spit out a sigh. He cast a glance towards the Dou Qi who was in a sorry state due to his qi before icily saying, I fear that the Xiao clan had some hand in this matter. They shouldn't have the ability to cause Primer Auction House to refuse to sell us medicine ingredients, right? Xiao Ao muttered. Humph, who knows what kind of conditions they used to move Primer Auction House? Xiao Bai stroked his aged face and without knowing why, a sense of unease filled his heart. What can we do now? Without enough medical ingredients, our stock of the return of spring powder will quickly run out. At that time, it would be our turn to experience the spectacle of an empty marketplace. Xiao Ku anxiously said. Xiao Bai ground his teeth and coldly replied, there are quite a few medical ingredient stores who still stand by our side. First send people to buy all of the medical ingredients they have to support ourselves as much as possible over this period of time. If even then we are still unable to survive, then go to the other cities and towns to buy medical ingredients at high prices. I don't believe that the influence of the Xiao clan will reach the other nearby cities and towns. As the words left his mouth, Xiao Bai took another teacup only to realize that his hands were lightly trembling. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Xiao Bai had an inexplicable feeling that the Xiao clan had stirred up something that should never have been touched. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 81, Detection. Chapter 81, Detection. The appearance of the blood-clotting powder, like a thunderbolt, swiftly ate up over half of the market share for healing medication and allowed the Xiao clan's marketplaces to not only recover their popularity, but to surpass it within 2 days. 2 days after the debut of the blood-clotting powder, the Xiao clan had gradually reduced the price of the return the spring powder back to what it was initially. However, the profiteering practice of the Xiao clan just days before had repulsed many mercenaries, resulting in their marketplaces failing to return to the bustling places they once were. Since Wu-Tang City was close to the edge of the magical Beast Mountain range, the scale of mercenaries the city needed was very large. Moreover, the magical Beast Mountain range was filled with danger, stimulating an extremely great demand for healing medicine. Hence, despite the Xiao clan snatching over half the market share for healing medicine, the Xiao clan continued to remain profitable. Yet, when compared to the past, the profit has shrunk to half of what it was. The furious sales of the healing medicine had far outstripped the expectations of the Xiao clan, which was venturing into this profession for the very first time. Every day, the market's blood-clotting powder would be quickly purchased in the morning by the mercenaries who had been waiting beforehand. By the afternoon, all of the healing medicine would have been sold out. At this time, the mercenaries who had failed to buy any blood-clotting powder had little choice but to go to the Xiao clan's marketplace to purchase the slightly inferior return of spring powder. With the indirect help from the overwhelming demand of healing medicine from the mercenaries, the Xiao clan barely managed to survive the fierce retaliation of the Xiao clan. However, their respective futures would ultimately hinge on who had a greater stock of medicine. Sitting in the meeting room, Xiao Yan helplessly watched Xiao Zhan, who could not stop grinning. Shifting his gaze slightly, he found that the three elders were also full of smiles. Silly laughter also continuously penetrated the hall. The cause of all of this was the stock of blood-clotting powder that Xiao Yan had delivered that morning under the disguise of the black-robed man. Ha ha! The sales of the blood-clotting powder was simply too crazy. Had the esteemed elder not delivered another batch, I'm afraid that our warehouse would be empty by now. Xiao Zhan smiled as he held a green bottle with both hands in a manner that suggested he was holding a treasure. True. In only a few days, our marketplace's popularity had more than doubled what it was at our peak. The losses we previously suffered have slowly been recovered. Adding the sales from the healing medicine. The profit from the last few days already amounts to about 2 months of our previous income. The usually quiet first elder was unable to control himself and became talkative in the face of such a huge gain. The wrinkles on his aged face were like a blooming chrysanthemum. Xiao Zhan smiled and nodded. Turning his head to face the seated and slightly bored Xiao Yan, he could not help but reprimand, "You little rascal, you always disappear when the esteemed elder is here. Why can't you be less active and stay put at home, Ot?" Being wrongfully scolded, Xiao Yan rolled his eyes while helplessly thinking, "If I did not move around, where would you get the healing medicine from? The esteemed elder is too generous." Luckily, I managed to inquire about the ingredients needed. Moving forward, we will be responsible for the ingredients.
The Xiao clan has already obtained so much from him. If we are too greedy, I'm afraid that it will do us more harm than good. Xiao Yan muttered as he took out a piece of paper from his pocket.
Yes.
The three elders quickly nodded at Xiao Yan's words. Had Xiao Yan not been meticulous, they would have forgotten about this matter.
Ha!
Knowing where to draw the line in the face of such a large profit.
Not bad.
It's little wonder why your father could become the head of a clan. Yao Lao's praise was heard in Xiao Yan's heart.
Nodding his head and smiling, Xiao Yan gained some peace of mind.
Although he could temporarily help the Xiao clan materially, the ultimate success of the clan depended upon the leader's ability. If the leader was someone with horrible character, regardless of how great Xiao Yan's ability was, he could not help the useless succeed. Yet, from the looks of things, it seemed that Xiao Yan was capable of being a great leader. Clan leader, elders, Miss Yafei from the Primer auction house is waiting outside. A clan member hurried into the hall and spoke just as Xiao Yan was praising his father.
Yafei?
Hearing the clan member's words, Xiao Yan was silent for a moment before hastily speaking. Quickly, invite her in. Not long after the clan member went to relay the order, a graceful and lovely woman slowly appeared in their field of vision. Her mumbling laughter also began spreading and lingering in the hall.
Ha ha. Clan leader Xiao seems to take pride in his clan's recent success.
Leaning his head back on the cold chair, Xiao Yan turned his gaze towards the main entrance and was slightly stunned as his eyes were filled with a breathtaking sight.
Beside the main entrance stood a smiling, mature woman wrapped in a red robe.
The tight, red dress thoroughly hugged her exquisite body. Her curvy waist swayed so radiantly and gracefully from side to side that it caused others to covet it. From the bottom of the dress came a straight cut that came upwards to her thigh, both revealing and hiding her dazzling leg beneath. Vixen, watching the aura of matureness that the lady instantly emits, the young, middle-aged and three elderly men in the hall involuntarily voiced their misgivings.
Ahem.
Coughing dryly, Xiao Yan smilingly stood up and began with the pleasantries. Yafei Xiaojie, the Xiao clan's annual profit cannot compare with even a branch of your Primer auction house.
What right do we have to be pleased? Coo. Clan leader Xiao is really eloquent.
Recently, the popularity of the Xiao marketplace has far surpassed that of our auction house. This truth is something all of us have witnessed with our own eyes.
Yafei faced the three elders in the hall and greeted them respectfully.
Blinking her bright eyes, her gaze slowly shifted to Xiao Yan, only to be shocked. In a slightly stunned voice, she said, looking at young Master Xiao's current state, it seems he is stronger than when I last saw him.
Yafei Xiaojie, please drop the honorifics and simply address me by my name.
This young master is frightened of hearing them. Xiao Yan gave a seemingly pure smile as he spoke. The form of address has caused him great uneasiness. Hearing this, Yafei could not help but smile.
Is there a matter that brings you to the Xiao clan? Asked Xiao Yan with a smile. Yafei nodded while smiling.
She sat down on the empty chair beside Xiao Yan, licked her red lips and cut to the chase. Clan leader Xiao, Primer auction house has stopped supplying the Jialai clan with their medicinal ingredients. Once these words were out, a significant amount of tea from Xiao Yan's cup was spilled onto the table. His pupils secretly skipped over his extreme happiness as he wiped off the tea, leaving no evidence. Shifting his gaze to the three elders, the radiance in their eyes was also apparent. The big hall slowly became silent.
Xiao Yan emptied the tea in his teacup in one gulp before asking hesitantly. For what reason? Hasn't the premier auction house always adopted a neutral position? Yafei smiled without answering. Clenching his teeth, Xiao Yan asked softly, what price do you expect us to pay for this?
Nothing, Yafei continued to smile as she spoke.
Being surprised once again, Xiao Yan watched the smiling Yafei doubtfully.
He did not believe that the Primer auction house would help them hurt Jialai clan without a price.
Touching his chin, Xiao Yan abruptly moved. In a whisper, he sounded her out, is this that esteemed elder's doing?
Licking her red lips, Yanfei nodded slightly and replied with a grin, the esteemed elder has already paid our reward, so there isn't any need for clan leader Xiao to worry that we will demand something from the Xiao clan. From now on, we are fighting alongside each other. Hearing this, his face finally displayed extreme happiness as he faced upwards and laughed. His laughter sent faint tremors throughout the clan. Gradually restraining his laughter, Xiao Yan suddenly realized that his behavior suggested that his head was overwhelmed by success. He lowered his head and realized that three elders were curling their mouths in helplessness.
Smiling embarrassingly, Xiao Yan watched Xiao Yan, who was covering his mouth and secretly laughing. He could not refrain from flying off the handle and scolding, little rascal, why are you laughing? Where are your manners? Go and serve tea to Yafei Xiao. Xiao is an honorific.
Rolling his eyes helplessly, Xiao Yan reached over to the table beside him and picked up a cup of warm tea and rushed over to serve Yafei with both hands. Giving Xiao Yan a gentle smile, Yafei received the cup of tea from Xiao Yan. Abruptly, her pretty face changed. The pair of beautiful eyes focused on Xiao Yan's pair of fair hands. Or rather, the black ring on his right hand. Following Yafei's line of sight, Xiao Yan's gaze slightly froze. Without leaving any trace of avoidance, he retrieved his hands. With his back facing his father and the others, he squinted his eyes and stared at the beautiful lady before him. Being openly stared at, Yafei's heart slightly tightened. Following which, she sensibly lowered her head and sipped her tea. The expression on her face was also well hidden. Seeing the beauty's obedient behavior, Xiao Yan relaxed and rubbed his nose. He lazily walked back to his seat while frowning as though he was deep in thought. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 82, Coming Clean. Chapter 82, Coming Clean. After making idle chat with Xiao Zhan and the others, Yafei decided to take her leave. Beside her, Xiao Yan, who had remained silent, displayed his duty as a host and escorted Yafei out under the approving gaze of Xiao Zhan. After leaving the main entrance, Xiao Yan did not show any intention of returning home. With his hands behind his head and his eyes narrowing, he followed Yafei closely. No one could tell what he was pondering. Walking beside Xiao Yan, Yafei became slightly anxious. Her clenched fists were already covered in perspiration. Since she was young, she had an extremely good memory and by chance, she had saw the hands of the mysterious black-cloaked alchemist the last time they met at the auction house. The fair complexion and vitality appeared to be that of a young man and moreover, on the fair hand was a black ring that was exactly the same as the one worn by Xiao Yan. Having this coincidence as the starting point and thinking back on why the Xiao clan was in the good grace of the alchemist, the key to the riddle seemed to be about to burst forth. Biting her red lips, Yafei secretly measured the young man beside her from the corner of her eyes. The young man, dressed in inexpensive black clothes, had a tall and vigorous body. His hands were cupping his head, emitting a lazy feeling. While his dedicated face had the tenderness of a young man, the angle that appeared and disappeared from the corner of his mouth did not appear to belong to an inexperienced and naive young man. Despite having carefully sized up Xiao Yan, Yafei still had trouble believing that the person that forced both herself and Gu and I into obedience at the auction house was actually a young man of about 17 years of age. Seen enough? Just as Yafei could not help but smile bitterly, the young man beside her finally spoke in an indifferent voice. Slowing down her footsteps, Yafei sighed, "You. Should I address you as the esteemed elder or Xiao Yan DD? TL, DD equals younger brother." Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows before abruptly raising his chin towards one corner. "Go in." Yafei followed his gaze and walked over. Her cheeks involuntarily reddened. The place where Xiao Yan had indicated was Wu Tang City's famous meeting place for lovers. Following a brief hesitation, Yafei had initially wanted to weakly suggest changing the venue. However, Xiao Yan had already swaggered over and had sat down on a stone chair under a dark green willow tree. Faced with Xiao Yan's overbearing manner that was the total opposite of his respectful manner back in the Xiao clan, Yafei could only helplessly shake her head. Isn't this change in personality a little too quick? Slowly stepping forward, Yafei sat face to face with Xiao Yan. A pair of long narrow beautiful eyes sparkled, gauging the young man in front of her. "Have you recognized me?" Xiao Yan vaguely asked as he reached out to pluck a willow leaf to chew. Yafei pushed her fallen hair back and her expression caused a man just a short distance away to widen his eyes. Licking her lips, she laughed bitterly. "I was actually hoping that my guess was wrong." Hearing those words, Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed and his teeth ruthlessly bit at the bitter leaf. "You are not intending to kill me, are you?" Seeing Xiao Yan's attitude, Yafei momentarily asked in a timid voice. Nonetheless, a brief smile flashed in her eyes. "I intend to do much more and then dispose of your corpse," said Xiao Yan evilly. Hearing such crude and inappropriate words, Yafei's face reddened, her coquettish eyes stared at him and scolded, "Where has this child learned to pick up such bad things?" Xiao Yan curled his lips and stretched lazily. Since his identity was already revealed, there was no longer a need to beat around the bush. The black-cloaked man who had done business with you was indeed me. But the one who makes the medicine is a different person, right? Yafei laughed as her gaze wandered around. She was not stupid. The extent of Xiao Yan's ability was something that she was very certain of. Even if he was an alchemist, with his current strength, it was impossible for him to refine high-quality medicine like the qi-gathering pill. If a lady is too smart, no man will like her. Xiao Yan curled his lips and said as he glanced at Yafei, who had already correctly guessed most of the truth. "That is just the thinking of some vulgar men." Yafei raised her eyebrow and said disdainfully. Xiao Yan rolled his eyes. He did not have the time to discuss such unimportant matters. Chewing the bitter leaf that had spread in his mouth, Xiao Yan indifferently said, "You should know the reason I have come to find you. Please do your utmost to keep my identity a secret. This will be to the benefit of everyone." Licking his lips, Xiao Yan threw a glance at the lovely beauty in front of him. "Naturally, do not treat this as something you can threaten me with. Otherwise, you will lose more than you will gain." "Do I look like a brainless, large woman?" Ye Fei innocently opened her hands. Xiao Yan watched the surging billow on her chest seriously for a while before nodding his head. "They are indeed very large. As for whether you have brains, it will depend on your behavior from now on." Being taken advantage of by a young man a few years younger than her, Ye Fei shook her head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Even if his double identity was put aside, with just his handsome appearance alone, it was difficult to arouse anyone's ill will. "What about our collaboration?" Ye Fei anxiously stared at Xiao Yan. This was the question that she really wanted to ask. "There will be no change. You will continue to refuse supplying the Jiao Lai clan any medicinal ingredients and I will pay you with 5 qi-gathering pills." Xiao Yan shrugged his shoulders. His indifferent voice allowed Ye Fei to heave a sigh of relief. "Ha, I look forward to working with you," Ye Fei said with a beautiful smile as she extended her hand in a natural and generous manner. Lazily nodding his head, Xiao Yan shook the dedicate hand. Contrary to Ye Fei's expectations, only a brief contact was made. Looking at the young man whose actions were unpredictable, Ye Fei sighed uncontrollably. "It really causes one to suspect whether you are really only 17. I've only realized now that you have been leading me by the nose." Disregarding such a topic, Xiao Yan waved his hand. He stood up and began leaving. As he walked he said, "When we meet again, you should use the same attitude as before lest anyone should find something amiss." Nodding with a smile, Ye Fei softly said, "If you have time, could you invite the alchemist behind you to the primer auction house? He will always be welcomed." Slowing his footsteps, Xiao Yan rubbed his nose and vaguely replied, "We will consider it when we have time." After turning around and waving once more, Xiao Yan left decisively. Watching as the young man's figure disappeared into the distance while standing on the same spot, Ye Fei smiled bitterly and shook her head. In a low voice, she said, "What a little devil. I cannot understand why the girl from the Nalan clan would cancel her engagement with him. In the future, I'm afraid that Nalan Su will vomit blood in regret. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 83, Young Head of the Marketplace. Chapter 83, Young Head of the Marketplace. Less than a month after the release of the blood-clotting powder, the Xiao clan won 70% of Wu-Tang City's healing medicine market. The huge profit filled the Xiao clan with joy. The courtyard and doorway, which were rarely used recently, were now used constantly and were now as lively as a market. Compared to the Xiao clan, the Jiao Lai clan was filled with gloominess. Due to their recent profiteering ways, they had aroused the dislike of the majority of the mercenaries. Moreover, the Xiao clan's blood-clotting powder was more potent than the Return the Spring powder. Hence, the Jiao Lai clan's healing medicine business continued to be suppressed by the Xiao clan's business. Had it not been for the Xiao clan's daily limit on the sale of their healing medicine, the Jiao Lai clan would not have had any business at all. While their market share in the healing medicine industry had shrunk, there was still a tidy profit to be made. The main headache for the Jiao Lai clan lied in the large amount of medical ingredients needed for them to make their medicines. The largest resource warehouse in the city, the Primer Auction House, had already rejected having any further cooperation with them. Facing this embargo on medical ingredients, the Jiao Lai clan was filled with fury. Despite their anger, however, they did not dare use any force against the Primer Auction House. Supporting the Primer Auction House was a force that could rank amongst the most powerful of the entire Jiama Empire. A small family clan in Wu-Tang City like them did not have the ability to provoke them. Unable to procure goods from the auction house, the desperate Jiao Lai clan could only purchase all the stocks of the medical ingredients shops in Wu-Tang City at a price several times higher than their market value. Nevertheless, this was only a temporary measure. The medical ingredient shops did not have the ability to meet such a large demand in the long term. More importantly, everyone in Wu-Tang City had recognized the anger and killing intent between the Xiao clan and Jiao Lai clan. Helping the Jiao Lai clan now would undoubtedly offend the Xiao clan, which was getting stronger each day. Therefore, after their first sales of medicinal ingredients to the Jiao Lai clan, many medicine shops did not dare to sell to them in bulk again. This restriction had also worsened the predicament of the Jiao Lai clan. With this, the Jiao Lai clan's source of medicinal ingredients from Wu-Tang City was cut by nearly 80%. The remaining sources were far too insufficient to meet the demand from the manufacturing of their healing medicine. Due to this, the utterly helpless Jialai clan could only use high prices to purchase medicinal ingredients from other cities, barely managing to overcome the crisis caused by the shortage of medicinal ingredients. By doing this, however, the Jialai clan's profit once again shrank.
If it was not for the profit from the healing medicine, the Jialai clan would have faced bankruptcy already.
Currently in Wutang City, the Xiao clan's position was rising with the help from their healing medicine and was even faintly showing the momentum to surpass the other two large clans. Xiao Yan was sluggishly walking on a street within the rowdy marketplace. Behind him, 7 to 8 tall and sturdy, large men were adorned with the Xiao clan's guard uniform. On all of the chests of these large men, there would be 4 or more golden stars. Clearly, all of these large men had the strength of at least a 4-star doja. On the street where the flow of people was rather large, many fierce and tough mercenaries that were emitting the scent of blood all gave a friendly smile upon seeing a young man walking lazily with his hands behind his head. Occasionally, those who were more familiar would laughingly ask, "Young head, have you come to patrol the marketplace again?" Each time he was faced with such a form of address, Xiao Yan would helplessly pull his mouth before letting out a soft sigh. Half a month ago, Xiao Zhan had suddenly placed him in charge of this marketplace in the name of training him.
Regarding Xiao Zhan's action, the Xiao clan had an argument.
Having someone manage a marketplace in his teens was unheard of in the Xiao clan.
However, after considering Xiao Yan's much elevated position in the clan, some eventually agreed.
Thus, Xiao Yan, who was originally resting at home, was placed in charge of this marketplace. Although the marketplace was huge, the management of it was not very tiring. Which was something that comforted Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan threw the miscellaneous matters regarding the division of the streets and the discussion of the rental rates of the shops in the prime locations to the old housekeeper that his father had specially assigned to him. Each day, he would occasionally bring a group of large men to patrol the streets and manage the security issues of the marketplace, spending his days in a calm, yet unrestrained manner.
On the surface, Xiao Yan appeared to be mild and indifferent.
However, he loved to gather with the mercenaries and discuss the stimulating and dangerous experiences they had during missions, the strange monsters and the chi methods that are left behind in caves. These discussions increased Xiao Yan's thirst for risk-taking and adventure. He desired to enter those remote mountains that had almost no traces of people to search for those secretive, yet strong Dou techniques and chi methods. Xiao Yan's young age and his delicate face already made it difficult for others to have ill feelings. On top of this, each time the discussion became exciting, he would retrieve the limited healing medicine from his breast pocket and pass them around for free. This caused those straightforward mercenaries to have a good impression of him. Over time, the marketplace managed by Xiao Yan had the highest number of customers returning amongst the Xiao clan's marketplaces. Recalling the events over the last half a month, Xiao Yan emotionally smiled. Such days were numbered. At most, after another half a month, he would have to leave with Yao Lao on a training journey and it would be at least another 1 or 2 years before he would return.
Throwing away his melancholy, Xiao Yan raised his head. A wretched and skinny image from the crowd came rushing at him abruptly. Pausing his steps and looking at the ordinarily dressed small man, Xiao Yan's eyebrows creased as he spoke indifferently. "Kalu, why are you here instead of being out there making your fortune?"
The dreadful-looking small man, Kalu, in front of him was the marketplace's well-known pickpocket, Goldfinger.
When faced with this kind of shady occupation, Xiao Yan did not unrealistically attempt to eliminate them. He knew only too well that if there is a front side, there will be a back side. Although such an occupation is looked down upon, they are extremely well informed. Regardless of whatever happened anywhere in Wutan City, they would have some information on it.
"Hee, young master," facing Xiao Yan with a flattering smile, the skinny small man called Kalu said with a smile, "This lowly person is here to inform you that I have information from my subordinate saying that Xun Er Xiaojie was verbally insulted by a man of unknown origin just outside the marketplace.
I came here after hearing about it."
Oh right, Jialai Ao of the Jialai clan was also amongst present. It seems like he is acquainted with the man wearing funeral clothes and talking to Xun Er Xiaojie.
Quite a few people were also accompanying them.
Narrowing his eyes, Xiao Yan's indifferent face gradually became cold. Slightly slanting his head, he softly said, "Xiaoli, call the others.
As long as they are alive, they need to be here."
"Understood." A large man respectfully replied before hurriedly turning around and running towards the interior of the marketplace. "Lead the way," said Xiao Yan indifferently as he turned around and raised his chin. Looking at the sudden coldness on Xiao Yan's face, Kalu hurriedly nodded.
Not daring to utter any unnecessary words, he immediately began leading the way.
"This bastard dares to come to the Xiao clan's territory to molest a member of the Xiao clan. If I, Xiao Yan, allow you to leave the marketplace unharmed, I will abandon my post as the head of the marketplace." Licking his lips, Xiao Yan's ghastly voice caused Kalu, who was at the front leading the way, to tremble and pick up his pace. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 84, To Cripple. Chapter 84, To Cripple. Lu Qi was currently very excited. The source of his excitement was the pretty lady clad in green standing a short distance away. The young lady's clothes were elegant and her exquisite small face was devoid of any cosmetics, displaying an image of natural beauty and innocence. Her sleek black hair, which was randomly restricted by a short green cloth, gathered at her waist. When the wind blew, her drifting hair stirred one's heart. On the young lady's unbearably small waist that one felt compelled to hug, a pale purple belt thoroughly outlined her graceful curves in a manner that even the eyes of a passerby could not help but peep at her waist. In his heart, Lu Qi secretly thought, if I could embrace such a small waist, how enjoyable would it be? As his red-hot face watched the young lady, Lu Qi's palms trembled due to excitement. The graceful young lady in front of him was totally different from all the others that he has had fun with. Adding her refined temperament, which was much like a lotus flower, the lustrous Lu Qi could not help but feel the desire to immediately have her. Glancing at Xiao Ning, who had just been driven to the ground with one strike, Lu Qi laughed. Protecting ladies requires real ability which you do not have. Xiao Ning's face turned red and furiously clenched his teeth angrily as he was mocked by Lu Qi. Xiao Ning, come back. You are no match for him, Xiao Yu softly hooted as she stepped forward. Her face was slightly icy. Xiao Ning clenched his teeth. He weighed both sides' strength in his mind and could only unwillingly retreat. Having lost face in front of the girl he liked, Xiao Ning was utterly embarrassed. After scanning Xiao Yu's body with his eyes, Lu Qi's gaze finally landed on her sexy and long legs and felt compelled to praise her, another lady of the highest grade. It seems my luck is quite good today. Ha, Lu Qi de Ge, they are members of the Xiao clan. This woman's name is Xiao Yu. Her temper is short and men without some ability would not be able to conquer her. Jia Liao, who was accompanied by a group of burly large men, walked forward with a smile and laughed dreadfully. TL, Dou, big brother. Kiki, the spicier, the more delectable. Lu Qi's gaze once again turned to the silent young lady clad in green, his eyes released a greenish light. Who is this lady? Seeing that his beloved person had caught the attention of Lu Qi, Jia Liao's mouth twitched slightly. He silently but ferociously cursed this bastard with worms in his head and in his heart before helplessly replied. She is Xun Er. A good name. Laughing while nodding his head, Lu Qi stopped wasting his breath on Jia Liao. He took 2 steps forward and acted like a gentleman as he spoke. My name is Lu Qi. May I invite you ladies to join me in looking around the marketplace? Ha, if there is anything in the marketplace that you ladies are interested in, feel free to put it on my tab. As he spoke, Lu Qi's arms slowly widened, boastfully exposing the badge on his chest that revealed his occupation. On the badge was a simple medicinal cauldron. On the surface of the medicinal cauldron was a silver ripple that reflected a peculiar radiance upon receiving the rays of the sun. A first-tier alchemist? Seeing the badge on Lu Qi's chest, the surrounding crowd of people immediately choked. Lu Qi's smile widened at these choked voices. Hearing the words first-tier alchemist, Xiao Yu's face slightly changed. However, with her personality, she would not go shopping with a shifty-eyed person simply because of his occupation. Without pausing, she spoke, "We're not free. You can find someone else." After she spoke, she grabbed Xun Er's hands and turned around to leave. Just as she was turning around, a few large men stepped out from the crowd of people. They smiled licentiously as they blocked the way out. Seeing the large men blocking their path, Xiao Yu's face sunk. She turned around and spoke coldly to Jia Liao. This is the Xiao clan's territory. Aren't you being a little too arrogant? Kiki, the Xiao clan? Are they very strong? All they did was gain a little popularity with the help of the blood-clotting powder. If I wished to, I could easily destroy the Xiao clan. The spring reviving powder is but a healing medicine that I randomly made. Lu Qi stroked his snow-white sleeves as he said proudly. Hearing these words, Xiao Yu became furious, but she remained quiet. Deep in her heart, she knew the ability of an alchemist and did not dare to speak too bristly to avoid bringing any unnecessary trouble to the Xiao clan. Although Xiao Yu may care about such details, Xun Er was not concerned with such worries. She now understood that this human-shaped garbage was delaying her meeting with Xiao Yan. Lightly raising her eyes and watching the arrogant Lu Qi, Xun Er's small lips opened slightly. The words that her ethereal voice spoke, however, caused everyone to be in a daze. Garbage will always be garbage. Even after wearing the skin of an alchemist, he will still be garbage. Someone like you who goes around flaunting your little bit of ability. Using Xiao Yan Guji's words, stupid. The street became quiet. Many people were stunned. The young lady who appeared so elegant was as good as anyone else when it came to scolding people. Xiao Yu was similarly stunned while watching the Xun Er beside her. A long while later, she helplessly curled her lips and said,
I have said that you would be corrupted by that little bastard. Having been publicly ridiculed in an unrestrained manner by Xun Er, the smile on the narrow-minded Dou Qi's face diminished. He said gloomily, in all these years, you are the first person who dared speak to me in such a manner. Really? What foolish words! As her small hands rubbed her bright and clean forehead, Xun Er was now almost certain that the person in front of her was either an idiot or was overly arrogant. Jia Lai Ao, do it. Originally, I wanted to use legitimate means. It's too bad that she is ungrateful. The gloomy-faced Dou Qi waved his hand and ordered coldly. Jia Lai Ao was startled. He rubbed his head while suffering a headache. With a wary smile, he thought, what is this guy thinking? Father was right. Other than alchemy, he knows nothing. How can such a person be an alchemist? Sighing, Jia Lai Ao could only say with a smile, Dou Qi Deji, currently our Jia Lai clan cannot afford to offend the Xiao clan. The Xiao clan? Laughing coldly, Dou Qi said disdainfully, if I can have her, I will help you ruin the Xiao clan. Besides the return of spring powder, I am able to make 2 to 3 other types of medication. Once I refine them, I assure you that the Xiao clan will return to the sorry state it was in before. Listening to the assurance, Jia Lai Ao was once again stunned. He had not expected that this person would so easily reveal all the cards in his hands. Besides being secretly delighted, he once again sighed. Does this mean that the greater the stupidity, the greater the probability of one becoming an alchemist? Jia Lai Ao waved his hand and ordered, capture them. Hearing Jia Lai Ao orders, over 10 huge men behind him immediately wore fierce and tough faces as they approached and surrounded Xun Er's group. Seeing the arrogance of the other party, Xiao Yu became extremely furious. Accompanied by a sneer, Xiao Yu retrieved a long green whip from her waist and mercilessly whipped the bulky man that was rushing towards her. Pa! In the blink of an eye, a long bloodstain appeared on the man's face. Although Xiao Yu was a 3-star doja, against over 10 people with strength similar to a doja, she fell into a disadvantaged position after beating off 2 to 3 of the big men. She ended up being forced to dodge, causing her to be embarrassed. After causing another big man to cough up blood and retreat, a pale-faced Xiao Yu was forced to take a few steps back. Turning her head, she ordered Xiao Ning, take Xun Er away. Go and call that rascal here. Xiao Ning hurriedly nodded. His face abruptly changed as he quickly warned, Sister, be careful. Hearing Xiao Ning's warning, Xiao Yu swiftly turned around and found the man whom she had whipped earlier raising his iron fist sinisterly and then viciously threw a punch towards her chest. Seeing such an unexpected and dirty attack that focused on such a position on a woman's body, Xiao Yu was livid with rage. Dou Qi gathered on her palm. Just as it was about to be furiously released, a black figure speedily appeared by her side. A fierce wind smashed into the huge man. The enormous strength directly caused the man to roll a couple of meters with his face covered in blood before gradually stopping. Cripple everyone who attacked. A young man carrying a steel rod glanced coldly at Dou Qi and Jia Lai Ao standing on the other side. The soft sound emitted by his lips was a little frightening. Hearing the young man's command, tens of huge men carrying the same steel rod and wearing evil smiles came charging out at once. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 85, Acceptance. Chapter 85, Acceptance. Facing dozens of 4-star doja-level practitioners wielding steel rods, the squad of over 10 people that had been flaunting their power suddenly froze. Before they had the chance to escape, those black metal rods ruthlessly rained down on every part of their bodies. In an instant, horrible shrills echoed through the entire street. After throwing a cold glance at the ashen-faced Jia Lai Ao, Xiao Yan tilted his head and faced the furious, red-faced Xiao Yu and asked in a gentle voice, Are you alright? You should have informed me that you were coming over. Recently, this bunch of bastards from the Jia Lai clan have been looking to stir up some trouble. Being suddenly treated so gently by Xiao Yan for the first time, Xiao Yu was obviously shocked. The redness on her face grew a shade darker. At a loss, she randomly shifted her gaze and spoke, I met Xun Er when I left the house. She said that she wanted to come and see you, so I decided to accompany her. How was I supposed to know that I would encounter these bastards? Xiao Yan couldn't help but shake his head. He shifted his gaze to the young lady clad in green, whose face was full of joy at his appearance. The smile on his face became even gentler. You seem to enjoy cursing just now. Listening to Xiao Yan making fun of her, Xun Er innocently shook her head, pursing her lips and saying with a bright smile, That wasn't my intention. It was just that I didn't like his attitude. Even Xiao Yan Geg back then didn't dare to openly snatch someone off the street. Facing Xun Er's hidden rebuttal, Xiao Yan touched his nose and smiled forcefully. He might have been a little arrogant back then, but he could not be as bad as the man in front of him. Oh, isn't this the young master of the Xiao clan? Having not seen you for over a year,
I heard that you have finally gotten rid your name, cripple. Jiao Liao couldn't help but in after seeing Xiao Yan speak to Xun Er. Who is he? Lu Qi's gaze was equally cold. Seeing Xun Er chatting and laughing with another man after giving him the cold shoulder was a great blow to the arrogant Lu Qi's ego. He could not accept this. He, Lu Qi de Ji, this is the Xiao clan's famous genius. His name is Xiao Yan. Back then, despite training for over 10 years, his Dou Qi remained at only the 3rd or 4th stage. I don't know what he ate recently, but his Dou Qi rose quickly to the 8th stage within a few months. Jiao Liao stood beside Lu Qi and made the introduction with a cold smile. Regardless of how great one's talent is, if one isn't even a doja, he is nothing but trash, said Lu Qi coldly. Hearing these words, Xun Er's small face grew even icier. A golden flame flashed in her limpid eyes. Reaching out his hand and lightly patting on Xun Er's stretched, taut body, Xiao Yan smiled indifferently and shook his head. Turning his head, Xiao Yan glanced at Lu Qi, who was completely dressed in white. His gaze randomly swept towards his chest where the alchemist badge resided and smiled. You should be the alchemist who refined the potion Return of Spring powder, right? Lu Qi coldly smiled and stuck out his chest with the badge, proudly announcing, that's right. I am the alchemist hired by the Jiao Lai clan. Xiao Yan, seemingly having realized something, nodded and laughed. No wonder. Only an alchemist like you could refine such a low-grade healing medicine. You really have been worthy of your master's teaching. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, the surrounding mercenaries promptly laughed loudly. After having experienced the profiteering ways of the Jiao Lai clan, these mercenaries held a significant grudge against the creator of the Return of Spring powder. Seeing that Xiao Yan dared mock the creator in his face, they felt a little satisfied. The laughter of those around him resulted in Lu Qi's face gradually growing darker. His eyes coldly stared at Xiao Yan. You are helping your Xiao clan offend someone they cannot afford to offend. Hearing this, Xiao Yan was a little stunned. He laughed bitterly and massaged his head, utterly speechless at how arrogant the man was. Did he really think he was some disciple of a Dou Qi? A one-star alchemist would be respected by the Xiao clan, but to say that he was someone the clan couldn't afford to offend, that would be a joke. TL, Dou Qi is the highest Dou rank. AI, how did he become an alchemist with such low intelligence? Sighing and shaking his head, Xiao Yan, who was a little depressed, exchanged a glance with Xun Er. After having a brief conversation with Lu Qi, he finally understood why the gentle and soft Xun Er would dislike this man so much. Rubbing his palm gently on his face, Xiao Yan was too lazy to continue conversing with this obviously stupid person. Waving his hand at the dozen of large men behind him, he smiled, attack. Go after their master too. Since these people dared to create trouble in our territory, we do not need to give them any face. Otherwise, we may be laughed at. Seeing Xiao Yan's actions, Jiao Liao's face changed. He did not expect Xiao Yan would really attack. Turning his eyes, he insultingly provoked, I thought that you had grown quite a bit. To think that you are still a useless person who only knows how to rely on his subordinates. Your provocations really are rather weak. Xiao Yan waved the metal rod in his hand as he spoke quietly. If you wish to treat it as a provocation, then consider it one. A useless person like you doesn't have the qualification to walk beside Xun Er Xiaojia, said Jiao Liao insultingly. A cold look stealthily flashed across his eyes as he continued with his evil design. You should have undergone the coming-of-age ceremony, haven't you? Ha! That means if I challenge you now, you won't have any reason to decline, right? You are really shameless. Xiao Yan is only 17 this year while you are 23. You actually dare to issue such a challenge. If you wish to play, I am willing to accompany you. Xiao Yu rebuked Jiao Liao challenge. Her eyebrows straightened and she lashed out with her whip, leaving a thin white scar on the ground. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly as Jiao Liao provokingly said, You seem to have quite good luck with women, yet another woman has come forward to stand up for you. Ha, you are but a coward who only knows how to hide behind women. Damn it, this white face is too cocky. Young master, I will play with him in your place. Watching the overbearing Jiao Liao, some of the surrounding mercenaries who had a better relationship with Xiao Yan howled. Seeing that his words had stirred up such a large commotion, Jiao Liao's face changed. His strength was that of a 3-star doja and was a little overwhelmed at offending such a large crowd. Glancing at the expressionless Xiao Yan, Jiao Liao brushed his sleeves and coldly said, Since you don't have the guts to accept the challenge, then let's forget about it. Lu Xian de Ge, let's go. A person who did not dare to accept such a challenge doesn't deserve any respect. Lu Qi nodded his head while wearing a shady smile. His gaze covertly landed on Xun Er for a moment before furiously glaring at Xiao Yan and threatening, Brat, just you wait. I will have the Xiao clan voluntarily send her over to me. Amongst all the women who had caught my eye, there was not a single one whom I cannot get my hands on. Xun Er indifferently glared at Dou Qi, whose face was filled with obscenity.
Within her eyes, a killing intent finally emerged.
Jiao Liao and Dou Qi turned around, but a couple of haughty large men from the Xiao clan appeared at the entrance of the marketplace and barricaded the entrance.
I know that you really wish to cripple me.
All right. Let's fulfill your wish. I accept your challenge. Just as Jiao Liao was about to send a signal for help, a young man's indifferent voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Hearing this, Jiao Liao was first stunned before a sinister smile appeared. The corner of his mouth slowly lifted as he whispered, "It's you who seeks death. Don't blame me if anything happens.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 86, Challenge. Chapter 86, Challenge. Turning around slowly, Jiao Liao slanted his head. The smile on the corner of his mouth was a little sinister.
Dou Qi de Ge, may I play around with him?
Dou Qi nodded his head and smiled. Without leaving any trace, he straightened his palm in front of him and perversely said, "If you have the chance, don't hold back." Jiao Liao smiled and shut his eyes.
Dou Qi's words had abruptly prompted him to recall a secret private conversation he had with Jiao Libai. Back then, Jiao Libai had just received the news of Xiao Yan having recovered his talents. After a long silence while wearing a gloomy face, Jiao Libai used an extremely solemn and cold voice when he finally spoke to Jiao Liao.
"If that boy ever accepts your challenge, you must not show any mercy.
It would be best if you could kill him on the spot. Even if you are unable to, crippling him will also help the Jiao Lai clan remove a potentially terrifying enemy." Gradually remembering the grave and chilling voice that his father used to deliver the message, the smile on Jiao Liao's face grew increasingly sinister. His awful eyes gazed at the calm Xiao Yan a short distance away. He felt a premonition that the young genius would be killed by his own hands. Jiao Liao's confidence originated from his own strength. In addition to the position of a 3-star doja, the Qi method that he had trained with was a wind element Hai Xian 1 hurricane chant. Adding the few Do techniques that he knew, he was already able to be victorious in a challenge against a 5-star doja. Compared to him, even though Xiao Yan had his talent return was only 8 Duan Qi at the coming of age ceremony. Even if his strength once again increased during this period, it was impossible for Xiao Yan to surpass him. Regarding this, Jiao Liao had absolute confidence. Within the entire street, Jiao Liao was not the only one who thought that Xiao Yan had no chance of victory. Even the observing mercenaries in Xiaoyu similarly thought that regardless of how outstanding Xiao Yan's talent was, the gap in the rank of the two was not something that anyone could ignore.
Isn't this little rascal normally overtly shrewd? Why did he fall for that guy's lowly provocation?
Seeing Xiao Yan who had a metal rod in his hand, Xiaoyu's face became bleak.
Stepping forward, she cruelly scolded in order to protect Xiao Yan. "When have you become someone who doesn't know his limits? Knowing that you can't win, why did you accept the challenge? Are you tired of living?"
Receiving the spurt of reprimands from Xiaoyu, Xiao Yan merely shrugged and smiled. "We haven't even started fighting. It is difficult to say who is the one who is tired of living." "You," watching the stubborn Xiao Yan, Xiaoyu savagely stomped her feet. Her sexy long legs leaped to his front, blocking him. Next, she lashed her green whip in the air and releasing a splitting sound.
"Let me fight in your stead. I know your potential is great, but that is something for the future."
Watching Xiaoyu whose back was facing him, Xiao Yan was stunned. He did not expect that the woman who had always fought with him would, in the face of others, protect him to such an extent. He rubbed his head, unable to make heads or tails out of it. After which, he swept his gaze across Xiaoyu's back to her slender waist, her beautiful button finally landing on her pair of perfect and sexy long legs. Somewhat surprised at the perfect outline of this wild woman, Xiao Yan smacked his lips and quickly retrieved his gaze before the body's owner discovered them. His head leaned forward. When viewed from a distance, he appeared to be putting his chin on Xiaoyu's shoulders.
Back then, didn't you wish for someone to beat me to death?"
The sound of breathing beside her ear led to Xiaoyu's body instantly tense up. The delicate tip of her ear was quickly covered by a pink blush. A moment later, she took a deep breath and spoke with an indifferent voice that hid a difficult to discern shiver. "You should clearly understand the value you have to the clan. Therefore, you cannot accept any challenges as you please. As your Daojia, I have the right to protect you from some danger." What a strange argument. Xiao Yan could only helplessly scratch his head.
"Forget it. I will settle my own problem. As a woman, you should stand aside."
Finishing the sentence, he fiercely tightened his grip on the metal rod and turned his body to one side, bypassing Xiaoyu who had been blocking him.
Stepping off the ground, he suddenly rushed towards the impatient Jiao Liao. Watching Xiao Yan's actions, Xiaoyu became anxious. Just as she was about to knock Xiao Yan back with her long whip, a young lady's clear voice caused her to pause. Xiao Yu Biaojie, have faith in Xiao Yan Ji. He is not an impetuous person. If he did not have the confidence, he would not proactively provoke another. Xun Er, turning around, Xiao Yu watched the smiling Xun Er. Xiao Yu was stunned. All she could do was nod and sigh. Her hands, however, continued to grip her long whip tightly. Haha, little bastard, I will make you regret your foolish actions today. Staring at Xiao Yan, who was rushing over armed with a metal rod, Jia Lai Ao laughed coldly. The pale green Dou Qi was quickly being embodied on his palm. Jia Lai Ao stood on the spot without moving. His palms had suddenly changed into the shape of sharp claws. At the tip of his fingers, the green Dou Qi faintly formed 10 sharp wind nails. With a sinister laugh, he moved his hands. Together with a wind-breaking sound, he ruthlessly attacked Xiao Yan. Feeling the faint sharp sound of ripping air, Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. He raised his left hand and ferociously punched the ground in front of him. A shapeless strong gust of air hit the surface and its reflected force suddenly halted Xiao Yan's advance. Seeing how flexible Xiao Yan was in controlling his momentum, the surrounding experienced mercenaries immediately exclaimed in admiration. At the moment when his body came to a stop, the metal rod in Xiao Yan's hand was released and continued forward. Just like a released arrow, it shot towards Jia Lai Ao's head. Watching the metal rod flying towards him, Jia Lai Ao smiled disdainfully. With the flip of the hand with the floating green Dou Qi, the air in front of him became turbulent and a few small green hurricanes appeared. After bypassing a few small hurricanes, the metal rod's strength was easily eliminated. Losing its strength, the metal rod fell onto the ground half a meter away from Jia Lai Ao with a clear and loud crash. Observing Xiao Yan's offensive being easily overcome, the surrounding people could not help but sigh. Jia Lai Ao, who possessed a high-level skill, seemed to be unbeatable. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 87, Try to Kill. Chapter 87, Try to Kill. Jia, Xiao Yan's situation isn't looking too good. Looking towards the field at the weaponless Xiao Yan, Xiao Ning said nervously. Xiao Yu, with a calm and collected face, whispered, "Why should I care if he dies? He wanted to be a hero. Now he's better. He failed to become a hero and is being bullied by others while losing face." Slightly staying silent for a moment, Xiao Yu sighed, "Get ready to save him." Jia Lai Ao, that scoundrel looks like he's out for blood. Xiao Ning nodded his head reluctantly and did not dare to get on her bad side. Compared to the nervous Xiao Yu, Xun Er appeared to be exceedingly calm. The pupils of her eyes swept across the field and fell upon the disadvantaged Xiao Yan while her luscious lips held a faint smile. Sidestepping with some difficulty, Xiao Yan dodged Jia Lai Ao's attack. Just as Xiao Yan retreated, Jia Lai Ao closed in since the wind attribute technique amplified his speed. Clenching his fists firmly, with a fierce expression, Jia Lai Ao heavily attacked towards Xiao Yan's head. With his back to the wall, unable to evade, Xiao Yan's face was still as calm as pond water and slowly let out a breath. A faint yellow Dou Qi ferociously rushed out onto his clenched fists. With an indomitable violent manner, he finally started to direct clash with Jia Lai Ao. Seeing that Xiao Yan chose to meet force with force against Jia Lai Ao, the surrounding crowd could not help but make some commotion. The large discrepancy between the levels of both sides was obvious. If Xiao Yan had continued to choose to evade, then he could still stall the fight. But if he chose brute force, then he would undoubtedly be defeated. Just when everyone was about to feel pity for Xiao Yan, those firmly held fists of Xiao Yan suddenly spread out and a fierce formless pushing force abruptly appeared and ruthlessly smashed into Jia Lai Ao's stomach. Jia Lai Ao's stomach suffered an indescribably powerful attack as his quick and violent charge was immediately reflected back. His face became pale and with eyes full of maliciousness, a thought hurriedly flashed through his head: what Dou technique is this? How could it be so strange? The faces of many people watching were astonished after seeing Jia Lai Ao unexpectedly blown backwards. Vacuum hand. Spreading out his palm and targeting Jia Lai Ao who was flying back, Xiao Yan, with an extremely sinister gaze, chose the best opportunity. Immediately, with a wild suction force, he ruthlessly pulled at Jia Lai Ao. In midair, pulled back as if he were a leather ball, Jia Lai Ao became extremely furious and gritted his teeth towards Xiao Yan who was getting closer and closer while holding a trace of cruelty on his face. Cyan Dou Qi quickly condensed onto the surface of his fist, unexpectedly forming into a small whirlpool. Lo Shen Dou technique, green wind whirling fist. The fist in midair brought a sound of piercing wind while the immense wind pressure from the technique blew back the junk on the ground next to Xiao Yan. Slightly narrowing his eyes, feeling that colliding violent wind pressure, Xiao Yan's complexion gradually turned grave. His body, after a moment of silence, suddenly turned around. His right foot stamped firmly onto the wall with an enormous force, leaving a half-inch deep imprint. Using the wall's counterforce, Xiao Yan's body whirled around in midair and his right leg curved into a weird arc. In this moment, his flexible legs appeared as if they were as hard as steel. Octane blast. Pursing his lips, Xiao Yan's face was cold. His right foot in the air had finally stored up enough force, and under the gazes of the crowd, it met with Jialai Ao's oncoming fist and made an explosion on contact. Don't get cocky just because you're a 3-star doja. At the moment foot and fist clashed, yellow Dou Qi rushed forth from Xiao Yan's right leg with a light sound, making Jialai Ao's face change abruptly. Bang! Fist and foot collided as a muffled thunder arose from the point of contact. Gotcha! Right at the moment of contact, the sound of bones being broken pierced through the air. Following the noise, Xiao Yan and Jialai Ao's bodies flew backwards at almost the same time. His body smashing heavily against the wall behind him, Xiao Yan tasted something sweet rise up in his throat and then spat out a mouthful of blood that sprayed onto the ground. Seeing that Xiao Yan had vomited blood, the mercenaries in the vicinity all sighed with regret. They all thought that Xiao Yan had already been defeated, but suddenly Jialai Ao, who had fiercely slammed onto the ground, suddenly gripped his right hand. He rolled all about on the floor, releasing howls of anguish. Within the crowd, there was no lack of shrewd spectators. Once they noticed the grotesque shape that Jialai Ao's arm had been twisted into, they couldn't help but draw a sharp breath, their faces displaying shock. The sounds of clamor within the crowd went silent at this moment. Gazes of astonishment fixated on the youth who was panting heavily near the wall. After a long while, cheers suddenly erupted into the air. Her red lips slightly parted, Xiaoyu gazed in disbelief at Jialai Ao, who was wailing miserably, and said in amazement, "That little bastard, he actually won?" "It seems that way." That guy's arm was broken by Xiao Yan. Xiao Ning swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Xiao Yan's ferocious attack made him recall the miserable condition he had been put in before. However, Jialai Ao's current condition was obviously worse, about 10 times worse. Staring at the Jialai Ao whose bone was nearly sticking out of his arm, Xiao Ning could tell that this guy's arm was most likely permanently disabled. Hearing Xiao Ning's confirmation, Xiaoyu didn't speak for a while. Her vision fiercely fixated on Xiao Yan, who was gasping for air, so it turns out that this little bastard had already advanced into the doja realm. No wonder he wasn't the least bit scared. After sitting on the ground for a whole 10 minutes, Xiao Yan slowly climbed to his feet and swept a cold glance at the nearby Lu Shi, who gawked stupidly. Dragging his numb right leg, he picked up an iron rod at his side. He gazed ominously at the howling Jialai Ao on the ground and drew over with difficulty. Jialai Ao's attack from just a moment ago already revealed the murderous intent he had towards Xiao Yan. To those who wanted his life, Xiao Yan wouldn't be unnecessarily merciful either. Lying on the ground and staring at the Xiao Yan who drew steadily nearer, Jialai Ao's face no longer held any hint of viciousness but rather looked panic-stricken as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He could clearly distinguish that look of murder in Xiao Yan's eyes, and couldn't help but hastily say, "I yield." Xiao Yan's face was completely expressionless and seemed as if he didn't even hear a word. He gripped the iron rod in his hand even tighter. Looking at that youth's steeled expression, even if it was the bloodthirsty mercenaries, they couldn't help but feel a bit frightened. The current Xiao Yan made it hard for people to believe that he and the previously ever-smiling youth were the same person. His steps halting, Xiao Yan towered above Jialai Ao and stared at him. He suddenly grinned, but that full smile which showed off those pearly white teeth made Jialai Ao's heart grow cold. Only now did he realize that this youth, who was normally as calm as a sheep, actually possessed a heart even more cruel than his. "Die, you scum." Laughing lightly, Xiao Yan's pitch-black pupils suddenly radiated even sharper killing intent, and the black iron rod in his hand whistled fiercely through the air to smash towards Jialai Ao's head. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 88, Conclusion. Chapter 88, Conclusion. Staring at the merciless Xiao Yan, Jialai Ao's face turned white, a frightened expression enveloped his face. On the street, the observers spontaneously sucked in a breath of cold air as they watched Jialai Ao about to be killed. Xiao Yan's decisive move led to many people changing their opinion of him. Xiaoyu opened her red and moist mouth as her entire body was utterly frozen on the spot. Xiao Yan's ruthless and decisive character had totally overturned the gentle image she had of him. She had never expected that the young boy who she usually fought and lost her temper with could practice ruthlessness with such familiarity. Everyone's gaze followed the metal rod in Xiao Yan's hands. When the metal rod was half a meter away from Jialai Ao's head, however, there was a sudden violent sound that was like a clap of thunder. On the street, someone abruptly called, "Brat from the Xiao clan, a challenge's purpose is to learn from each other." "You actually dare to be so brutal?" Hearing the furious scream, Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes, the edge of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Instead of stopping, the metal rod in his hand smashed downwards with an even more vicious force. "Move aside." Xiao Yan's action had obviously fanned the flames of the person who had shouted. With a curse, an extremely sharp wind energy was released, whistling forward. Like green lightning, it cut across the middle of Xiao Yan's metal rod, and instantly, the firm and hard metal rod was cleanly cut into two midair. Xiao Yan's face changed when the metal rod was broken into two. Clenching his teeth, Xiao Yan wanted to ruthlessly pierce the remaining half of the metal rod into Jiao Ao's throat when the green wind stuck once again. The strong pressure from the wind actually caused Xiao Yan to have difficulty breathing. Shrinking his eyes, he used all his strength to pierce forward with the metal rod. However, he was blocked by an invisible air film that could not be broken. Twitching his lips, Xiao Yan's right hand tightly gripped the rod as his body moved slightly and twisted over. The metal rod left his hand and became a black shadow, ferociously shooting toward the figure flying towards him. Humph! Seeing that Xiao Yan had actually dared to attack him, the figure coldly snorted. His hands curled into claws and fiercely waved in front of him. The thick green Dou Qi formed a few pale green wind blades. Raising his finger, the wind blades left his hands and cut the metal rod into over 10 pieces. To have such a ruthless heart despite being so young. Today, I shall teach you a lesson in Xiaozhan's stead. The figure coldly laughed after cutting the metal rod into pieces. Within both of his palms, green Dou Qi was being quickly gathered. A cyclone gathered under his legs and lifted him into the air. Like a cannon, he threw himself towards Xiao Yan. A pale green wind blade appeared just as he waved his palm and explosively shot toward Xiao Yan. The air pressure originating from the wind blades blew the ground free of any dirt. Teach me a lesson? Who do you think you are? You should discipline your son first. Xiao Yan shook his head and smiled coldly. From the attribute of the Dou Qi, he had recognized the figure to be Jiao Ao's father, Jiao Bai. Xiao Yan watched the wind blades that were shooting towards him with a calm face. When they were 5 meters from his head, Xiao Yan violently struck his palm in the direction of the ground. A shapeless burst of air was released and upon coming into contact with the ground, pushed Xiao Yan's body into the air. He somersaulted in the air and landed on an empty piece of land dozens of meters away. The wind blades missed. With a clang, many deep scars were left on the hard rock surface of the ground. Father, kill him. Seeing the figure who swooped down, Jiao Ao's face was filled with unrestrained happiness as he viciously cried. Landing on the ground, Jiao Bai darkly glimpsed at Jiao Ao's hand. His face slightly tensed and a cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. Without replying, he pushed off from the ground and once again frenziedly rushed at Xiao Yan. Let me see just how great this genius of the Xiao clan really is. Only a short time had passed from the appearance of Jiao Bai to the hurried retreat of Xiao Yan. The crowd recognized Jiao Bai and began to boo. A Dou had launched a sneak attack at a doja. Wow, Jiao, you old dog. You big watermelon. You actually have the face to attack? Xiao Yan scolded. Seeing how Jiao Bai ignored the difference in their status and once again rushed towards him, Xiao Yan's face finally started to ashen. Brat! After breaking my son's arm, you can forget about leaving in one piece. Jiao Bai stepped off the ground. Like the wind, he bizarrely appeared above Xiao Yan. A sinister expression flashed across his face. His fist fiercely tightened and a turbulent green Dou Qi quickly gathered into a huge swirl. Crap! You are even using a Xian-level Dou technique? You old dog! You have brought shame on the entire Jiao clan. Feeling the ferocious strength that was gathered on Jiao Bai's fist, Xiao Yan's face turned very ugly. Secretly, he began pulling the black ring on his finger. A short distance away, Xun Er's face changed upon seeing the danger Xiao Yan was in. Slowly taking a breath, a golden flame appeared in her clear eyes. In the blink of an eye, the pale golden Dou Qi was beginning to emit an aggressive energy. Just as Xiao Yan was preparing to save himself and Xun Er was preparing to rescue him, a sudden loud yell filled with anger blasted across the street. You old dog. Since when has it become your turn to teach my son? When the cry died down, a flame-covered figure sped over from beyond the marketplace. Stomping his feet violently, he was propelled with lightning speed towards the front of Xiao Yan and raised his head to roar like a lion. Furious lion's rage. Looking awe-inspiring, Xiaozhan tightened his iron fist and punched viciously at Jiao Bai above him. A huge red-colored lion head flashed on his fist. Boom! The green and red chi made contact and exploded like a thunder, causing the ears of most of the people on the street to ring. In midair, the two men engaging in combat shaked and hurriedly stepped back. As he was retreating, Xiaozhan grabbed Xiao Yan with him. The two men stepped on the ground hurriedly as they retreated, with each footstep leaving a visible footprint on the ground. From this, it was obvious just how strong both parties were. Dissipating his Xiaozhan coldly stared at Jiao Bai just a short distance away. he coldly laughed. Jia Lai Bai. You have really lived like a dog. To have the face to attack the younger generation. Jia Lai Bai's face was dark. His mouth slightly twitched as he pointed towards Jia Lai Ao, who was lying on the ground. In a cold voice, he said, "He has hurt my son to such an extent. Xiaozhan, you will give me an explanation." Explanation? What explanation? If my son had not reacted fast enough, the one lying on the ground would have been him. If that had happened, would I hold you accountable? Xiaozhan sneered as he swiftly and fiercely scolded back. This challenge was issued by your son. Everyone present can be a witness. Moreover, in a challenge, losing one's legs or arms is very common. Why are you making such a big fuss over it? Xiaozhan's ferociousness slowly faded as he said with a smile. You, Jia Lai Bai's face twitched in anxiety. He scanned the laughing gazes around him and knew that he had lost the opportunity to hurt Xiao Yan. Clenching his teeth angrily, he said, "Don't give me any opportunity, otherwise I will return the same sentence to you." Xiaozhan's eyes flashed with a vicious glint as he smiled. Good, good. Let's wait and see. Jia Lai Bai nodded his head and smiled furiously. He went over to lift the groaning Jia Lai Ao, turned around and left. As he passed Dou Qi and noticed the latter's shocked and speechless manner, the anger in him rose once again. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his anger and said, "Mr. Dou Qi, let's go." Eh? That lady. Dou Qi unwillingly gazed at Xun Er nearby. With his eyes twitching, Jia Lai Bai was ready to kill, there and then, this idiot whose mind was filled with nothing but women. He tightened his fist. After a moment, he forced himself to put on an awful smile. Regarding this matter, we shall discuss it further after returning home. Ah, all right. Seeing the pain on Jia Lai Bai's face, Dou Qi could only unwillingly nod his head. His gaze once again obscenely swept across Xun Er's before reluctantly leaving the marketplace with Jia Lai Bai. Looking at the shameful-looking Jia Lai Bai and group out of the city with his eyes, Xiaozhan let out a cold laugh. His gaze swept across his surroundings before turning around and facing Xiao Yan, who had a trickle of blood on the corner of his mouth. His gaze was gentle as he heavily patted the latter's shoulders. Sucking his lips, he regretfully said, "Your attacks are not vicious enough. Jia Lai Bai has only one son and today, if you had castrated him, Jia Lai Bai would have gone crazy. If that had happened, the three elders who were hiding outside would have had the excuse to kill him. Zze, what a wasted opportunity." Hearing this, Xiao Yan was stunned. He could not help but roll his eyes. On the other hand, Xun Er and Xiao Yu's faces turned red at the dirty words as they stood on one side. Listening to Xiaozhan's words, the surrounding mercenaries felt their heads grow numb. No wonder the son was so vicious, his father was even more ruthless. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 89, Dark and Windy Night. Chapter 89, Dark and Windy Night. The silver moon hung high in the sky, emitting a faint moonlight that covered the ground in a silvery layer that gave it a mysterious look. After the disturbance in the day, Wutan City had become dark and quiet in the night. From within the houses on some streets, there was only the occasional sound of nightly activities. In a room in the backyard of the Xiao clan's home, a young man was lying on the bed. His eyes, as dark as the night sky, were filled with a cold quietness. "Teacher, what is your strength in your current state?" After a long quietness, Xiao Yan abruptly asked in a soft voice. "Why?" The black ring that he wore emitted a random response. A moment later, Yalao vaguely said, "Although I am currently in my soul form, I should have no problem handling some small flies like Dodoshers or Dolings with my heavenly flame." Hearing this, a slight happiness appeared on Xiao Yan's face. His eyes, however, still carried a coldness. "You wish to kill the boy from the afternoon?" Seeing Xiao Yan's behavior, Yao Lao asked with surprise. "Jia Lai Ao isn't deserving of such effort." Xiao Yan smiled and whispered. 2 months is fast approaching and I am losing my patience to drag out the competition with the Jia Lai clan. Thus, I am hoping to secretly kill the alchemist called Dou Qi. Once he dies, the Jia Lai clan without any healing medicine will lose their remaining market share. Once that happens, even if their clan can continue surviving, their strength would have greatly declined and will no longer be able to threaten the Xiao clan. Oh. Have you really lost your patience? Seeing your character, you don't appear to be an impulsive person. After a brief silence, Yao Lao's joking voice escaped from the ring. It seems that you care a lot for the girl called Xun Er. All that guy did was to act a little dirty, yet you bear such a deep grudge. What a jealous child. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's face warmed. The shame of having his thoughts so easily revealed arose his anger. From the start, I did not have much time. How can I continue to play with them? Even if I had not met that guy today, I would have started using some tricks. Alright. It has nothing to do with the girl. Watching Xiao Yan's manner, Yao Lao laughed loudly. The mocking tone in his laughter caused Xiao Yan to roll his eyes helplessly. Since you wish to take action, let's get going. I am just a soul, so I'll need to borrow your hands. Yao Lao ceased his laughter and said. Hurriedly nodding his head, Xiao Yan quickly jumped off his bed. He took out a red storage ring from his breast pocket and retrieved a large black cloak which he had prepared beforehand. He pulled it over his body in a practiced manner, and the thin body of the young man was transformed into a bloated, mysterious black-cloaked man. Let's go. You need not do anything. Just let me control your body. With my spirit encompassing you, you need not worry about anyone recognizing you from your scent. Seeing the well-prepared Xiao Yan, Yao Lao gave a smiling reminder. Ah. Nodding his head, Xiao Yan easily reached the side of the window and scanned his surroundings like a thief. Only then did he jump out and his body quickly descended. Following which, a mysterious strong strength was emitted from the ring on his finger. The mysterious strength quickly encompassed Xiao Yan's entire body. Immediately, the rapidly falling figure suddenly floated in midair. Stepping lightly off a roof, his black figure was like an eagle, silently speeding out of the Xiao clan's home and disappearing into the dark night. The dark and windy night presented a good opportunity to kill. Jia Lai clan. Mr. Liu is really able to refine other medicine? In the well-lit hall, the originally anxious Jia Lai Bai was initially stunned upon hearing Lu Shi's pleased announcement before asking happily. Extremely satisfied with Jia Lai Bai's surprised manner, Lu Shi lifted the teacup beside him and took a sip. The expression on his face was very proud. Besides healing medicine, I am able to refine something that's very suited for the mercenaries' use. The drug's called Explosive Strength Pill. It can raise the strength of the user by 10% for a short period of time. Hearing this, the happiness on Jia Lai Bai's face grew. If a drug with such effect could be refined, he could use it as an advertisement to attract quite a lot of people. He might even be able to once again suppress the Xiao clan. Unfortunately, this explosive strength pill cannot be refined in bulk like the healing medicine. With my current ability, I am afraid I can only refine 20 pills a day. Lu Shi said in a regretful voice. 20 pills it is. We can create something like an auction, where the highest bidder will get it. In any case, the healing medicine is the main aim. We are only using this to raise our popularity. Jia Lai Bai waved his hand and said with a smile. Hey! Clan leader Jia Lai, I am indeed able to make this explosive strength pill, but according to our agreement, I am only responsible for making the healing medicine. Seeing how the explosive strength pill had attracted Jia Lai Bai, a thought struck Lu Shi and he abruptly spoke. Jia Lai Bai's face suddenly changed. The crafty man knew what the guy was planning. However, at this stage, all he could do was to laugh dryly and ask, what is Mr. Lu Shi's meaning? Relax. I know what kind of situation the Jia Lai clan is in right now, so I won't ask for much. Watching a relaxed Jia Lai Bai, a sinister smile flashed across Lu Shi's eyes. All I want is clan leader Jia Lai to help me get hold of the lady called Xun Er. Before a smile could appear, Jia Lai Bai's face stiffened. The corner of his eye twitched. He had not expected that this guy, who was strongly driven by sexual urges, would actually directly target the Xiao clan. Mr. Lu Shi, if our Jia Lai clan touched a member of the Xiao clan, Xiao Zhan would have the excuse to openly attack us. By then, it would not be just a business confrontation but actual violence. Sighing, Jia Lai Bai smiled bitterly. Tapping his finger on the table, Lu Shi quietly said, this is not a matter for me to consider. I don't care if clan leader plans to forcefully snatch or stealthily drug her. All I care about is the result. As long as you can bring her to me, I will begin to refine the explosive strength pill. The corner of Jia Lai Bai's eye twitched. Despite his anger surging, he could only forcefully laugh. Can you give me time to think? May I give you an answer tomorrow? He. It's just as well. Clan leader, you may think it over. Before I leave, I would like to add something. The Jia Lai clan and the Xiao clan have already become irreconcilable enemies, so why do you need to worry about adding another grudge into the mix? Laughing perversely, Lu Shi stood up, patted his backside and swaggered out of the hall. With hurried footsteps, he headed towards his room in the backyard. The lotus-like extraordinary young lady from the day had ignited the lust in him. All he wanted to do now was to find a young and beautiful servant girl to relieve his lust. Gazing at Lu Shi, who disappeared into a corner, Jia Lai Bai turned even more gloomy. It was only after a long time that he exhaled a long breath and thickly said, this bastard, whose head is full of women, would sooner or later die at the hands of one. In a room at the backyard, Xiao Yan helplessly watched the knocked-out beautiful lady lying on the bed. Her body was covered only by a thin robe,
exposing much of her naked body.
That guy's back. Yao Lao whispered from within the ring, causing Xiao Yan to quickly squeeze into a hidden corner.
Through a small gap, his eyes managed to observe everything in the room. Creak, the wooden door was slowly pushed open. Lu Xi's discernible laughter instantly came from within the room.
Ha ha. Precious, I am here. Prepare to be ruined tonight.
What a sperm-filled head idiot.
Yao Lao, prepare to strike.
Xiao Yan said in his heart as he coldly smiled and shook his head.
Alright, wait, there's a change.
Yao Lao shouted a warning just as he was about to agree, resulting in Xiao Yan's heart tightening. His forehead was full of perspiration after being frightened by Yao Lao's warning yell. Xiao Yan stayed where he was, not daring to move.
On your left.
Within his heart, Yao Lao's voice once again emerged. Listening to the warning, Xiao Yan slowly turned his head. His gaze shifted to the window on his left and his eyes suddenly contracted. The originally closely shut window had already been unknowingly opened, allowing the pale moonlight to scatter into the room. In the blink of an eye, the emptiness in the window and its surroundings was strangely replaced by a young lady in a golden dress. Below the golden dress was a pair of jade-like round and white small feet which drew an attractive arc in midair. Moonlight spilled into the room, shining on the exquisite face of the young lady.
It was just like a goddess under the moonlight, beautiful yet mysterious.
Gazing at the sudden appearance of the young lady, Xiao Yan felt his throat becoming dry. His heart softly moaned a name.
Xun Er?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 90, Arranging Everything. Chapter 90, Arranging Everything.
After staring at the young lady who had appeared beside the window like a ghost, Xiao Yan whispered in surprise, "What is she doing here?"
He.
From the looks of things, it seems that she has the same intentions as you.
Yao Lao softly said with a smile. Frowning slightly, Xiao Yan hid his entire body within the shadows.
He immediately but with some hesitation asked in his heart again, "Xun Er's strength, why is it so overwhelming?" Looking at the speed at which she had appeared, it seems comparable to that of a Dou Qi. Her real strength is indeed what you usually see. For now, she is clearly using a secret technique that enables her to temporarily raise her strength for a period of time. Considering her background, being in possession of such a mystical secret technique is not something surprising.
Yao Lao indifferently said.
Hearing this, Xiao Yan was slightly shocked and bitterly laughed in amazement. Once again, his inner curiosity about Xun Er's mysterious background led him to sigh helplessly. Shaking his head, he stopped thinking. His gaze passed through the curtain on the opposite side and watched the strangeness unfold. Within the room, the sudden ghost-like appearance of Xun Er had yet to catch Lu Xi's attention. For the moment, he was entirely overcome by lust and had his pair of eyes staring at the beautiful woman on the bed. His hands were tugging at his clothes in a mad rush. At some point, Lu Xi's hand, which was tugging at his clothes, froze. As a 6-star doja, he had finally felt that there was something amiss. After a brief hesitation, he slowly turned his neck and his gaze shot to the widely opened window. On top of the window was a young lady in a golden dress lazily leaning on the window frame. A pair of eyes which were filled with a golden-colored flame were indifferently watching the partially dressed man in the room. Floating above her white hand was a golden flame that was orbiting in an active and bewitching manner, much like a spirit. Lu Qi foolishly stared at the young lady who was bathed under the moonlight. He slowly shifted his gaze until it landed on her indifferent and exquisite small face. Within his eyes, a tipsy feeling emerged. Despite the wrong atmosphere, Lu Qi could not help but become slightly dazed in the face of the perfect face and extraordinary disposition. After being in a daze, however, Lu Qi abruptly turned around. Slamming his feet on the ground, his body crazily shot towards the main entrance like a released arrow. In this strange atmosphere and with a cold feeling of being near death, he knew that the young lady's sudden appearance was not a good sign. The room might have been spacious, but with Lu Xi's speed, he only needed a short few seconds to move from the bed to the front door. Seeing that the wooden door was within reach, happiness flashed across Lu Xi's eyes. Once he exited the room, he would be able to loudly call out for help. Once Jiao Lai Bai heard his distress calls, he would immediately come over to rescue him. Unfortunately, just as he was about to touch the wooden door, he felt a sudden pain in his legs. His body, which was running at extreme speed, tilted and slammed against the floor and Lu Qi coughed out a few of his broken teeth along with accompanying blood. Lowering his head in terror, he saw that 2 fist-sized bloodied holes had unknowingly appeared on both of his legs. The edge of the bloodied hole was entirely black while emitting a faint charred smell.
Somebody! There's someone who wants to murder me!
The intense pain from his legs nearly caused Lu Qi to faint. However, he clenched his teeth and withstood it.
Then he opened his mouth and screamed as loud as possible. You can stop shouting. The room is surrounded by my aura. No one can hear you. The young lady leaning on the window edge said indifferently. A golden flame blade formed on the tip of her finger as she lifted it. It seemed like the injury on Lu Qi's legs was caused by this flame blade. You? What do you intend to do? What do you want? Money? Medicine? I can give you anything as long as you let me go. Watching the young lady with utter terror, Lu Qi's face was utterly white. In the face of death, his lust was finally suppressed. Glancing impassively at the crippled Lu Qi squirming on the ground, the young lady lightly jumped from the window. With slow continuous steps, she walked toward Lu Qi. Watching the Xun Er who had lightly jumped from the window, Xiao Yan realized that her hair, which usually ended at her waist, had lengthened and extended down to her bottom. Apparently, this was another effect of the secret method. In the spacious room, the young lady wearing the elegant golden dress continued to head toward Lu Qi, who was groaning on the ground. When she was in front of him, she halted her footsteps, lowered her head and gave a sudden light smile. The instantaneous smile caused Lu Qi's heart to violently jump. Didn't you wish to capture me? Xun Er's light voice was filled with coldness as she lowered herself. Lu Qi swallowed his saliva. His face was filled with cold sweat that originated from his fear. I actually dislike killing. Seeing Lu Qi's terror-stricken face, Xun Er suddenly sighed. Hearing this, a faint hope appeared in Lu Qi's eyes. Before he could beg for mercy, however, the sudden coldness that appeared on the young lady's face sent him to an even greater despair. I don't mind a little pointless gaze. But why did you insult him? What right do you have to insult him? He might not take to heart what trash, like you, said, but I cannot allow it. Really cannot. As the young lady's voice abruptly turned cold, the golden flame blade above her finger was suddenly and violently released. It transformed into golden lightning and penetrated Lu Qi's chest. Instantly, a bloodied hole appeared. Having received a fatal blow, Lu Qi's body suddenly contracted. His white face slowly went dark while his slightly protruding eyeballs looked frightening. After indifferently glancing at the lifeless corpse, Xun Er stood up and lightly sighed. The cold small face exhibited a helplessness as she quietly whispered, if I were not worried of Xiao Yan Guji blaming me for being a busybody, the Jiao Lai clan would have long vanished from Wu-Tang City. All these troublesome matters would not have appeared if that happened. Shaking her head, Xun Er's gaze randomly swept the room before turning her body. When she appeared again, she was already by the window. With a light leap, she disappeared into the night. Zze, to think that this girl who seemed to be so gentle and soft is actually decisive when it comes to killing people. Hee, it seems you have found something precious. Yao Lao's joking voice sounded from Xiao Yan's heart not long after Xun Er left. Bitterly smiling as he shook his head, Xiao Yan sighed once more. It seems that I have made a futile trip tonight. Ha. That's hard to say. Although that girl was merciless in her attack, she's too young and lacks experience. Yao Lao spoke with a smile. Hearing this, the stunned Xiao Yan immediately asked, what do you mean? Just watch, Yao Lao smiled mysteriously before becoming quiet. Seeing Yao Lao's manner, Xiao Yan could only shake his head and continue hiding himself in the dark. His gaze observed everything in the room. The dark room, with the exception of the servant girl's breathing, was utterly quiet. Xiao Yan waited quietly for over 10 minutes. Just as he was beginning to frown, the eyes of the haphazardly fallen corpse of Lu Qi moved. Beside the door, the hands of the originally lifeless Lu Qi had begun to move slightly. A moment later, the closed eyes slowly opened while the grayness on his face had also disappeared. See, looking at the bloodied hole on his chest, Lu Qi took in a light cold breath. His eyes were filled with hatred. Damn girl. Had I not stolen some turtle breath pill from teacher when I left, I would have really perished here, but... Reaching out his hand with great difficulty, Lu Qi extracted a jade bottle from his breast pocket. He carefully poured some of the white powder on his wand before taking out a pale green pill and swallowed it without hesitation. After completing these simple actions, Lu Qi's face once again turned pale. It will likely take at least half a year to recover from this serious injury. Tomorrow, I will ask the Jiao Lai clan to send me back and invite my teacher over. With teacher's help, the Xiao clan will not have any good days left. At that time, I will torture that woman until she dies. Lu Qi sinisterly clenched his teeth. His face was filled with wickedness. Sorry to interrupt, but you may not have the chance to return. As Lu Qi was imagining how he would proceed, a bland voice with a hint of laughter suddenly erupted from within the room. The sudden voice caused Lu Qi to freeze. His face changed as he turned around with great difficulty. A figure that was entirely covered in a black cloak slowly emerged from the shadows. What a careless girl.
In the end, I am still required to put an end to it all. A young man's voice escaped from under the black cloak. His palm was lightly stretched out and a white heavenly flame slowly emerged.
A heavenly flame?
Seeing this strange white flame, Dou Qi's eyes narrowed and he involuntarily cried out in horror.
Congratulations, you are correct. Here's your reward.
With a smile, the black-cloaked man waved his hand. The gloomy white flame instantly left his hand. With lightning speed, it covered Dou Qi, burning him into a pile of ashes in the blink of an eye. Dou Qi did not even have the time to scream. From that moment forth, the alchemist known as Dou Qi vanished from the continent. Coldly clapping his hands, the black-cloaked man waved his hands once more. A wind swept away the ashes on the ground, leaving a clean floor. Then, he leisurely leapt from the window, soared into the air and sped off. Without alerting anyone, the black-cloaked man quickly left the Xiao Lai clan's home. His feet lightly touched the roof of a house and just as he leaped for a couple dozens of meters, he suddenly paused. Helplessly sighing, he gradually lifted his head. On the edge of a tower to the side was a young lady in a golden dress who was randomly swinging her round snow-white feet. With limpid eyes that contained a golden flame, she was lazily staring at the black-cloaked man on the roof. "Who are you?" The young lady's finger gently touched the black hair that was lifted by the night breeze as she lifted her delicate chin. Her agile voice reverberated through the small space around them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 91, A Meeting in the Night. Chapter 91, A Meeting in the Night.
Just who are you? Hearing this young girl's calm voice, the black-clothed person shrugged his shoulders helplessly. After a short bit of silence, an aged voice slowly rang out, "I believe you've seen me at the Xiao clan's home?" Lightly shaking her snow-white legs, Xun Er's glance roamed around. She offhandedly asked in a soft voice, "Why did you go to the Xiao Lai clan?" "I was entrusted by someone to settle some trouble."
"Entrusted by someone?"
Xun Er hurriedly asked, narrowing her eyes.
This is something I cannot disclose." Yao Lao waved his hands and said. "But I want to know."
With a faint smile on her exquisite face, Xun Er leaped forward. Her body seemed to float in midair.
On her finger, a spiraling pale golden flame with a pointed edge was quickly being formed.
"Haha, little girl, I know that you are very strong now, but that is not enough to stop this old man,"
Yao Lao said with a smile.
Xun Er knit her eyebrows but she did not speak. She raised her finger, causing several more spiraling golden flame blades to continue appearing. Seeing that Xun Er was refusing to give up, the two men in the black cloak had a headache. Sighing once again, Yao Lao helplessly said, "I don't wish to fight with you.
If I hurt you accidentally, that guy would be heartbroken." All right. I'm afraid of you."
Today, there was someone stupid who took advantage of a girl who was held in high regards by another man. This other man happens to know me, so I was requested to perform some task.
"Oh, do you think it is easy for an old man like me to run all over the place in the middle of the night?"
Xun Er's long eyelashes lightly blinked, her exquisite face gradually became flushed. She flipped her hand and the flame blades slowly disappeared.
Gazing at the black-cloaked man, she said with a wide smile, as expected.
"Old Sir and Xiao Yan Gege have a relationship, but..."
What a quick change in the manner you address me,"
Yao Lao said with a smile. "I'm afraid that you have already guessed my relationship with Xiao Yan a long time ago."
"In the past, it was only a guess that I couldn't be certain of."
Xun Er shook her head with a smile. She bowed to Yao Lao while still in midair and said, "Although I am unaware of the old sir's background, I believe that you have something to do with Xiao Yan Gege being able to be rid of his weakened self from a year ago." Yao Lao faintly laughed, neither denying nor confirming her conjunction. With her beautiful eyes staring at the black-cloaked man, Xun Er smiled sweetly and whispered, "Regardless of what was the original motive old sir had in approaching Xiao Yan Gege, I hope that you do not have any other intentions towards him."
Xun Er will look at anyone who poses a threat to Xiao Yan Gege with enmity.
"Old sir may be very strong, but believe me, I have the ability to say such things."
Tsk tisk. What a strong girl. Hearing Xun Er's slightly threatening words, Yao Lao was stunned as he commented.
"My only wish is that Xiao Yan Gege not be deceived and hurt by others." With a slight smile, Xun Er once again bowed to Yao Lao and said, "It's already late.
I need to return home.
I hope that you will not tell Xiao Yan Gege what you have witnessed tonight."
"Rest assured. I will not mention a single word." Yao Lao nodded his head.
Within him, he jokingly added, "Because he has already witnessed everything himself."
Hearing Yao Lao reply, Xun Er smiled.
Just as she turned her body, a green shadow suddenly appeared. After being momentarily stunned, Xun Er's small hand reached out and drew it into her palms. Xun Er was startled as she stared at the jade bottle. She shifted her gaze toward the black-cloaked man. Having used a secret technique, you will likely be weak for the next few days. This bottle contains energy replenishment powder. Keep it and recover quickly. Otherwise, someone will feel hurt seeing your sickly appearance. Yao Lao said indifferently. Hearing this, Xun Er's small face turned red. Carrying the jade bottle in her hands, she nodded gratefully at the black-cloaked man before lightly pressing her feet in the air. Her body quickly shot into the darkness and disappeared from sight. Standing on the rooftop and watching the disappearing figure, Yao Lao suddenly took in a deep breath and muttered, "Back then, when you stealthily entered the girl's room and strangely came up with some useless idea of warming blood vessels, you had accidentally got hold of the girl's heart. Oh, come to think of it, your luck is something that others would be jealous of." Under the black-cloaked, Xiao Yan rubbed his nose. He knew very well that had it not been for the incident in their childhood, the grown-up Xun Er would have treated him with the same attitude that she gave others. Of course, these hypothetical thoughts held no water in front of reality. He had silently entered the heart of a girl at her most fragile moment and unintentionally left a memory which consisted only of him within her heart. Laughing a little pridefully, Xiao Yan cupped his hands behind his head and allowed Yao Lao to control his body. His body quickly shot toward the Xiao clan's home. Once he reached the Xiao clan's home, Xiao Yan carefully avoided the courtyard where Xun Er's room was to not alert her about his presence. He landed in the courtyard near his room and rushed into his room, gently closing the door behind him as he did so. In his room, Xiao Yan hurriedly removed the black cloak and stored it within the storage ring. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. He weakly lay on his bed and lazily mumbled to himself, "Oh, what a beautiful night." In the early morning of the next day at the Jia Lai clan's home, Jia Lai Bai's current expression was gloomy and frightening. Threads of cold aura were emitted from his body, terrifying the kneeling beautiful female servant who was trembling in fear. Sweeping his cold gaze across the room where Lu Qi had resided, Jia Lai Bai said crisply, "You said that Lu Qi had disappeared?" "Yes, clan leader. Yesterday, this lowly servant suddenly fainted without reason and only woke up the next morning. Master Lu Qi was already missing by then." This lowly servant had asked the guards outside, but they have not seen Master Lu Qi either. The female servant cautiously said while trembling in fear. "From the time he returned to his room yesterday night, I have not detected him leaving. Moreover, there are Dou Qi level guards posted at the two entrances into the Jia Lai clan's home. With Lu Qi's ability, he would not be able to leave the place without anyone noticing. This girl doesn't know either." The servant girl's face was ashened. She was afraid that Jia Lai Bai would put the blame on her. Jia Lai Bai felt the corner of his eyes twitch. His feelings were in a mess as he took in a deep breath and ignored the quivering female servant. Slowly, he walked to every corner of the room. Seeing Jia Lai Bai's action, the servant girl dared not speak. Her kneeling body did not even dare move an inch. As he was walking through the quiet room, Jia Lai Bai suddenly came to a stop at one corner. His eyes stared at the small pile of ashes at the corner of the room. With his heart beating wildly, Jia Lai Bai bent down. He used his finger to extract some of the powder and sniffed it under his nose. Instantly, the cold expression turned into fear. Jia Lai Bai let out a deep breath. He suddenly felt that his legs were a little numb. A cold feeling was slowly but uncontrollably coming up from deep within his heart. Lu Qi was actually murdered under my watch. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 92, Rob. Chapter 92, Rob. By the time Xiao Yan woke up from his sleep, the sky was already very bright. Warm sunlight entered through the gaps in the window, leaving spots of light on the ground. Getting up, Xiao Yan's sleepy gaze was hazy as he sat on the bed and stared blankly for a long while before finally getting rid of his desire to continue sleeping. Shaking his waking head, he lazily got out of bed and randomly washed his face. Just as his washing was done, a faint knock vibrated from the door. This was coupled with a young lady's soft and gentle voice, "Xiao Yan Ge, have you not woken up?" Hearing this voice, Xiao Yan's eyebrows twitched. He quickly wiped off the moisture on his face and walked to the door. The door screeched as he slowly pulled it open. After opening the door, a blinding light suddenly shot into the room, causing Xiao Yan to habitually close his eyes. A while later, he slowly opened his eyes and shifted his gaze to the lady in green who was standing quietly by the doorway. Today, Xun Er was once again wearing green. Her appropriate clothes matched her lotus-like refinement, prompting the young man in the room to let out some praise in his heart. After randomly scanning Xun Er's delicate and slim body, his gaze finally landed on the slightly pale, exquisite small face. His eyebrows could not help but form a frown. What happened? with charming big eyes focused on Xiao Yan's expression and finding nothing but accusation.
Xun Er immediately replied with a smile, "I'm not feeling well." "It's no big deal." "Not feeling well?"
Xiao Yan's eyebrows twitched as he walked out of the room. After closing the door, his palm suddenly grabbed Xun Er's small hand. A weak and warm Dou Qi under the control of his spiritual perception slowly circulated in Xun Er's body. A moment later, Xiao Yan expressionlessly retrieved his Dou Qi inside in his heart. It seems that the secret technique Xun Er had used last night was extremely exhausting. In her body right now, only a little weak Dou Qi was flowing. Clearly, this was the aftermath of using the secret technique. During the early morning, there were many clan members who had woken up to practice. This group was filled with envy upon seeing Xiao Yan holding Xun Er's hands while standing by the doorway.
"Xiao Yan Gege."
A red-faced Xun Er lightly whispered as she struggled to free her hands.
"I have no idea what you have done. How can you become so weak?"
Putting down Xun Er's small hand, Xiao Yan stiffened his face and softly said. After those intelligent big eyes scanned Xiao Yan's face and once again found nothing, Xun Er secretly heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. "Yesterday I had tried to train a Dou technique that surpassed my level and this is the result. I'll be fine after a few days of rest.
Xiao Yan Gege need not worry."
Rolling his eyes, Xiao Yan could only shake his head helplessly as he accompanied Xun Er to breakfast. After that, he found an excuse and secretly left the clan.
Xiao Yan walked aimlessly in Wutan City and casually inquired about news on the Jiao Lai clan.
Lu Shi's disappearance would definitely cause some sensation within the Jiao Lai clan. Contrary to his expectations, however, he could not discover any abnormality in the Jiao Lai clan. The marketplaces had continued to operate and the healing medicine continued to be sold. There was nothing different. No wonder this Jiao Lai Bai is a clan leader. He could actually suppress this news. Still, he might be able to suppress this for a day, but he can't do it forever.
Once the remaining healing medicine is sold out, I want to see what he can do.
Xiao Yan laughed coldly for a while before heading to the primer auction house at the center of the city. In a remote area outside the auction house, Xiao Yan put on a black cloak just like he always did and entered the busy auction house.
Upon entering the auction house, Xiao Yan was courteously led into the VIP room by a beautiful female waiter.
He waited for a moment before the graceful-looking Yafei appeared with a smile in front of Xiao Yan.
"Haha, an important guest. Xiao Yan DD, what brings you to the auction house?"
Lifting a teapot, she personally bent her body and poured a cup of tea for Xiao Yan as she spoke. Whether it was intentional or otherwise, the attractive snow-white skin on Yan Fei's chest appeared and disappeared as she bent her body to pour tea. It caused one's eyes to be fixated on it. Xiao Yan's gaze was almost lost in the magnificent view, but he used his fairly strong willpower and managed to shift his gaze away with a dry cough. His gaze did not leave his cup of tea as he pulled out a dark red storage ring from his breast pocket and extracted 5 small jade bottles from it. In an indifferent voice, he said, "Today, I am here to fulfill our agreement."
As Yafei already knew about his identity, Xiao Yan no longer let Yao Lao speak for him and simply used his young voice. Yafei's gaze never left the small jade bottles upon their appearance. Happiness appeared on her enchanting face.
Yafei elegantly sat on the chair beside Xiao Yan. She carefully picked up one of the jade bottles and waited with equal care. After which, she slightly opened the bottle. A green-colored round pill naughtily rolled out from the bottle. Taking a deep breath of the medicinal smell that assailed her nostrils, Yafei's beautiful eyes constricted. A while later, Yafei finally attentively returned the pill to the bottle. She threw an enchanting and beautiful smile at Xiao Yan, who was beside her. It seems that Xiao Yan DD is prepared to take action against the Jiao Lai clan. Otherwise, why would you come over to prematurely complete our deal? Hearing this, he shrugged his shoulders, neither denying nor acknowledging it. He took out another scroll which contained the names of some medicinal ingredients. These medicinal ingredients had the ability to recover one's strength. Naturally, this was prepared for Xun Er. Seeing her weak and pale face, Xiao Yan felt his heartache. Receiving the scroll from Xiao Yan, Yafei, who had a number of such experiences, knew Xiao Yan's meaning. Without any unnecessary words, she proceeded to call a female waiter and got her to quickly prepare what was on the list. Sitting in the quiet VIP room, Xiao Yan, who had been silent, suddenly said, "It appears that the Jiao Lai clan has gone to other cities in search for a new source for medicinal ingredients. The Jiao Lai clan is now working with a medicinal supplier in Tailon City, however, the price of the medicinal ingredients they purchased from there is 4 times more expensive than it is in Wutan City." Yafei nodded and agreed with a smile.
"To think that they are willing." Mockingly shaking his head, Xiao Yan continued with a smile. "Can you provide me with some information on the transportation of these medicines?" Hearing this, Yafei's hand which was holding a teacup trembled. Her beautiful eyes stared at the young man beside her with astonishment and said, "What do you plan to do?" "Rob." After a bitter smile, Yafei once again sighed, "The Jialai clan was really unlucky to meet a little fiend like you." Shaking her head, Yafei became quiet. She finally stood up and went to the room behind her. After some time, she finally came out with a scroll and handed it to Xiao Yan. She quietly whispered, "I have received some information from the auction house in Tailon City. 2 days ago, the Jialai clan had once again purchased 400,000 gold coins worth of medicinal ingredients. This batch of medicinal ingredients should reach Wu-Tan City by this afternoon. The Jialai clan has only paid 100,000 gold coins as deposit for this batch of medicinal ingredients. The remaining 300,000 gold coins is on credit. Protecting the medicinal ingredients are the warriors of the Jialai clan, 3 Dou Qis and a Dou Qi. There are also another few dozen guards with at least the strength of a doja. 400,000? What a large amount! Xiao Yan said with a smile as he deposited the scroll into the storage ring. His laughter slowly became colder. If this batch of medicinal ingredients disappeared, I wonder how they would account to the medicinal supplier. With the current Jialai clan being close to bankruptcy, this 300,000 gold credit would be its final blow. Lifting his head, Xiao Yan watched a female waiter who had just entered. After cupping one hand over the other and thanking Yafei, he went forward and received the medicinal ingredients before walking out of the hall without a backward glance. Sitting on the chair and watching the decisive manner in which Xiao Yan left, Yafei laughed bitterly and shook her head. She gently sighed, "This little boy's actions do not correspond with his age at all. That old man, Jialai Bai, is likely going to be in deep trouble. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 93, Midway Destruction of Medicine. Chapter 93, Midway Destruction of Medicine. 7 or 8 horse-drawn carriages slowly trotted down the road under the scorching sun of the noontide heat. In its overbearing heat, the guards all around the carts were drenched in a fine mist of sweat and agitated voices drifted out from the carriages. Part of the escort team was Jialai Nu, a 3-star Dou Qi and one of the 2 elders of the Jialai clan, was considered one of the strongest within Wu-Tan City. With his strength, having him personally escort the medicinal ingredients highlighted the importance they held to the clan. However, it would seem that Jialai Nu had received no news of the disappearance of Dou Qi, otherwise the elder would have immediately returned the expensive ingredients. Jialai Nu sat cross-legged on one of the horse-drawn carriages. Regardless of how much the carriages tossed and shook, his body did not move. Having lived in luxury and comfort for some time, he was growing impatient after 2 days of travel. "It's all because of that damn Xiao clan. Sooner or later, I will destroy all of you." Jialai Nu clenched his teeth and muttered angrily. He then turned his head slightly and observed the neatly stacked medicinal ingredients through a window behind him. A look of helplessness appeared on his expressionless face. Although storage rings would certainly make transportation more convenient, a low-grade ring only had 2 or 3 cubic meters worth of space, and in order to fully store all the medicinal ingredients it would have required at least 5 low-grade storage rings. These rings were rare and expensive, and even the entire Jialai clan had 2. Thus, they could only use the cumbersome method of carriages to transport the ingredients. Tiredly blinking his eyes, Jialai Nu, who had begun napping, realized that the carriage at the front had suddenly stopped. Faint angry shouts vibrated through the air. Furrowing his eyebrows, Jialai Nu was about to call someone to investigate what happened, when a guard of the Jialai clan came hurrying from the front. He urgently reported, "Elder, there is a black-cloaked man blocking our path." Hearing this, Jialai Nu's face darkened. Now that they have entered the territory of Wu-Tang City, who would dare block them? With a cold glint appearing in his eyes, Jialai Nu nodded his head slightly and hopped off the horse carriage. He swiftly progressed in the direction of the convoy and finally saw a black-cloaked man sitting on a huge rock in the middle of the road. Although he could not see the black-cloaked man's face, he could feel the ill intention from the gaze of the black-cloaked man. "Who are you? Why are you blocking our path?" Jialai Nu's gaze swept across the black-cloaked man before asking in a deep voice. "You must be members of the Jialai clan, no?" An aged voice escaped from below the black cloak. Jialai Nu's face twitched. With a somber expression, he waved his arm. The dozens of guards behind him immediately drew their weapons from their waist and stared inhospitably at the unknown and mysterious black-cloaked man. "Well, it seems that I was right." Looking at the reaction from Jialai Nu, the black-cloaked man simply smiled and leaped from the huge rock before strolling over to the convoy. Coldly watching the approaching black-cloaked man, Jialai Nu grabbed a huge bow and arrow from the guard beside him. He pulled at the bowstring and the bow bent like a cord. Upon release, the arrow transformed into a ferocious wind and shot towards the black-cloaked man's throat.
Accompanying the arrow was a frightening whistle of breaking wind. When it was 1 meter away from the black-cloaked man, however, a group of white flames appeared suddenly, turning the arrow into black ashes as soon as it touched the flame. Watching the scene before him, Xiao Linu's face changed color.
An uneasiness began rising from within him.
It appeared that the black-cloaked man in front of him was not weaker than a Dou Qi. Slowly releasing his breath, Xiao Linu grabbed a deep blue long spear from a guard behind him. A faint blue Dou Qi was emitted from his body.
Instantly, the surrounding air became more humid.
Clearly, his Qi method was that of the dark and chilly water element. Grabbing the long spear, Xiao Linu stared intently at the black-cloaked man. He adjusted his body slightly before suddenly jumping off the ground. His body turned into a blue light, rushing forward and closing in on the black-cloaked man. In midair, Xiao Linu maintained a respectful face as the long spear suddenly and violently shook. The Dou Qi on it shone brilliantly.
With a vibration of the spear, echoes followed. Overlapping waves.
Overlapping waves, a low Xian Dou technique, was the strongest technique that Xiao Linu could fully control. His long period of training had allowed him to master this Dou technique to perfection. Being released at its full force, the strength was such that even a 6-star Dou Qi would not dare to underestimate it. Following the yell from Xiao Linu, a huge blue wave comprised of energy emitted from within the shining blue long rod. The huge wave of energy rose up high into the sky before abruptly gashing towards the rooted black-cloaked man. Around the convoy, proud cheers erupted upon seeing their elder reveal his godlike strength. Throughout their journey, the group had met a couple of robbers, but each and every one of them were all killed under Xiao Linu's spear.
In most people's eyes, another victim was about to be added. The huge blue wave rolled along the horizon. Within it, a tiny light suddenly expanded. Like lightning, a long spear shot toward the black-cloaked man's head. Die! Seeing that the target was almost within reach, a sinister expression flashed across Xiao Linu's face as he coldly smiled. Energy gushed uncontrollably from the spear in his hand. Just as the long rod was about to strike his skull cap, the black-cloaked man slowly raised his head. The image of a delicate and pretty face was revealed under the sunlight was imprinted upon Xiao Linu's eyes. This, is that rascal from the Xiao clan?
Recognizing the familiar face, Xiao Linu's eyes narrowed and his killing intent grew immediately. The long spear grew increasingly closer. Just as it was about to make contact, however, a white flame suddenly flowed from the black-cloaked man's body. Finally, it acted as a fire source and swept towards Xiao Linu, who was in midair. The white flame flashed across the horizon and everyone felt a chill on their skin. Immediately, the wave, spear, and person disappeared. On the road, the cheers were suddenly halted.
The guards of the Xiao clan, like a duck with its neck broken, widened their mouths and hyperventilated. The arrogance on their faces slowly transformed into fear. When their gaze once again fell on the black-cloaked man, the terror within was much like how one would look at a monster. Scanning the guards indifferently, the black-cloaked man slowly extended his hand. A couple of white flames appeared. Jerking his finger, the flame shot forward and lightly fell on the carriages under the gazes of everyone. Boom!
With a muffled blast, the horse carriages and the medicinal ingredients simultaneously caught fire and turned into ashes in front of everyone's dull gaze.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 94, Poor Foresight. Chapter 94, Poor Foresight. What? All the medicinal ingredients were destroyed by someone?
The furious roar within the large hall nearly caused the roof to collapse. The trembling guard that knelt in front of Xiao Libai had a face filled with horror as he swallowed his own saliva. Quaking in fear, he said, the second elder was also killed by the one who destroyed the medicine. Xiao Libai's furious face suddenly froze. His face fell and legs felt weak as he collapsed backwards, onto the chair behind him. Xiao Linu was one of the 3 Dou Qis of the Xiao Lai clan. His death added to the turmoil that the Xiao Lai clan currently faced. Seeing Xiao Libai's reaction, the face of the guard who delivered the message was also filled with distress. At that moment, his mind recalled the frightening strength of the black-cloaked man. It was difficult to imagine that the second elder, a 3-star Dou Qi, would actually be burnt to ashes by the mysterious man. The frightening scene had given those present the true taste of fear. Who was the one who killed the second elder? After a few minutes of silence, Xiao Libai finally began to gradually recover. His slightly hoarse voice revealed how big a blow Xiao Linu's death was for him.
I have no idea. Back then, the man was wearing a black cloak so no one saw his face.
But he could control some kind of white flame, which was also the flame the second elder perished under. The guard shook his head and replied softly.
A black cloak? Controlling a white flame?
After a brief silence, Xiao Lai Bai's face changed.
Manipulating flames to hurt the enemy was the preference of an alchemist.
And the only alchemist who had any enmity with the Xiao Lai clan and possessed the strength to easily kill Xiao Lai knew. All of these criteria caused an image of the black-cloaked alchemist he had accidentally met at the auction house to flash into his mind. Recalling the respectful manner Ye Fei and Guanai showed towards the black-cloaked alchemist, Xiao Lai Bai suddenly felt a bitterness in his mouth. They were wrong from the beginning. Back then, just because of a statement from Dou Qi, they had thought the Xiao clan was simply lucky enough to hire a novice alchemist. However, the current situation told them that the alchemist of the Xiao clan was much stronger than the incompetent Dou Qi. Xiao Lai Bai gently shook his head as malicious fury flashed across his eyes. The 400,000 gold coins worth of medicinal ingredients were destroyed, and moreover, they still owed 300,000 gold coins to the medicinal ingredients supplier in Talan City due to cash flow problems. Xiao Lai Bai had originally intended to refine this batch of medicinal ingredients into healing medicine and sell the medicine to repay the loan. With the latest development, all of his plans were ruined. The medicinal supplier that worked with the Xiao Lai clan had significant influence and strength in Talan City. Once they knew that the medicinal supplies were destroyed, they would definitely send someone to collect their debt. However, with the coffers of the Xiao Lai clan having been exhausted, how were they going to find such a large sum of money? If they failed to raise the money, then the Xiao Lai clan's reputation would be completely destroyed by this event.
Damn!
Unable to think of a solution, Xiao Lai Bai slammed his palm angrily into the table beside him. Immediately, the black wooden table was smashed into pieces and a wooden fragment hit the face of a guard standing by the side. The latter simply clenched his teeth and withstood it. Taking a light breath, Xiao Lai Bai forcefully suppressed the fury and malicious resentment towards the Xiao clan in his heart. He shook his hand and purposefully acted calm as he said, "Distribute all the remaining healing medicine in the warehouse to all the marketplaces.
One more thing. I want everyone to keep quiet about everything that has happened today.
If anyone spreads this news, they will be punished in accordance with the clan rules."
Yes. The guard's body trembled lightly before he respectfully gave a reply.
After which, he got up and quickly exited the hall. Staring at the empty large hall, Xiao Lai Bai tiredly leaned against the chair. This time, even if the Xiao Lai clan managed to survive, their strength would be greatly diminished. From then on, it would be difficult to fight with the Xiao clan. Thinking of this, Xiao Lai Bai sighed deeply. For some unknown reason, he was beginning to regret having started the conflict with the Xiao clan back then. However, this regret came a little too late. After settling a few other matters, Xiao Yan threw off his disguise and quickly returned to his clan. He requested Yao Lao to refine some strength-recovering pills before quickly delivering them to Xun Er. Seeing the girl caress the pills in her slightly red limpid eyes, Xiao Yan received a great boost to his confidence. A few days after Xiao Yan destroyed the medicinal ingredients of the Xiao Lai clan, Wutan City continued to remain calm on the surface. However, the more observant people began to realize that the members of the Xiao Lai clan who had been causing trouble near the Xiao clan's marketplace silently disappeared. Their usual arrogance had also diminished. In the face of the Xiao Lai clan's inexplicable actions, some people began to feel a little suspicious. Xiao clan's meeting room . What is the Xiao Lai clan trying to do these days? Are they trying to give us the impression of being weak? After receiving various amounts of information in the past few days, Xiao Zhan narrowed his eyebrows as he spoke to the three elders in the hall. His face was filled with suspicion. Exchanging looks with one another, the three elders shook their heads in unison.
After a deep hum, the first elder slowly spoke, "This abnormality may not be that simple. Xiao Lai Bai is a cunning man.
He may well be carrying out some schemes, it is better to be cautious."
Xiao Zhan nodded his head.
Naturally, as a prudent person, he would not relax in the face of the Xiao Lai clan's actions. Shifting his gaze, Xiao Zhan helplessly shook his head at Xiao Yan, who was almost napping in his chair. The rascal seemed unable to show any interest in clan matters.
"Xun Er, have you met with the esteemed elder recently?"
Xiao Zhan randomly asked as he raised his teacup to his mouth and took a sip.
TL, Er, an intimate form of address. Xun Er refers to Xiao Yan.
Hearing Xiao Zhan's question, the three elders also shifted their gaze to Xiao Yan.
That esteemed elder's importance to the Xiao clan was understood even without saying.
However, it appeared that only Xiao Yan in the entire Xiao clan was favored.
No other person had the opportunity to meet the esteemed elder alone.
Seeing how Xiao Yan got to enjoy such a privilege, everyone was filled with envy. Lazily raising his eyelids, Xiao Yan said with a bored voice,
I've seen him."
After a brief silence, he continued, "He intends to take me as his disciple." Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Xiao Zhan's hand which had lifted the teacup froze. He lifted his face, which was filled with emotion, and stared at the young man who had shrunk into his chair. Swallowing his saliva, he asked in disbelief, "Did you say that he wants to take you as his disciple?" Raising his eyelids and watching Xiao Zhan's face fill with happiness and excitement, while the faces of the three elders grimaced with knitted brows, Xiao Yan nodded lazily. Good. 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 With a flushed face, Xiao Zhan emptied his teacup in one go and excitedly stood up. He paced the room and rubbed his hands eagerly. I knew that my son was not an ordinary person. Damn it, whoever dares to call my son cripple in the future will be killed personally by me. Watching Xiao Zhan's agitated manner, Xiao Yan could only helplessly shake his head and say softly, "In half a month, I will leave to train with teacher. I'm afraid it will be over a year before I return." Ha! Xiao Zhan was stunned. The smile on his face diminished as he raised his eyebrows and hesitatingly asked, "Are you not planning to take the entrance examination for the Jianan Academy?" Jianan is a well-known top academy across the whole Dou Qi continent. If you can enroll there, it would definitely benefit you. I will take entrance examination, but I may skip for 1 or 2 years. Xiao Yan rubbed his nose and smiled indifferently. Although Jianan Academy is great, they cannot help me surpass Nalan Yanran in less than 2 years. TL, Nalan Yanran, Xiao Yan ex-fiancé, Nalan Su, Nalan Yanran's father. TL, Xiao Yan master skipper. Xiao Yan smiled as his gaze swept across the entire hall. Back then, that arrogant woman had crushed his remaining pride at this very place. Hearing the name that was taboo to Xiao Yan, Xiao Zhan's face trembled and he became silent. Standing up, Xiao Yan lazily stretched his arms and cupped the back of his head as he slowly exited the large hall. The young man's faint laughter floated through in the large hall. Since I made a promise back then, I must keep my word and meet her. Ha, it is not that I wish for her to look at me in a better light, it is just that I want to tell her that her foresight is terrible when I finally meet her. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 95, The Circumstances of the Jiao Lai Clan. Chapter 95, The Circumstances of the Jiao Lai Clan. As the next few days slowly passed by, the amount of healing medicine that the Jiao Lai clan sold in their marketplace at Wutan City began to decrease. On the last day, when the last bottle of healing medicine was finally sold, the Jiao Lai clan members responsible for selling the medicine had little choice but to embarrassingly smile at the mercenaries jostling outside. I'm very sorry. Due to a shortage of stock, our stall will be temporarily closed. The mercenaries who were squeezing for a better spot outside the stall became silent upon hearing those words. After glaring furiously at the stall workers for a long time, they began to start scolding angrily. As the crowd dispersed, some of the less courteous customers verbally abused the medicine sellers. The news that the Jiao Lai clan had ceased the sales of healing medicine spread throughout the entire Wutan city in less than an hour. The first reaction of everyone was shock, followed by some who gloated at their misfortune, some who felt regretful, and some who sighed. Without the support of the healing medicine, the Jiao Lai clan, in the fight against the Xiao clan, was totally defeated. Following their miserable defeat, the Jiao Lai clan was severely weakened and their influence within Wutan City was unlikely to ever recover to the high influential level that they had enjoyed in the past. The Xiao clan's home, meeting room. The Jiao Lai clan has lost the source of their healing medicine? Hearing the news that his subordinate had brought him, Xiao Zhan was momentarily stunned before abruptly standing up. The happiness on his face was difficult to hide. In his excitement, he exchanged glances with the three elders, only to find that their faces were also filled with uncontrolled happiness. Xiao Zhan agitatedly took 2 steps in the hall. A while later, he finally suppressed his happiness and asked the messenger with a smile, "What about Dou Qi, their alchemist?" "I have no idea. Ever since that day when Jiao Lai Ao and young master Xiao Yan fought, he was never seen again." Hearing this, Xiao Zhan and the three elders were surprised. They shifted their gaze stealthily at Xiao Yan, who was sitting in one corner. "Why are you looking at me? This has nothing to do with me." Seeing the 4 pairs of eyes looking at him, Xiao Yan rolled his eyes and innocently said. Xiao Zhan helplessly shook his head. In any case, he did not believe Xiao Yan's denial. Nothing to do with him? Then why was it that Dou Qi would vanish after having a conflict with him? That's right. Clan leader, a member of the Jiao Lai clan inner circle, accidentally leaked out that the Jiao Lai clan's second elder, Jiao Lai Nu, was killed by a black-cloaked man when he was transporting medicinal ingredients. After a brief hesitation, the messenger finally said in a low voice. Xiao Zhan's strolling legs suddenly froze. He drew his eyelids and nodded before waving his hand to dismiss the messenger. He stared intently at Xiao Yan and said with a wide smile, "Yan Er, I don't think that there is anyone in the entire Wutan city who has the ability to kill the 3-star Didosher Jiao Lai Nu other than your teacher." Xiao Yan rubbed his nose and sighed. He helplessly nodded his head. Jiao Lai Nu is indeed dead.
Hearing the admission from Xiao Yan, Xiao Zhan also shook his head and sighed. The Jiao Lai clan, which had fought for decades with the Xiao clan, had actually fell into a decline because of a single young man. This feeling. Xiao Zhan bitterly smiled and said, I know that the reason for the esteemed elder to extend his help is because of you. Still, if there is time, please convey our Xiao clan's thanks. We owe him so much. Xiao Yan shrugged his shoulders and carelessly nodded his head. Now, let us see how the Jiao Lai clan tries to get out of this mess. Xiao Zhan laughed quietly. The gloating manner in his laughter was hard to hide. In the competition for the healing medicine market, the Jiao Lai clan had pulled out after a big loss, and this huge loss had severely weakened the Jiao Lai clan, while the Xiao clan benefited greatly. In these short 2 months, the Xiao clan had miraculously pulled themselves from their initial miserable position to win the competition. In addition, the 2 months of profit from the healing medicine was equivalent to their annual income from before. Moreover, their influence within Wutan City had obviously surpassed both the Jiao Lai clan and the Aoba clan. Even the Primer auction house had made gestures of goodwill because of Xiao Yan. With the accumulation of these factors, the Xiao clan had the greatest spot in the limelight in the entire Wutan City. Nevertheless, a centipede dies but never falls. Although the Jiao Lai clan had received a terrible blow, they were still a force that couldn't be underestimated. The armed forces that the clan had built up over the years was a force no one in Wutan City dared look down on. The Jiao Lai clan was also well aware of the current influence of the Xiao clan. Hence, after they knew that it was hopeless to continue to compete, they gathered their body like a poisonous snake and began licking their wounds, seemingly waiting for an opportunity to devastate their enemy. However, the days that were occupied in such a manner did not last long. 2 days after the Jiao Lai clan announced the ceasing of the sales of the healing medicine, the Talan City medicinal supplier sent a group led by Dou Qi. They aggressively entered the Jiao Lai clan family home and rudely demanded that Jiao Lai Bai pay up the 300,000 gold coins owed to them within 2 days. The action by the Talan City medicinal ingredients supplier was equivalent to worsening the problem for Jiao Lai clan. At this moment, however, Jiao Lai Bai did not dare to recklessly offend a party that was not weaker than the Jiao Lai clan, regardless of how angry he was. Therefore, he could only swallow his bitterness and attempt to raise money. After searching all over the Jiao Lai clan, however, they could only find 100,000 gold coins. This was a far cry from the debt they had. Helplessly, Jiao Lai Bai could only thicken his skin and attempt to borrow money from the powers which the Jiao Lai clan had better relationships with. However, there are far more people willing to share in your happiness than aid in your sorrow. Seeing the current pathetic state of the Jiao Lai clan and the hostility from the Xiao clan, those powers which once had a good relationship with the Jiao Lai clan did not want to get involved in the mess. Helping the Jiao Lai clan now would undoubtedly offend the rising Xiao clan. As a result, even after putting in tremendous effort, Jiao Lai Bai was unable to raise a sufficient amount of money. With his face filled with gloominess, Jiao Lai Bai returned home and raged like a war god. After which, he unwillingly voiced a shocking suggestion: selling the marketplaces. Jiao Lai clan had a total of 3 middle-sized marketplaces and 4 small-sized marketplaces in Wutan City. The ones that Jiao Lai Bai intended to sell were 2 of the middle-sized marketplaces with the best location and popularity. Once these words were out, the members of the Jiao Lai clan reacted strongly. Even the entire Wutan City was in a state of shock. The revenue from these 2 marketplaces basically made up half of the income of the Jiao Lai clan. Being forced into selling their marketplaces showed just how desperate they had become. If a marketplace had a sufficient crowd, it was a business venture that would definitely be profitable. However, there were only slightly more than 10 marketplaces in the entire Wutan City. These marketplaces were usually controlled by both the Jiao Lai clan and the Xiao clan. The Aoba clan did not rely on a marketplace for a living. Instead, their income mainly comes from underground gambling dens and brothels. Therefore, after hearing that the Jiao Lai clan intended to sell the marketplace with the best location, many people were tempted. However, after the initial fervor subsided, they became downhearted. In the current Wutan City, almost all of the crowds were dominated by the marketplaces of Xiao clan. Other than the extremely profitable marketplaces of the Xiao clan, all of the marketplaces could at best only break even. Buying the marketplace at this moment would undoubtedly be a bad business venture. More importantly, whoever bought the marketplaces of the Jiao Lai clan would definitely offend the Xiao clan. Those who were slightly interested had little choice but to withdraw their interest with plenty of disappointment. After announcing his intentions to sell the marketplaces, Jiao Lai Bai, who had originally thought that there would be a surge of interest, once again tasted embarrassment. He had not expected that the current influence of the Xiao clan had already reached such a great stage. With the 2-day deadline drawing closer and the inability to raise the needed money, Jiao Lai Bai began perspiring anxiously. Just as Jiao Lai Bai became extremely anxious, a stranger appeared.
After spending the entire afternoon discussing about the price, the marketplaces were finally bought by the stranger at a cheap price of 200,000 gold coins. In front of the Jiao Lai Bai's extremely gloomy face accompanied by killing intent, the stranger swaggered out with 2 sales agreements, feeling extremely satisfied. Upon receiving 200,000 gold coins as payment for the 2 marketplaces, the Jiao Lai clan finally managed to be rid of the group from the medicinal ingredient supplier. Seeing those bandit-like debt collectors leaving the courtyard, Jiao Lai Bai felt like crying, though no tears came out. Not long after sending off the debt collectors, a member of the clan came rushing over to report the latest news. The 2 marketplaces which they had sold in the morning were now under the name of the Xiao clan. Hearing this news, the extremely furious Jiao Lai Bai was stunned for a moment before finally coughing up blood and fainting. Watching Jiao Lai Bai being hurriedly carried into the room, all the members of the Jiao Lai clan let out a sigh. From then on, the Jiao Lai clan was condemned to be a second-rate power in Wutan City. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 96, Promise. Chapter 96, Promise. The economic confrontation between the 2 families of Wutan City finally ended with the Xiao clan's victory. Whereas the Jiao Lai clan, as the defeated party, had their influence rapidly shrink. They would never be able to regain their former glory. The confrontation between both clans stopped being a hotly contested topic in Wutan City after a week or so. People who loved the new and loathed the old gradually shifted their attention away and started to place it on another important matter, and this matter was regarding the enrollment of the Jianan Academy. As one of Dou Qi continent's most famous institutions of higher learning, Jianan Academy was almost a holy place in every teenager's heart. If they were able to graduate from it, their journey henceforth would be smooth sailing. Not only would they be able to pridefully return home, they would also be fervently sought after by all parties. Jianan Academy was located in the vicinity where Jiama Empire's borders intersected with 2 other large empires. In that no man's land, Jianan Academy was almost like a small country in itself. According to common sense, for this trapped force, the 3 empires would naturally not ignore it, as there was no assurance that someday this power would be roped by an opponent, which would result in a major threat to that side of the empire's defense. Of course, this was under the condition that this force was weak, but if its prowess had already risen to be able to contest the 3 empires had no choice but to stop their actions and leave Jianan Academy alone, as if it was like a huge dragon coiling at the edge of their empire, and so no one would willingly provoke it. After experiencing plenty of growth over many years, the current Jianan Academy was not only one of Dou Qi continent's most famous institutions of higher learning, but also quite reputable between the citizens of the 3 empires due to kind of concealed cooperation between it and the 3 empires. For the incompatible 3 empires to smoothly maintain close to a century's peace between them, the Jianan Academy was a large factor in mediating and threatening them. These many things caused Jianan Academy's reputation in the 3 empires to grow even stronger. In addition, every year, Jianan Academy would dispatch a large numbers of teachers to head into the 3 empires to recruit gifted students. Towards Jianan Academy's act of sending teachers into the 3 empires to recruit students, the 3 royal families all expressed a high degree of approval. After all, an academy is ultimately not a sect. Academies do not have many restrictions, and after graduation, a large portion of the graduates would choose to return to their own empire. This would be the new and powerful blood into the empire's strength, so as long as the royal families of the 3 empires had working brains, they would naturally agree. After another few days, the recruiting instructors of Jianan Academy were about to arrive at Wutan City. All of Wutan City's attention was shifted away from the matters of the 2 clans from about half a month ago into this new recruitment. This shift allowed the Xiao clan, which was constantly the topic of gossip, to breathe a sigh of relief. Jianan Academy's enrollment placed importance on talent and not on the person's background. Without sufficient talent, one would be hard-pressed to enter the academy, which signified a smooth future. Of course, nothing is for certain. If you were to have powerful backing, Jianan Academy would not mind taking you into the academy for a few years to collect a large sum of tuition. Due to Jianan Academy's indifference regarding status and position, now in Wutan City, even the young beggars or thieves or whatnot began to await the arrival of the teachers eagerly. If they were able to get past the tests, they would finally leave their degrading jobs, which was looked down upon by the public eye, and henceforth become a respected doja. Under this driving mood, the recent atmosphere in Wutan City was even livelier than during the New Year, and every day outside the city, there would be people eagerly gazing off into the distance with hope-filled expressions. Compared to these people with wholehearted expectations, Xiao Yan was extremely busy. Due to him having to travel soon, during this time period, he was almost always desperately making healing medicine. Looking at Xiao Yan's desperate figure, Yao Lao finally felt bad and decided to help him. With Yao Lao's unknown ability in alchemy's help, huge batches of medicine were completed and was constantly entering the vaults of the Xiao clan. With this stored amount, as long as the Xiao clan sold it periodically, they could sell for a year or longer. After the Xiao clan finally sold all of this healing medicine, they would have already earned an envious sum of money. This high degree of alchemy of course made Xiao Yan tired. However, the refining process also allowed his control of his inner Dou Qi to become more and more smooth. Even his control over the temperature of the flames became more skilled. This improvement, combined with his highly praised soul perception, made Xiao Yan's success rate in making blood-clotting medicine almost close to 60%. Such a high success rate would be something only an experienced second-tier alchemist could accomplish. Comparable to his improvement in alchemy, Xiao Yan's own strength, under the help of Yao Lao's carefully made elixirs, was also slowly and steadily increasing. After Xiao Yan's last completion of a batch of medicine, the Dou Qi collected inside his body and forced itself to break through and land Xiao Yan among the ranks of a 4-star doja. Xiao Yan was very delighted by this unexpected gain. Looking at this, the high intensity of alchemy had quite the reinforcement effect on raising one's strength. Of course, although alchemy had some reinforcement effects, it was very taxing on energy, and once the last batch of elixirs were completed, Yao Lao immediately stopped Xiao Yan. Seeing Yao Lao's severe expression, Xiao Yan considered the fact that the storage was sufficient and decided to stop. He then went to his room and tiredly slept for a day as his daily life became more relaxed again. Slowly walking in his clan, gazing at the suddenly squeezed practice grounds, Xiao Yan was a little bored. In each field, many young clan members were toiling away at training. These people were hoping that these last days' worth of effort were enough to let themselves achieve Jianan Academy's enrollment criteria. Standing at the edge of the practice ground, Xiao Yan lazily looked at a few fields, then with a bored expression, turned and left. For these procrastinators, he didn't have much compassion. Although he initially regained his talent, he also had to work like a dog to keep improving. These people, without much talent, always depended on their clan's background to philander, which didn't settle well with Xiao Yan. Jianan Academy's enrollment baseline was not low. Before the age of 18, one had to achieve 8 Dou Qi. This slightly stringent criteria alone had destroyed many people's dreams. Of course, with Xiao Yan's view, there would only be 2 people on this practice ground that could meet this criteria. Both hands holding the back of his head, Xiao Yan threw these clansmen out of his mind, since how many people being enrolled was none of his business. Shaking his head, Xiao Yan entered another small path, walking into the flower gardens in the backyard. A familiar female figure was prettily sitting amongst the flowers, appearing very beautiful. Slightly narrowing his eyes gazing at that perfectly curved back, a gentle look appeared on Xiao Yan's face. Lightly smiling, he slowly walked toward the green-clothed girl that was staring at the willow tree in a daze. Xiao Yan Gege, you are leaving soon? Before reaching the young girl, a slightly sad voice entered Xiao Yan's ears. His footsteps stopping briefly, Xiao Yan powerlessly nodded his head and slowly walked forward to stand beside Xun Er. Turning his head, he saw that slightly dejected exquisite face. Lightly smiling, he reached out his hand and patted Xun Er's small head before having his hand quietly sliding down her soft hair. The comfortable feeling made him feel a little enchanted. You aren't going to Jianan Academy anymore? Letting Xiao Yan intimately play with her hair, which no other male had ever touched, Xun Er softly asked. Nodding his head, Xiao Yan gently laughed. I also have my own things that I definitely must do, but... Nailin Yenran? Xun Er lightly bit her lips as she said in a low voice, with her watery eyes throbbing with a kind of inexplicable coldness. The palm that was playing with her hair briefly stopped. Xiao Yan shrugged, faintly laughed, and said, that promise that was said in front of so many people, I can't miss it, right? If that was the case, even you would despise me. Xun Er's brow lightly knitted, softly sighed, and then using a voice that only she could hear muttered, I really shouldn't have let her live back then. Ha, rest assured, after this matter is finished, I will go to Jianan Academy to find Xun Er. At most a year and a half. Wait, no, just a year. Looking at Xun Er's face that had suddenly became bitter, Xiao Yan promptly laughed and changed his words. Xiao Yan Gege, actually. If you follow Xun Er also has a plan to let you be able to defeat Nailin Yenran within the promised time. Biting her lips after thinking for a while, Xun Er suddenly hesitantly spoke. Bitterly laughing, Xiao Yan shook his head and self-deprecatingly sighed, this girl sometimes says some words that make me feel a little ashamed. I know Xiao Yan Gege won't think that this is charity. Xun Er sweetly smiled and said. Softly smiling, Xiao Yan lightly shook his head. He breathed out in consternation and laughingly said, rest assured, I have confidence that after a year, I will ascend to Misty Cloud faction and battle Nailin Yenran. Gazing at Xiao Yan, who suddenly became prideful, Xun Er helplessly shook her head and was about to persuade him one more time, when Xiao Yan suddenly turned over, extended his arms, and in a split moment, grabbed Xun Er's small waist, roughly pulling her into his embrace. A gentle wind blew across the flower garden, the willow lightly floated, a young man tightly hugging a young girl like they would never split apart.
Xiao Yan's sudden action scared Xun Er, and after a brief moment, Xun Er's soft ear tips turned bright red.
Lightly struggling for a while, then shyly stopping, her small face was slightly suffused with an enticing layer of blushing red.
Xun Er, after a year, I will go to Xun Er Academy to find you, wait for me.
Burying his head in that soft hair, the young man's promise finally let the girl, who was at a loss, to obediently nod her head. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 97, Shui and I. Chapter 97, Shui and I.
Walking on a small street and observing the clan that had become much emptier, Xiao Yan shook his head helplessly. Today was the day that the recruitment team from Xun Er Academy would arrive at Wutan City, and thus almost half of the clan members had gone to watch. By now, the entrance to Wutan City would likely be entirely blocked by people.
What a bunch of insane people. Did you think that they would easily let you pass the entrance examination just because you went to look?
Xiao Yan shook his head and whispered, in a relaxed manner as he headed towards the mountains. At this time every day, he would train his Dou technique without fail. Although the recruitment team this time stayed in Wutan City, the territories that they were responsible of included other nearby cities. Thus, when Xiao Yan and his group rushed to the recruitment location on the next day and saw the seemingly never-ending queue, they could not help but be stunned. In the huge plaza, there were continuous noises and disturbances. Countless young people were struggling to head into the interior of the plaza. Were it not for the soldiers from the governor's barracks maintaining order at the edge of the plaza, the agitated crowd would have desperately rushed in. After staring in shock at the sea of people for a long while, Xiao Yan sighed lightly. His face was dispirited as he shook his head. From the looks of things, it seemed he could forget about passing the entrance examination today.
There's nothing you can do, right?
Looking at Xiao Yan's dispirited manner, Xiaoyu, who was having a conversation with Xun Er behind him, immediately said in a pleased voice. Rolling his eyes, Xiao Yan ignored her.
Does Xiaoyu Biaojia have a solution?
Seeing that the pair was about to argue, Xun Er, who was standing beside them, quickly changed the conversation topic. The one who was in charge of the recruitment team in Wutan City is my teacher. Naturally, as her favorite pupil, I have a solution. Xiaoyu raised her nose and laughed as she waved her hand.
Follow me.
Watching Xiaoyu raise her sexy long legs and head towards the other side of the plaza, Xiao Yan looked at Xun Er and helplessly pushed his hands away.
Forget it. I will not argue with her.
Hearing this, Xun Er smiled and nodded as she and Xiao Yan followed Xiaoyu. The few of them followed Xiaoyu and rounded around the huge plaza before they came to a stop at the western side, where the back of the plaza was. Here, there were fully equipped soldiers who formed 2 to 3 layers around the place. Their weapons carried a cold glint which, under the hot sun, reflected the piercing rays. Scanning the tightly guarded formation, Xiaoyu issued some orders to Xiao Yan before moving forward by herself. She took out a piece of green identification card and spoke for a long while to someone who appeared to be an officer. Only after that did she wave for Xiao Yan and his group to come over. The middle-aged officer's cold gaze swept over Xiao Yan and his companions. Only after a while did he wave his hand in order, let them through, thought. Upon hearing the order from the middle-aged office, an ordered sound of metal rubbing against another was immediately emitted from the tight wall of armored men, and slowly, a small path appeared. Xiaoyu smiled at the middle-aged officer as she took back her green plate. After lifting her chin at Xiao Yan and group, she followed the middle-aged officer and led the group in. Following behind Xiaoyu, the other members from Xian clan also entered this path. Just as they entered, the group could feel a coldness on their skin. The surrounding expressionless soldiers were emitting a scent of blood from their bodies, causing the group, who had never experienced such a formation, to feel an intense pressure that made it difficult to breathe. These are soldiers who have survived real wars?
Xiao Yan gradually let out a breath. Xiao Yan's extraordinary will allowed him to slowly drive out the pressure.
Licking his lips, his weakened legs suddenly felt strong once more. Regardless of how you put it, with his strength as a 4-star doja, he was stronger than most of the soldiers present. He might not be able to compete in terms of bloody auras, but at the very least, he would not embarrass himself for that reason. The short, less than 20-meter distance felt like 100 or 1,000 meters to the few of them. When they finally took their final step, all of them found that their palms were sweaty. With her slightly pale face, Xiaoyu faced the middle-aged officer and smiled bitterly. Senior Ko, did you purposely torture us? This was what Teacher Ruo Lin ordered. If you want to take the back door, it is only natural to have to go through a little test. All of you are quite good. These subordinates of mine have all hugged a corpse to sleep. If you did not have a strong inner strength, you would have been paralyzed with fear halfway through. The middle-aged officer's face revealed a smile as his gaze swept across Xiaoyu and those around her. Finally seeing on the calm faces of Xun Er and Xiao Yan, astonishment filled his eyes. It seems that teacher Ruolin will be able to recruit some good students this time. TL, backdoor means unofficial aka somewhat cheating. Hugged a corpse to sleep equals seen death, and a lot of it. Waving at the middle-aged officer in a less than good mood, Xiao Yu pulled Xiao Mei and Xiao Ning, whose legs had already weakened, and walked swiftly into the interior of the plaza. Once they were in the middle of the plaza, their eyes caught sight of a large green tent. From there, Xiao Yan and the others could already see the sea of people outside. On the pathway, there were occasionally some people who had passed the entrance test and were happily heading towards the interior of the plaza. "You Er!" Just as they began walking near the huge tent, a female's laugh rang out. A red figure rushed over and happily hugged Xiao Yu. Her palms touched Xiao Yu's waist as she jokingly said, "Have you grown fatter?" TL, you Er, an intimate form of address. Refers to Xiao Yu. "You lewd girl. Get off me." Scolding with a smile, Xiao Yu pushed the girl off. Following that, she turned around to face Xiao Yan and the others as she made the introductions with a smile. "This is my best friend in the Jianan Academy. She's called Shuiyanai and is a 4-star dojo." Hearing this, Xiao Yan and the others shifted their gaze to the lady in red. A radiant smile could be seen on her slightly pretty face and her brown hair was carelessly tied into a ponytail. She had a full blossom, a very slender waist along with a round bottom. Although she was not as pretty as Xiao Yu, her sexy devilish figure was something from every man's dream. During the short period of introduction, Xiao Yan had realized that many of the young men who had passed the test were stealthily and obscenely gazing at the two women. Xiao Yu affectionately held Shui and I. From her expression, it was obvious they enjoyed a good relationship. "They are members of my clan. This is Xun Er, haha, beautiful, isn't she? But you are not allowed to have any intentions towards her, she will not show any interest in you. This is Xiao Mei, another beauty. This is my younger brother Xiao Ning. Finally this is," when her eyes landed on the lazy-looking Xiao Yan, Xiao Yu slanted her head and pulled the ears of the girl called Shuiyanai and whispered, "He's Xiao Yan, the one whom I have mentioned to you before." At first, Shuiyanai glanced at both Xun Er and Xiao Mei. Widening her eyes, she gasped, "Wow. Your clan really does have quite a number of beauties. Once they enter Jianan Academy, all of the males will be utterly smitten." "Eh? Xiao Yan?" After a shocked gasp, Shuiyanai suddenly stilled as she watched Xiao Yan with a stunned expression. "Is this the one whom you said, the cousin who remained at 3 Dou Qi? Looks quite handsome." "Ah." The corner of Xiao Yu's mouth twitched as she ruthlessly pinched the big-mouthed woman beside her. Seeing the terrible expression on Xiao Yan's face, she embarrassingly tried to explain, "I did not go around talking about you. It is just that these sharp ears of hers picked up what I said when I was sleep-talking." Raising his eyebrows, Xiao Yan curled his mouth and touched his face as he mocked, "You are thinking of me even in your dreams? Since when has our relationship been this good? Back then, all I did was touch." "Shut up." Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Xiao Yu's face was filled with embarrassment. The sexy long legs of hers ruthlessly kicked at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan shifted his body smoothly to avoid it. After getting back at her, he waved his hands and stopped his teasing. "What did you touch? It can't be you Er, can it?" Xuani's face was filled with curiosity as she was ruthlessly pinched by Xiao Yu. "You Er, how cruel of you. You actually attacked your old friend." Covering her reddened wrist, Shui and I watched Xiao Yu with a pair of watery eyes. "Stop fooling around. We still need to bring them to take the test." Xiao Yu scolded as she pushed away the living treasure, not knowing to cry or smile. "Hee, let's go. Follow me. I will lead the way." Shui and I changed her face and withdrew the tears from her eyes. She turned around and was about to take the first step when she tilted her head and said, "Oh, right. I forgot to tell you that Luobu is in this recruitment party. Moreover, on the journey here, I heard that he had risen to a 4-star dojo." Hearing this, the smiling face of Xiao Yu's became gloomy and she impatiently said, "Why did that irritating guy come? Isn't it because of the beautiful Xiao Yu in front of us? On the way here, he only had thoughts of you." Shui and I jokingly said. Xiao Yu clenched her teeth a couple of times. For a while, her expression changed irregularly before she suddenly turned around and stared at Xiao Yan. "What are you looking at me for? You can forget about getting me to act intimate with you in front of that guy. I am not interested in you and have no intention of feigning interest." Seeing the glint in Xiao Yu's eyes and given his intelligence, how could Xiao Yan not guess what that girl was thinking? He simply laughed coldly and ignored the angry gaze as he swaggered toward the large tent. You Er. It seems that your charm has diminished.
In the face of such a good thing, the students in our school would have fought desperately for it. But that little boy actually ignored you? Watching Xiao Yan's back, Shui and I said incredulously. Tightly clenching her teeth, Xiao Yu irritably said, "This little rascal is a freak. How can you use logic to try and understand him? Other than that vamp in the academy, have you seen anyone else who could improve from having 3 Dou Qi to being a 3-star dojo in just 1 year?" Hearing this, Xuanyi's mouth opened. Her cheeky expression was finally overcome by shock. She had not expected that the delicate and handsome-looking young man to possess such talent. Was this still the same person as the clan's cripple that Xiao Yu had told her about earlier? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 98, Making Things Difficult. Chapter 98, Making Things Difficult. Xiao Yan slowly made his way towards the large tent. Xiao Yu was behind him, angrily glaring at his back, clenching her teeth. She had not expected that Xiao Yan would decline her offer and not give her any face. As the group got closer to the large green tent, they found over 10 people gathered in its shade. They were split up into a few small circles and talking. Based on their relaxed expressions, one would probably say they were all students from the same academy as Shui and I, Jianan Academy. Outside of the tent's cool shade, over 20 young men and women were sitting on the ground under the hot sun. Although the heat caused them to perspire unceasingly, their expressions stayed timid. On first glance, it seemed that they were the new students who had just passed the entrance examination outside. A couple of chattering females in the tent suddenly raised their heads and saw Xiao Yu with her group walking towards them. The students' faces instantly brightened at the sight and they quickly rushed over with unceasing laughter to surround Xiao Yu. Xiao Yan felt his head swell at the sudden assault of loud noises. He was not ready for the loud clamoring of adolescent girls. His gaze swept across these young and pretty female students. From their surprised expressions, Xiao Yan realized that Xiao Yu's relationships in the academy seemed to be quite good. Please, all of you, can you be more reserved?" Xiao Yu helplessly said. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she was forced to push away a couple of friends who were continuously throwing themselves on her. "Yu Er, I haven't seen you in 2 months and it seems you have become more shapely in my absence. Be honest, did you, A female with a beautiful face secretly swept her hand on Xiao Yu's chest before resting it on her shoulder as she joked. At the side, Xiao Yan helplessly sighed and gave Xiao Yu a strange look. Why was it that all these friends of hers were like female leechers? Get lost, you lewd girl. Don't act so unrestrained toward me. Blushing, Xiao Yu pushed off the girl from her chest. When she saw that there were other girls attempting to pounce on her, she quickly took a step back, pointed at Xiao Yan and group and hurriedly introduced them. Thankfully, this move successfully rid the girls of their teasing intentions. Hee, what beautiful girls. After the gazes swept across Xun Er and Xiao Mei, their great beauty caused these female students to sigh in surprise. Their gazes gradually turned toward Xiao Yan. As for Xiao Ning, he was luckily overlooked by these females due to his sibling relationship with Xiao Yu. Although Xiao Yan was younger than Xiao Yu by 2 to 3 years, his size could easily be compared to Xiao Yu's after over a year of tough training. His face may have appeared a little young and delicate, but he carried a maturity that did not match his age. This visual contradiction caused the females to helplessly take another look. Hee, what a handsome young man. Yu Er, is he your cousin? Blood-related cousin? Be honest. Did you steal him for yourself? Regardless of how calm Xiao Yan was, upon hearing these ladies openly asking such a valiant question in front of the parties involved, the corner of his mouth could not help but twitch. The gaze that he used on Xiao Yu grew increasingly strange. After hearing the teasing of these girls, Xiao Yu's face showed both embarrassment and helplessness. She was about to explain when the corner of her eye caught a male figure striding over. Xiao Yu's face changed and frowned. Immediately, a flustered red appeared on her face as she flirtatiously said, "I don't have any blood relation with him. Why don't you stop making fun of him? He has been shy since he was young." Hearing those words, all the female students were stunned. Watching a flustered-looking Xiao Yu that they had never seen before, they began exchanging looks with one another. Originally they had only intended to joke around, they did not expect that Xiao Yu would actually seriously come forth and explain. Moreover, the tone she used, it was like half attempting to lie. Even Xun Er and those following Xiao Yu were also stunned by Xiao Yu's intimate tone. They exchanged glances as they all saw each other's eyes foggy. Since when had the relationship between Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan become so good? Eyes foggy equals confused. Standing on one side, Xiao Yan coldly stared at Xiao Yu's acting. He was about to expose her when Xiao Yu quickly extended her hands. One of them locked onto his hand while the other intimately swept off the dust from Xiao Yan's clothes.
Seeing Xiao Yu's sudden action, those surrounding her were all totally shocked.
When had they ever witnessed Xiao Yu treat another man in such a manner? Xiao Yu, you, long time no see.
Just as everyone was in a daze, a male's voice abruptly called out.
Hearing the voice, everyone tilted their heads.
A young man in gray was standing at their backs, smiling widely at them. The young man was quite handsome, but that radiant smile appeared false to Xiao Yan and the others. The flustered look on Xiao Yu's face slowly receded. Turning around with her hand still holding Xiao Yan, she glanced at the young man and indifferently said, "Luobu, long time no see."
Coo.
Nodding his head and laughing, the young man called Luobu randomly looked at the interlocked hands. Instantly, a coldness and fury flashed across the gaze he sent to Xiao Yan.
Coo, you must have brought over these few people, no?
Luobu asked with a smile as he stepped toward them.
Yes.
Carelessly nodding her head, Xiao Yu once again introduced Xiao Yan and the others. She said with a smile, "I have brought them here to take the test."
Oh, have you now?
Nodding his head with a smile, Luobu pulled out a fist-sized red crystal ball. He waved it and said with a smile, "It so happens that Teacher Ruoling has just given me an examination crystal.
Why don't we let them try?"
The other examination crystals have all been brought to the examination gateway at the front.
If you don't use mine, you will have to wait for some time.
Hearing this, Xiao Yu hesitated a little before nodding her head. She slanted her head and softly explained to Xiao Yan, "This examination crystal is very simple. As long as your strength has reached the Dou Qi of the 8 Duan, it will light up.
Once that happens, you will have passed the initial test. Let me go." Xiao Yan unruly stared at her and indifferently ordered.
Xiao Yu smilingly nodded her head and obediently released her hands. Seeing her obedient manner, the grip of the one called Luobo tightened on the crystal ball.
"Xun Er, why don't all of you go first?"
Rubbing his reddened wrist that Xiao Yu had grabbed, Xiao Yan told Xun Er with a smile. Nodding with a smile, Xun Er, Xiao Mei and Xiao Ning took the lead and went forward. Soon after their palms touched the crystal ball, it lit up and they stepped back. Seeing the three of them succeeding, Xiao Yan also went forward and carelessly touched the crystal ball, obtaining the same result. "Rest assured that if they did not have the ability to pass the test, I would not have acted on my own and brought them in here." Watching the success of the four people, Xiao Yu said indifferently.
Coo.
It is not that I don't trust you, but this is the rule." Giving Xiao Yu an apologetic smile, Luobu kept the crystal ball. His finger pointed towards those outside, who were sitting under the sun. Facing Xiao Yan in group, he said with a smile, "Congratulations on passing the initial test.
Now, please sit outside for half an hour." "Luobu, what is the meaning of this?" Hearing Luobu words, Xiao Yu frowned and asked with iciness. "Xiao Yu, you are also a student here. You ought to know that this is a rule during recruitment. Coo, the new students these days are getting more and more impulsive.
Wearing down their spirit during the recruitment would benefit their future life at the academy."
Luobu explained with a smile.
Luobu, I am not interested in whatever you tell the new students, but you shall not impose these lousy rules on the people I have brought over,"
Xiao Yu icily said. "This is the rule." The corner of Luobu's mouth twitched.
Being publicly rebuked by Xiao Yu without consideration of his reputation had contributed to the anger and sourness within him.
"Luobu, you should stop creating trouble. You know very well that these are rules that can be done without, so why do you want to make a big fuss out of it?"
The surrounding girls frowned as they were also unable to bear how Luobu was trying to make a big fuss over nothing.
Coo. I'm sorry.
They had passed the test on my watch. Based on the rules, during this time period, I am in charge of them.
Luobu smiled radiantly.
Seeing the furious Xiao Yu, he suddenly changed his words.
"All right. Because it's you, not all of them will need to go out. Why don't we let someone be a representative?" Let me see.
"We shall let this boy be the representative. Coo, he's a man, so there's no need for him to worry about turning darker under the sun." After slowly moving his finger across the few new students, he finally smiled and stopped in front of Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan widened his eyes and indifferently watched the young man in front of him who was full of smiles.
"Get lost. Xiao Yan will also not leave. I will personally look for Teacher Ruoling to talk about this. There is no need for you to be here giving orders."
With a stride of her long sexy legs, Xiao Yu stood in front of Xiao Yan and coldly said,
Luobu Dou Qi, it seems that you are having some problems."
Just as they were in a constant entanglement, a group of laughing men appeared from the shadow of the tent.
Dou Qi means big brother.
It's nothing other than this new student being unwilling to be under the sun. Luobo secured his crystal ball as he said offhandedly.
Heh, it has been a long time since I've seen such an arrogant new student. Luobu de Ge, do you need our help?
Hearing this, a young man with one golden star on his chest quietly smiled at Luobu. His smile was filled with an attempt to curry favor. Smiling and nodding his head, Luobu faced the gloomy-faced Xiao Yu and mused.
Suddenly, he smiled and said, "Why don't we do this?
It is alright not to go out, but there are many new students out there watching. If only these few students are exempted from being under the sun, the others may not be happy about it."
As he spoke, Luobu patted the shoulders of the young man beside him and smiled at Xiao Yan.
"Since you do not wish to go out, why don't you spar with Gola here? Of course, you need not defeat him. All you need is to endure for 20 rounds under him."
Hearing this, the ladies by Xiao Yu's side immediately angrily scolded Luobu.
After seeing the situation, they had finally understood that this guy was jealous of Xiao Yan and was trying to abuse his authority to punish Xiao Yan for a personal grudge. Compared to the angry cries of those around her, Xiao Yu had strangely become quiet. Tilting her head and watching Xiao Yan, she clearly understood that Xiao Yan's current strength was not weaker than hers.
Dealing with a one-star dojo was not something difficult.
Ignoring Xiao Yu's gaze, Xiao Yan indifferently stared at the radiantly smiling Luobu. A coldness filled his black eyes. Originally, he had not wanted to be meddlesome, but this guy just had to force his hand.
"Ha ha, come. Little boy, let me teach you how to respect your seniors.
Otherwise, when you suffer at the academy in the future, you would blame us." The young man called Gula stepped forward and smiled at Xiao Yan with ill intentions. Gradually letting his breath out, Xiao Yan simply shrugged his shoulders in front of everyone's gaze. He took 2 steps forward. When he was by Xiao Yu's side, he abruptly extended his arm and ruthlessly grabbed her soft narrow waist and pulled her into an embrace. Faced with Xiao Yan's sudden surprise attack, Xiao Yu was momentarily stunned before her entire face flamed. Considering that Luobu was nearby, she could only see her struggle and clench her teeth as she repeatedly cursed this guy who publicly took advantage of her. Xiao Yan's action caused all the females around them to be totally stunned.
It also caused Luobu's face to immediately become dark.
He slanted his head and coldly told Gula, "Be more ruthless when you attack."
Hearing this, Gula smiled sinisterly and nodded. At the side, Xun Er and the 2 others could only helplessly shake their head at the strange action. "This is interesting,"
Xiao Yan coldly whispered as his hand caressed Xiao Yu's waist twice more, seemingly reluctant to leave. After saying that, Xiao Yan released his hand without another glance at Xiao Yu's beet-red face. He stretched his neck while holding a smile at the edge of his mouth and slowly walked toward Gula, who was staring at him sinisterly. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 99, Threaten. Chapter 99, Threaten. Watching Xiao Yan stroll over, Gula smiled coldly.
He had seen many such new students who had stood out, but none of them had a good ending.
Wearing down the spirit of new students during their recruitment was an unofficial tradition in Jianan Academy.
Those who possessed the qualification to be recruited usually had quite a lot of talent. These people were also usually pampered within their home and seldom met with any mocking or taunting. Carrying this kind of attitude and entering Jianan Academy, which was filled with outstanding individuals, would easily result in fights breaking out because of verbal disputes. At the end, this would only cause unnecessary trouble. Hence, when recruiting new students, it was important to let the new students clearly understand their ability and wear down their arrogance and spirit. When faced with this unofficial rule, even the teachers of the Jianan Academy did not raise any objections. Thus, this rule continued to be passed down over the generations. Tightening his fist and allowing his faint Dou Qi to enshroud over it, Gula smiled coldly. Back when he first joined the Jianan Academy, he had also resisted with his talent. However, a 2-star dojo senior had only used 1 punch before he sensibly ran out to stand under the blazing sun for half an hour. This personal humiliation had further increased his desire to grind down the spirit of each new student he saw. Under the watchful eyes of the surrounding people, the young man finally stopped right in front of Gula.
"You Er, why are you not stopping him? Being under the sun is much better than suffering physical injuries."
Seeing the sinister smile of Gula, the girls beside Xiao Yu somewhat unwillingly blamed her. Standing beside Xiao Yu, Xun Er recalled the appraisal Xiao Yu had of Xiao Yan and her clear eyes blinked. Curiously, she stared at the young man who had continued smiling faintly. She wanted to know whether Xiao Yu was right and that this young man called Xiao Yan really had a talent comparable to that which. Closing her red lips tightly, Xun Er placed her hands in front of her chest while anticipation flashed across her eyes. With the redness on her face yet to subside, Xiao Yu appeared extremely attractive. She lazily stretched her arm and then pushed aside the black hair in front of her forehead. As she stared at the young man's back, she said in an offhand whisper, "It is difficult to say who's going to suffer.
Watching the two men in the tent who were about to start fighting, the 20-plus new students under the sun curiously directed their gaze at them. Before choosing to be under the sun, they had also attempted to retaliate, but those retaliations were all easily forcefully suppressed by their much stronger seniors. Seeing another who wanted to challenge the strength of these seniors, they began to gloat at his misfortune as they got ready to observe how he would embarrass himself. Are you ready? Enjoying being the focus of everyone's attention, the smile on Gu Lei's face grew richer. His small eyes glanced at Xiao Yan and spoke with a smile. Begin. Xiao Yan simply scratched his chin quietly, causing everyone to be stunned. Ha ha, little boy. Your mentality is not bad. Faced with Xiao Yan's attitude, Gulu was a little surprised. Immediately, he felt an anger from within. Was this an attempt at discriminating against him? Lightly releasing his breath, Xiao Yan did not bother to say any nonsense. He simply lazily stared at the somewhat angry face of his opponent. Very good. The calm of his opponent had hurt Gu Lei's pride. With a cold smile, he furiously rushed forward with his right fist clenched and Dou Qi agglomerating on it. Immediately, the fist, along with the accompanying wind, ruthlessly bombarded toward Xiao Yan's head. The surrounding audience, upon seeing Gu Lei use such a great force against a new student, frowned. Gently lifting his eyelids and watching the large fist rushing at him, Xiao Yan shook his head. He raised his palm where the first was about to strike and halted Gu Lei's fist. After halting the fist, his palm did not even make the slightest movement. The punch, which had a huge amount of energy and strength, did not even raise the slightest reaction, much like punching air. Speed, slow. Strength, weak. Are you really a student from Jianan Academy? Lifting his face, Xiao Yan shook his head and whispered. The ridicule in the young man's whisper caused the surrounding people to become dumbfounded. One by one, astonished gazes stared at the spot where the fist and palm made contact. It was difficult to imagine that a new student would be able to easily block an attack from a one-star dojo. Luobu, who was originally full of smiles, gradually turned gloomy as he watched the scene. His gaze was filled with coldness as he watched the young man who was smiling faintly. It seemed that he had made a mistake. Had he known, he would have let someone who was stronger enter the fight? Bastard! Do you want to die? Being publicly ridiculed by a new student, Gu Lei's face had turned completely red as he bellowed. His right leg aimed at Xiao Yan's lower abdomen and violently kicked. With an indifferent face, Xiao Yan lazily swung his unused left hand as one would do to a fly. Finally, with a snapping sound, he hit Jie Li's ankle. A bruise instantly appeared. Hiss! An intense pain was emitted from the ankle, causing Gu out of breath and a mouthful of cold air. The fury on his face became even wilder. Quickly retreating a step, he broke away from Xiao Yan's palm. His right leg stepped off the ground and borrowed the force to rise high into the air. Spinning abruptly, a pale green Dou Qi appeared on his right leg. A wind blade-like imaginary light covered his leg before it ruthlessly cut towards Xiao Yan's skull cap. Shameless. To even use the wind light edge. This is a high Huang Do skill. This guy is far too shameless. Watching the blurry light blade on Gu Lei's leg, the group of female students, whose faces were filled with anger, yelled furiously. Seeing Gu Lei's action, Xiao Yu's eyebrow creased slightly only to relax soon after. Back then, even after using a high Shan Do skill, Jiao Liao's hands were still crippled by Xiao Yan. She did not believe that with just the strength of a one-star doja, this guy could do any significant harm to Xiao Yan. Lifting his face, the somewhat sharp wind caused Xiao Yan's face to shudder slightly. Slowly lifting his palm, he aimed at the descending Gu Lai. Scram! Moving his lips, the faint voice shouted. As the shout died down, a ferocious and shapeless force came rushing forth from Xiao Yan's palm and ruthlessly landed on the chest of the descending Gu Lai. Puff! As his chest suffered an unknown heavy blow, the cold face of Gu Lai immediately turned white. A moment later, his body was pushed backwards as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Bang! After his body was thrown back by more than 10 meters, it landed heavily on a rock that had been baked under the hot sun. Gu Lei's body slightly twitched as his terrified face watched the young man who was standing a distance away with his palm still stretched out. His chest felt then stuffy and his vision became black as he finally fainted. The time between Gu Lei's powerful attack till the time he was thrown back without any apparent reason was only slightly more than 10 seconds. Seeing how the victory was decided in such a short time, the people both within and outside the camp harmoniously kept silent. Under the hot sun, the new students foolishly stared at Gu Lai who had fainted near them. Moments later, their fervent gaze shifted towards the young man standing under the shade. This was the first time they had witnessed a freshman defeating a senior. Moreover, this new student seemed to be slightly younger than them.
The prettier young ladies amongst the new student gazed passionately at the black-clothed young man who wore an indifferent face. Their eyes were filled with a worshipful glint. Was it not for the inappropriate atmosphere, they might have screeched once or twice to vent their worshipful feelings.
Certainly, a terrifying talent.
Staring intently at Xiao Yan, Shui and I let out a shocked sigh and shook her head. Xiao Yan's strength had proven that what Xiao Yu had said earlier was the truth. You Er. This person from your family, what exactly is the level of his strength? From the looks of it, it seems he has already become a doja, right? While staring dumbly at the young man in black, the girls beside Xiao Yu abruptly asked with a stammer. What a joke. Being able to easily beat up a one-star doja to such an extent, his strength was already greater than most of the people here. Xiao Yu smiled sweetly as she stared intently at the young man standing on the spot where the fight had taken place. An unknown radiance flashed across her eyes. A moment later, she copied Xiao Yan's manner and waved her hands while speaking with a smile. If we were to fight, even I would not be able to beat him.
Do you think he is a doja?
TSK, a dojo at such a young age. Even in Jianan Academy, that is considered to be one of the top talents. Haha, it seems you have quite a good taste.
But he is your cousin, isn't he? Why don't you let us have him?
The beautiful ladies laughingly teased.
Get lost, you lewd woman.
With a red face, Xiao Yu pushed the girl away. In her heart, Xiao Yu muttered without reason, I have already said.
There are no blood ties between him and me.
The sudden appearance of her heartfelt feelings caused the tip of Xiao Yu's ears to scald. She quickly scolded herself before calming her feelings, not daring to let her imagination run wild.
Compared to the laugher on Xiao Yu's side, Luobu's face was becoming increasingly gloomy.
He coldly stared at Xiao Yan as the corner of his mouth twitched.
I do not need to go out now, do I?
Carelessly pulling down his sleeves, Xiao Yan looked at Luobu and smiled faintly.
You seem to have some hidden skills.
Hiding the coldness on his face, Luobu once again displayed a radiant smile. Walking forward, he patted Xiao Yan's shoulders in a seemingly friendly manner as he coldly whispered, Little boy, you had better not be too impudent.
Although you possess some talent, there are many in Jianan Academy who are more outstanding than you.
With your attitude, you will find yourself in an unfavorable situation in Jianan Academy.
Thanks for your reminder.
Nodding his head with a smile, Xiao Yan said, but I believe that you do not possess such qualifications, but...
Xiao Yan was no fool. Luobu's enmity toward him was something he clearly understood.
Therefore, there was no need to act ignorant in front of him. Even if they were to fight, Xiao Yan was not afraid of him. If he were to be more annoyed, it was not as though it was the first time he killed someone and destroyed the corpse. Although Luobu's enmity towards him originated from a misunderstanding, Xiao Yan did not have the leisure mood to explain it away. Putting it in a less courteous manner, it was Luobu who did not possess the qualification for Xiao Yan to do so. Moreover, Xiao Yu may have argued with him every day, but Xiao Yan did not wish for her to be harmed by this two-faced hypocrite. Listening to Xiao Yan's rude words, Luobu's radiant smile once again dissolved into coldness. His cold eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan and his face twitched. The cold glint in his eyes seemed to imaginary slash Xiao Yan into multiple pieces.
Xiao Yan ignored the pointless visual assault.
The indifferent smile on his delicate and handsome face was clearly better at giving others a good impression compared to the forceful pretentious hypocrite smile.
Arrogant boy.
When you start at Jianan Academy, I will take good care of you as your senior.
Luobu clenched his teeth and said with a cold smile.
Touching his face, Xiao Yan softly said, I don't know about other things, but if you continue your act, believe me, I am able to cause you to be unable to leave Wutan City. Shrinking his eyes, the corner of Luobu's mouth twitched as he stared at the young man. Within those black eyes, he found a depth of indifference. His body trembled without leaving a trace. When he looked into those chilly black eyes, Luobu actually felt a frightening coldness. This feeling was similar to the one he got when he faced a savage mystical wolf alone during his last mission.
Luobu covertly swallowed his saliva.
The threatening words which were about to escape his mouth were also forcefully swallowed.
Very good.
Luobu heaved out a breath of air, seemingly intent on expelling the embarrassing chill that he had felt. Clenching his teeth and nodding his head, he had already made a decision. If he had the opportunity, he would get someone to cultivate a good relationship with this boy. Indifferently staring at Luobu, Xiao Yan was considering whether to find an opportunity to let this guy vanish from Wutan City in order to avoid future trouble when a tender female voice from within the tent caused Xiao Yan to soften. Hee, this little boy has quite a great talent. This time around, it looks like I have found a treasure. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 100, The Classification of One's Potential. Chapter 100, The Classification of One's Potential. The unexpected female voice was so gentle that it gave off a heartbreaking feeling. Under this tenderness, Xiao Yan felt a little absent-minded despite his mental strength. A moment later, he finally followed the source of the voice and gazed into the tent. In the shadows of the tent, a lady dressed in green was standing prettily with a grin. The smile on her pretty face was warm and her eyes looked around quickly. The tenderness in her gaze was like clear water quietly passing through, causing people to become intoxicated by the lady's special vivid gentleness. The lady looked much older than Xiao Yu and the others. The voluminous and exquisite posture leaked out a mature loveliness that was molded by the years. This kind of natural loveliness far surpassed what Xiao Yu and these immature girls had. Xiao Yan swept his gaze over the lady. Although this lady's appearance was slightly inferior to Xun Er and Xiao Yu, her genuine gentle disposition was something that amazed Xiao Yan. The lady on the opposite was as gentle as water, demonstrating the epitome of gentleness. Ever since this lady appeared, Xiao Yan realized that the gaze of some of the young male students in the tent had quietly become passionate. The gazes that they gave her also contained an inexplicable sentiment. Having discovered this phenomenon, Xiao Yan immediately shook his head quietly. It seemed that these guys had some sort of crush on the lady, which was not something surprising. The younger guys usually liked women who were more matured than them. This seemed to be called having a preference for a mature woman. Teacher Ruolin, haha, you backslasher has missed you dearly. Seeing the gentle woman who had appeared in the tent, Xiao Yu immediately cried out in surprise. Following which, she pounced forward and with a smile, tightly hugged that seemingly plump but not fat waist. Hee, are you enjoying your leave? The gentle lady who was called Teacher Ruolin smilingly said as she embraced Xiao Yu. It has been not bad. With a saucy smile, Xiao Yu bit teaching Ruolin's ears and joked softly, teachers becoming gentler and gentler. If this continues, any man who catches the eye of teacher in the future would be utterly trapped by this gentleness. A shallow redness appeared on her face as Teacher Ruolin shook her head helplessly. After spoiling Xiao Yu by patting her head, she abruptly faced Xiao Yan and the others and raised her chin. In her gentle voice, she said, "Are these the people you brought over? It seems that they are quite good." Haha, of course. Proudly lifting her chest, Xiao Yu tilted her head and fiercely stared at Luobu and complained softly, "That guy is becoming more and more arrogant. Who told you to purposefully provoke him? You should know his feelings for you. After acting so intimately with another man before his eyes, it would be strange if he did not find an excuse to make things difficult." Teacher Ruolin helplessly said. "That will only increase my dislike for him." Xiao Yu curled her lips and said. Shaking her head, Ruolin released Xiao Yu. She slowly walked forward and spoke with a smile to the 10+ students under the hot sun, "Dear students, come in." Hearing her open her mouth to speak, the new students who were perspiring under the hot sun were immediately filled with happiness. They quickly got up and entered the shade of the tent in a haggardly manner. It must be said that even though this method of wearing down the spirit of the new students was a little merciless, it was effective. At the very least, the arrogance of the new students who were entering the tent was much diminished compared to when they had first arrived. All of them withdrew under the shadows of the tent, their eyes constantly roaming all over the interior of the tent. Sweeping a smile that was overflowing with gentleness over everyone, Teacher Ruoning finally landed her gaze on Xiao Yan's face. She smiled and said softly, "Luobu does not have any evil intentions. Before, he was only a little angry, so his actions were a little reckless. Please don't blame him." "Ha, teacher must be joking. I'm a good-natured person. Why would I blame Luobu Sr.?" Xiao Yan rubbed his head and shyly smiled. Hearing this, most of the people in the tent rolled their eyes and laughed in their hearts. Did this person not feel that saying these words after rudely knocking out a senior was a little burlesque? After staring intently at the smiling young man in front of her, Teacher Ruoning blinked her long eyelashes. She had a foreboding that after so many years of being a teacher, she had finally met a student who would give her the greatest headache. After letting her imagination run wild, Teacher Ruolin shook her head and ordered 2 male students to bring the fainted Gula in. She lowered her head and observed Gula's wounds. Immediately, she pressed her eyebrows together and stared at the innocent-looking Xiao Yan with censure. Being assaulted by the full force of her gaze, Xiao Yan felt his insides trembled. The corner of his mouth cracked, but he was not distracted. After thinking for a moment with a frown, Teacher Ruoning extended her clean white hand and instantly lightly touched Gula's hand under the envious gaze of the male students. A pale blue moist energy was guided by her hand as it entered Gula's body, helping calm the disordered Dou Qi in his body and healing some of the injuries caused by Xiao Yan. Amongst the different classification of Dou Qi, the water-type Dou Qi was the most gentle kind. In the absence of any healing medicine, water-type Dou Qi was the most suitable choice to help treat wounds.
Hence, water-type Dou Qi practitioners were also commonly known as mobile healing medicine.
In many mercenary groups, someone who possessed the water element Qi technique was a must.
After all, when fellow members were severely injured, only water or wood-type Dou Qi would be able to help the member gain sufficient time to heal. Under the warmth of teacher Ruaning's Dou Qi, the unconscious Gula quickly woke up with a groan. Opening his eyes and watching the smiling teacher Ruaning beside him, the former's eyes was filled with intoxication and worship.
Instantly, he embarrassingly got up.
His eyes swept across Xiao Yan and he cowardly hid his eyes.
Are you all right?
Releasing his head, Rualin gently asked.
Thank you, teacher.
Gula gratefully nodded his head.
It's good to know that you are fine.
Smiling, teacher Rualin turned around and elegantly sat down on the leader's chair. With a full smile, she watched the new students gathered in the tent. She shook her white hand and a ring on her finger flickered while a green scroll made of goatskin and a pen appeared in her hands. Lifting her eyes, teacher Rualin smiled in a lazy demeanor. Dear students, congratulations on passing the test. Now, you can be considered to have entered the Jianan Academy. As the school needs to divide the students according to their potential, I will need to know your current actual strength. 8 Duan Qi would belong to the F class in terms of potential.
This is the minimum requirement to enter Jianan Academy.
9 Duan Qi would belong to the E class in terms of potential. A 1-star doja, D class, 2-star doja, C class. Continuing on in this manner, the highest class is the S class for those who are 5-star doja. Of course, this is restricted to those who are younger than 20. He. For over a decade, Jianan Academy has only seen one student who has S-class potential.
Now that little, which is quite incredible in the academy.
Covering her red lips and softly laughing, Rualin's tall and slender eyelashes lightly blinked. I don't really have extravagant hopes of meeting someone in the same class as the little witch, but if I can obtain some in the B or C classes, I will be satisfied. Speaking to this point, Rualin stealthily swept across Xiao Yan and Xun Er. From her perception, out of all those in the tent, only these two gave her an unpredictable feeling. She forecasted that the strength of the two of them would not be lower than the C class.
She was not the only one who was guessing.
All those in the tent who had witnessed Xiao Yan in action were also guessing in their heart.
What class did the potential of this seemingly abnormal person belong to? All right. Begin. Starting from the left, report your name, your Dou Qi level and age. Rualin's empty hand held the ink brush and gently smiled.
Seeing that the registration was about to begin, Xiao Yu and the others in the tent were filled with interest and idly sat down in one corner.
You are, what level does your clan Xiao Yan belong to?
The few beautiful female students squeezing with Xiao Yu curiously inquired. Hearing this, Xiao Yu narrowed her eyebrows and became silent for a moment. She had never seen Xiao Yan test his Dou Qi. Hence, she did not dare to say too much lest she caused Xiao Yan embarrassment should she make a mistake. The current Xiao Yu, for no apparent reason, was strangely beginning to think for Xiao Yan. If it was in the past, she would likely be happier at the embarrassment Xiao Yan faced.
After some hesitation, Xiao Yu gave a somewhat conservative answer. I think that he should be able to achieve C or B class.
Wow, that is quite good already. He can be considered amongst the more talented ones entering Jianan Academy. When our potential was evaluated back then, the best was only a D class. Hearing this, some of the female students said with an envious gaze. Xiao Yu lightly smiled but did not continue speaking. Her gaze was focused on the evaluation that had already begun in the middle of the tent.
Hey Yan, 9th stage Duan Qi, 20 years old.
The slightly black-skinned young man sitting on the leftmost corner announced his information with a slightly red face. Smiling and nodding her head, teacher Rualin quickly recorded the student's information. Her red lips parted. E class. Lin Dun, 8 Duan Qi, 19 years old.
F class. Kuli, 9 Duan Qi, 17 years old. E class.
At the same time everyone took turns to report their information. A few new students who just passed the test outside would occasionally enter the tent. After they were strictly warned by the seniors, they quickly and obediently stood behind the queue and waited to report their information. Amongst the 20-odd people who had reported their information, most of them were weaker than a doja. Naturally, there were a couple of new students who originally had 9 Duan Qi but were downgraded to an 8 Duan Qi after failing to become a doja. Prior to Xiao Yan's turn, the most outstanding one in the group was a 17-year-old 1-star doja. According to his potential calculation, this was only a D class. Even if it was only this, it gave Rualin some happiness. After all, for a 17-year-old to reach a 1-star doja meant that he had potential. After the new student in front of Xiao Yan finished reporting his information, all the gazes in the tent immediately focused on the young man who was about to fall asleep from the long wait.
Xiao Yan Gege, it's your turn.
Seeing the hazy eyes of Xiao Yan beside her, Xun Er helplessly tried to wake him.
Oh.
Xiao Yan, who had just woken up, quickly rubbed the non-existent saliva from his mouth.
His gaze shifted towards the front only to find the beautiful teacher Ruolin smiling widely at him.
With an awkward smile, Xiao Yan flipped his hand and revealed his clean white teeth.
I cannot be compared to the little witch the teacher had mentioned. After calculating everything and weighing myself repeatedly, it seems that I can barely be counted as in a class.
Xiao Yan's somewhat regretful words barely left his mouth when the tent, which was full of whispers, suddenly became silent.
At one corner, Luobu's face twitched. He did not expect that this young man of 16 or 17 years of age would actually be of equal strength to him. Beside Luobu, Guele's face had slightly whitened. His face was full of bitterness. No wonder he lost so terribly. This guy was a wolf in sheep's skin. You. Didn't you say that he was at most only a C or B class? Why did it jump to an A class?
During each recruitment of the Jianan Academy, there will not be more than 100 students who possess a class of potential. A few female students muttered as they stared at Xiao Yan with open mouths. Staring intently at the young man's delicate face, Xiao Yu helplessly sighed and muttered, "How would I know that this guy is becoming more abnormal?"
A class?
Ruolin blinked long eyelashes in wonderment. A moment later, she smiled brilliantly.
It seems that I have found a treasure, it was true.
Acting like a young lady, teacher Ruoning saucily blinked her eyes. This loveliness caused some of the men in the tent to whiten their eyes.
Xiao Yan rubbed his nose as Xun Er beside him suddenly laughed slightly. Xiao Yan Gege, you have created a sensation once again. TSK, I know that you are stronger than me. I'm afraid that the S-class should be yours. Xiao Yan rolled his eyes and snapped. Then should I give false information?
In the time that everyone had yet to recover from their shock, Xun Er pulled Xiao Yan close and secretly asked.
Just report your real strength. Do you think I will be jealous of you?
Letting the academy know some of your potential would be good for your future development.
Of course, you may not be concerned about all this.
Xiao Yan shrugged his shoulder and smiled. Xun Er pursed her lips and nodded her small head as she said lovably, "Then I will listen to Xiao Yan Gege." As she spoke, she took a step forward. The agile and moving voice of the young lady reverberated throughout the tent.
Xiao Xun Er, a 6-star doja. Age, 16.
On the leader's seat, Ruolin, who had just raised her pen in preparation to record the information, felt her hand stiffen. Her gentle face finally revealed an astonished expression. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.